PF subsidiary Ryman wins multi-year defense.
Alright, what's up, fam? How we doing? Let's get to it. Morning levels, morning levels. Not a lot going on tonight. Yeah, nothing going on. one. It's really ugly and slow out so far. We'll try to find something good today overall. Just really, Fatten's the only one that's holding up from yesterday. We did have FIEE as well pop up yesterday in after hours. It's so far not on the gainers list board anymore. That's not even, I don't think, worth mentioning anymore. Yeah, we'll go over it. PLTR had earnings yesterday, holding the earnings levels up there. Of course, this is why I said it was going to be hard to get. You see all those lines, past chart history lines, and actually running in and out of them pretty nicely yesterday and today. That's what I was kind of saying yesterday. It was going to be hard to get through all of those levels and lines. But yeah, for small caps, there's just not a lot going on today. Just not a lot. So let's get through what we are looking at, which today is Fatten. Fatten would be one of your better movers. We got Fuse. Again, another F play from the same spot as yesterday. Was going to look up former runners and see where we're at, if we're anywhere, worthy of even looking at them. We do have, real quickly, and I'll go over later, we do have the big runner from last week halted still. So TCGL's halted. It's an H11 halt. H11, almost like a T12. So the reason why TCGL is not rolling around anymore is because it's halted, essentially pending news. They want some information from them. They want to make sure that there wasn't any kind of insider trading, that all of that was legit the other day, or they're going to be putting some heavy fines on TCGL as a company. You don't run from 10 to 500 in one day without some suspicious things going on over there. Yeah, everything else just very slow this morning in pre-market. All right, cool. Let's get through these levels. Good morning, team. Really not a lot going on today. Going back to 2F plays. Fuse from yesterday and Fatten from yesterday, really in after hours and this morning. What's funny, lo and behold, we're in earnings season, and I think that's the news from Fatten yesterday. It just was an earnings report that came out. So there's really nothing really new in small capville that's making any sort of noise. NPT did. Look up NPT. That was not doing a little bit from 6 into around 8, had some spikiness, and then all of a sudden went from 8 to 30 all the way back down to the 6s. Pretty strong manipulation there. And that's what we're seeing in the stock market here in the small cap sector here recently. It's been very sketchy. Now, we've had some good fun runs, but after last week, that really put some sketch into the small cap market. All right, your number one top gainer so far today is going to be Fatten up on earnings, trying to hold the wedge from after hours yesterday where the bottom support was right around 285. This morning we're seeing 290. If that cracks, there's really nothing for this to hold up. Could be a good hangover short for the move back down to 250, 245. On the way up, resistance at 315 into around the 320 mark. Over 315, 320, we've got resistance at 340. And then showing up again around 355. Over 355, watch for a run into after hours and pre-market high, 375 into 390. Now, if we get over 390, is this going to be the runner for the day? Well, Fuse tried to yesterday, but didn't go that much higher. So over pre-market high, which again is 390. Watch for a spike up to 420 and then to 450. Over 450, watch for a spike into we'll say into 5. But this could be like yesterday's play where we pop up, but only pop up a little bit more than pre-market high, where yesterday 275 was with pre-market resistance, we popped to 365. So this could be like, hey, we're resistant at 390, we may pop to 450, maybe 25. All right, back at it. Sorry there, team. What's up, Aussie Chick? What's the number 2 top gainer? IN11, I'm not going there. Soars up this morning. Okay, trying to come back. Heck yeah. Duke Nukem's always a good short. The number 2 top gainer I'd be looking at today would be SOAR, S-O-A-R. We do have 2 sub $1 plays, INLF and SOAR. SOAR, in my opinion, has a better shot, both around $6 million in float. SOAR over 90 cents has that chance to literally soar. Over 90 cents, we know typically we're going to pop into that $1 resistance. Over that, we have room into around 120. Over 120, watch for a pop to 140 to 150. Strong resistance there. Over that, watch for a pop to 175 for SOAR. Now, SOAR on the way back on down doesn't have really great support anywhere. It's a little choppy and all over the place this morning. But the best dip buy once we start ripping up would be then back off this 90 cent mark. All right, your number 3 mover I'd be looking at, which again we talked about NPT, just wicked wacky movement this morning from NPT. Has no news either as well. NPT just kind of moving this morning into pre-market. A little over an hour ago, like I said, from the 5s up to around the 8s, a little small move, and then just squeeze-a-rama. So has that chance to squeeze-a-rama again. In market, 885, 875, strong resistance there. If we pop over that, watch for a move to around 960. Over 960, we fly through 10, watch for a move to 1150, close to 12 even. Over that, then we move to 14, and over 14 to 15 to 1550. And over that, that's where the top can come busting off this play yet again. Down below, we have the bottom support at $6, 6 to 610. Yowzas. Then it just gets nasty out there. Well, after that, then it just kind of gets nasty out there. FIEEGXAI, both of those plays down. I'd be watching for shorts back on up. FIE has resistance at 635. Over that, watch for a pop to 650. Over 650, then our next resistance area is up higher, somewhere right around the 750 area. 750 into 770, strong resistance. Over 770, watch for a pop into 8. And for GXAI, watch for move back up to 215, 220 for a short up top there. It may crack down more before we even get there. Watch former runners, although they're not doing anything and they've gone down so much, and even plays like ELPW from whatever it came from 30, 50 cents to 15 all the way back down to $1 now. Plays like TCGL, we have an H11 halt. Look that up. So they're doing some investigating. They need more information from TCGL, and that moved from 10 to 500 essentially last Thursday. So that's why they're not moving and halted. It's an H11 halt. I looked into that yesterday, so that's not good at all. So really here in small cap sector, it's gonna probably be like yesterday again, a slower day overall. The other one would be Fuse from yesterday. Fuse is holding that bottom support area at 245. If it cracks that, watch for move down to 225. Have a line in there from yesterday, bounced off of that perfectly. Under 225, cracks down to 2. On the way up, strong resistance at 290 into 295. Over that, watch for a pop into 315 to 320. And over that, we have strong resistance at 345 to 350. We got PayPal. After AMD today. AMD and CMG. Where is CMG at these days? Where is CMG at these days? Wow, Chipotle. They had a price split. CMG, they had to have a price split. I swear Chipotle was like $500 or some shit. All right, we're not going to worry about Chipotle then today. That's for darn sure. All right. SPY. AMD. It's right in front of me. AMD, SMCI. Okay, we had PayPal this morning. Don't really care about that. Okay, cool. Did have some earnings today so far. PayPal, Pfizer came out this morning. This afternoon, the big one which we'll go over is AMD. We have SMCI and CMG this afternoon. Those have had price splits recently. Don't move as much as SMCI and CMG, but still be good earnings to pay attention to as well. But the big one today is going to be AMD. We'll definitely talk about that in just a moment. All right, first with the SPY, really tight this morning compared to other mornings. Obviously, yesterday morning's what I'm talking about. Today is crazy small range compared to yesterday. Bottoms from after hours for the most part, but main support in after hours yesterday is showing up here in pre-market at 696. Resistance at 697.50 into 698. Over 698, watch for a pop to 698.95, the high in pre-market from last Wednesday. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, watch for a pop up to 700 for your ultimate high of day. On the way back on down, watch under 696 for a crack down to 695.40 and then down to 695. Under 695, watch for a crack back down to 694. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day under 694. Watch for a move down to 692.75. AMD pretty tight this, or Apple pretty tight this morning as well. Watch for a crack back under 267.30 for the move down to 265.20. Normal low of day at 265.20. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 264.75. Below that to 263.80. And under that we go down to that little juncture right after we exploded yesterday. We pulled back down to 262.50. Normal or ultimate low of day there. Normal low of day at 265.20. On the way up, strong resistance right around 268.75 into 269. Over 269, watch for a pop into yesterday's high at 270.50. 270.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day goes up to 272.50. AMD, huge move up yesterday. Like the SPY, opening bell shot straight on up and kind of chopped around for the rest of the day. But since then, a lot of these tickers are tight today. And I do like them for a squeeze and pop up or a crack back down either way. Over 250 for AMD. Watch for a spike up to 254.10. Over that, then we raced into around 255.60. 255.60 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, watch for move to 257. Now, with earnings for AMD, if we clear that 257, 260 area, watch for a move up easily to 267 is going to be it. Minimum. We might even hit 272. So earnings for it, I would say on the way up, 267 minimum, could get up to 272. Now max would be putting it to new all-time highs because 267 is in market high, which we saw resistance here just recently. And then pre-market or after hours highs 272. So that's why I say we stay in those levels. Now on the way back on down for levels, watch this back under 250 for the move down to 248.75. And under 248.75, watch for a move down to 247. 247 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day goes down to 245. Now if we crack back under 245, watch for a move down to 241. Now if we crack 241 on earnings, watch for a move down minimum to 235. Ultimately back down to where we came from in after hours Sunday, Monday at 225. BABA really tight today too as well. Watch this back under 164 for the move down to 163.20. I'm going to say normal low of day there in that juncture we had in after hours yesterday. A little low bounce at 163, 163.20. Ultimate low of day does go all the way down to 159 in after hours lows. On the way up, BABA over 165.50. Watch for the pop up. Over 165.50. Watch for move to 166.25. Over that, that's where we get a good move again up to 166.90. And over that, we go to yesterday's low in market right around 167.50. 167.50, normal high of day, ultimate high of day. Watch for move up to then 168.50. 168.50, ultimate high of day. Google nice and tight this morning too as well. Like it. Watch this back under 248.35 for the crack down to 245.50. Or yeah, 245 or 246, 246.50. And under that, then we go down to 245, 240 or 3, my bad team. 345 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day under 345. Watch for a crack back down. First to 343.50. And then down to 342.50. 342.50. Ultimate low of day. It's the open from last Thursday. On the way up, over 350.65 is going to be the key. Over 350.65, and that's what I thought. We're here at all-time highs. This could run and shoot. I'm going to go just in case we have a smaller, tighter, choppier day. 350.250 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, watch for a pop to 355. What's up, Max? How we doing? Meta's really nice and tight this morning too as well, team. META, meta time. I like it. Watch this back under a line I have in. We're bouncing off of at 704.80. Under 704.80, we go to a line I have in at 701.80. Under 701.80, this play could crack away, and I'm going to go normal low of day at 701.80. 701.80. Ultimate low of day goes back down to the lows from Sunday into Monday at 693.35. On the way up for Meta today, resistance is coming in right now at 708. Over 708, watch for a pop to 709.50. Over that, we go to pre-market high at 711.65. 711.65, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day takes us back to the lows from Friday. 713.75 to 714.60. Ultimate, that's also the lows from last Thursday. Ultimate high of day. Do Microsoft again today. It's moving pretty decently here. Bigger range, essentially. On the way down today, we are really at major support. I mean, we're right at it, essentially. Lows from last Thursday, Sunday's lows, yesterday's lows, and after hours pre-market, right around 421. If this cracks 421, this is going to see a nice, good pullback today. Under 421, we got to go back into some time here to see the last time Microsoft was ever in this area, and it's been a long, long, long time since Microsoft was under this 421 mark. So under 421, watch for a move down to, we have old resistance right at around 418. Let's see what the high of that day is. 419.30, 418.75 area. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day could see major crack from this area. Watch for a move down to 415, maybe even gets lower than that. Loving the short here for Microsoft under 421, last Thursday's low of day. On the way up for Microsoft, resistance comes in at 422.50 into 422.90. Over that, watch for a spike up to 423.50. Over 423.50, we go to 424. Over 424, watch for a pop to 424.80 to 425. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day pops back up to pre-market high at 426.85. Now, we have been moving bigger than that today, but I'm going to say this play cracks off, does kind of what it does yesterday, if anything, and does not see that move back up. Let's get through some more of these real quickly, team. Well, I think you know the ringer here for NVDA. Don't day trade it. NVDA is really ugly. Now, it is super tight this morning, so watch this back under 186 for a short down or back over 187.50 for the long up. But again, these makes really quick reversals, so it pops up, comes back down, cracks down, comes back up. So that's the reason I don't like NVDA. The reversals are so fast. What's up, Boathy? How we doing? Yeah, T-Wib. I told you this yesterday, though, guys. I warned of this happening. Tesla moving down before the bell. Here we go. Yeah, let's get all kinds of crazy move before the bell. All right, over to PLTR earnings yesterday. Good pop back on up. Moving into the resistance areas that I talked about, it could maximum get into, which is here in the 160s, maybe 170 area. And now we're kind of running in and out of those levels. It's been really choppy today, and day after earnings is not the best of moves, in my opinion. So I'm not a big fan of PLTR for a day trade today. But I would say back under 162, watch for a good short opportunity and continuation down and some sell-off and profit taking. If we do get the next leg up, watch this over 167. All right, sweet. Let's get a couple more of these and we're done. Over to Q. Really tight chart this morning as well, so I like this to the bottom side or the top side for a good move out of the bell. Under 628.20, watch for a move down. The only thing I'd worry about is a hitch in after hours at 627.50. Under that, we crack down to 625.50. 625.50 area, normal low of day, ultimate low of day, then goes down to 623.50. On the way up, watch over 630.50 for the move up to around 630, 190 to 632. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to 633, ultimately up to 633.75 in the open from Thursday. And lastly here, Tesla, which was just notified, getting some pretty good movement before the bell. Nothing too crazy. Cracking back under 620 or 425.65. Next support I see is a line I have in at 423.30. Under that, watch for a crack down to 421.80. Under 421.80, watch for a move down to 420.50. 420.50 normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 418.50 area. And under 418.50, I have a line in at 417. Ultimate low of day at 417. On the way up, over 427.75. Watch for a pop up to 431. 431 normal high of day. Ultimate high of day over 431. 430.50 to 431. Watch for move into 432.50. 432.30 area for your ultimate high of day. All right, here we go. Boom, and bam. All right, plays I like at the bell. I like a lot of these plays to pop or drop at the bell. They're all really tight. Let's see if we get hand-in-hand action. But my favorite one, of course, are going to be those three in a row. Google, Meta, and Microsoft. Really feel those plays could get some really good movement today here at the bell. So keep an eye on those. Those are going to be my favorite three at the bell. Meta for that crack back on down under that 705 area. That has good short potential written all over it. Going back over to Google, same thing. Shorting back under pre-market low, and that's 348 mark. And then, of course, Microsoft really has no charting under 421. So those are my favorite plays at the bell. Keep your eye on those. Otherwise, sit back and wait for charts to come to you. That's what I would be doing in the large cap sector. So watch for those shorts from Microsoft, Google, and Meta. For small caps at the bell, I'm not looking at any of them as of right now for a good move. There's nothing really pretty. Fuse, Fatten could be ones you keep your eye on after the bell. NPT, of course, for crazy, stupid movement could be fun. I'm not trading that play today. It just has too much up and down volatile movement instead of just straight up movement, which I like on those supernova plays. So for small caps, sit back and wait. Let's see if we have a runner for the day. All right. All right, any questions you guys have? Any questions at all from you guys? Anything? Let me know. My favorite play at the bell is going to be Microsoft, although it's already popping apart off 421 now, a $2 bounce play. It does look like Google's the one to get that crack out of the bell, though. I will say that. So keep your eye on Google there out of the gate. It does seem like that one wants to give its gains back right away. I will say the one that does look like it wants to crack out of the bell there is Google. Meta popping up off the bounce, off the short area. Meta's bouncing up. Microsoft bouncing up. Google looks like it wants to crack ASAP. All right, sweet, 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 sweet. All right, here we go. What's up, T-Web, J-Web, what's up, Boathy? Yeah, NPT, not touching that ugliness. Fatten, not going to touch it either. It's ugly. SNDK at all-time high at the bell. SNDK, let's go take a look at this real quickly. SNDK. Yeah, this looks like it wants to squeeze through 700. I know we talked about this yesterday. About getting 800. It might get there. I forgot Nath, I think, was the one that asked about it. And I was like, man, this might get to 800. You know, as big as this moved here recently. This does look like it wants to squeeze and pop here at the bell with this ascending, look to it. I wouldn't short this until it cracked under this, this uptrend channel, 680, maybe around 677. You can look for, your reversal candles, your yellow candles or whatever. I just would be careful trading those with large caps a lot of the time because these things can get crazy volatile, I've noticed. So just be careful trading that. Especially these crazy moves that, that are up $600 now to $700. I like SNDK there as a mover some days. Some days it doesn't really move that much. Some days are pretty nice and then some days are just really, really choppy, right? So I've just noticed that a lot with large cap tickers. Like this right here is ugly. Like that's absolutely an ugly charting day. You're kind of all over the place. But I do feel this play is going to squeeze here at the bell. We'll see if we get the reversal though. 700, some strong resistance there. What we see a lot of the time too is it looks like it's going to squeeze, doesn't, turns red. We get sell off from scared traders and we make this little red to green move and U-shape back on around or V-shape back around. Does just seem poised boathy to just squeeze through 700 and there you go. There's some poppage. So just had that pop written all over. At least it looked like it was going to pop there at the bell. All right, taking a quick break, team. I'll be right back. All right? Let me get my quick little break in. I'll be right back. Let me get my hat. Microsoft team! I'm jumping in this bitch. I'm in it already. Look at Microsoft, baby. Let's fucking go. I don't know if any of you guys got the Microsoft short with me. Let's fucking go. Mega banking here out of the gate. Mega banking here for Microsoft. Super banker right here, team. Super fucking banker on Microsoft. Absolutely amazing here. Let's fucking go. I'm going to start scaling out of this play right here. Going to start scaling out of this. What a banger. Microsoft there. Let's fucking go. Let's go. What a banging move right here out of the gate. Let's fucking go. Fuck yes. Let's fucking go. Yeah, send already. Fucking god dang it. Let's fucking go. Fuck yes. Let's fucking go, Microsoft. Fucking go, baby. Fucking let's go, baby. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go, baby. Let's fucking go. 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 Go, baby. Go, baby. Go. Let's fucking go. Anyone get in on Microsoft with me? Did anyone get on Microsoft, team? Anyone? Bonkers move right here, team. Big ass move right here, team. All right, I'm out mostly everything here, team. I'm out mostly everything right here, team. Woo! Let's fucking go! Fuck yes, sir! All right. Average entry price for me is at $419.20 on the shares. $419.20 on the shares. And I am right now in at 382 or 382. Yeah, 382 for the contracts. 382 for the put contracts. Fucking baller. Called this out. Let's fucking go. Microsoft, I hope you got it. Microsoft, I hope you got it under 421 all the way down to 416.50. This looks like it may soak down for more. I'm in puts. I'm in puts right now. I'm in Friday's expiration date 420 puts. I'm also in short right now. I'm still in 55 shares short, and I still have 2 contracts on the put side here as this has dumped down, baby. Banger trade here at the bell. Come back down into the 4. Oh, it's getting so close into the 416s. Get back down to the 416s. Go down to the 415s for me already. Give me one more crack back here for Microsoft. Let's fucking go. Give me one more crack back here, baby. Give me one more crack back here. Give me one more crack back. Come on. You know you're coming down anytime soon. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. One more down. One more down to the 415s. 418 will be the stop loss. 418 will be the stop loss. I'll just cut it back over that. Come on, give me one more here. Still in 55 shares short. I'm still in 2 contracts on the put side as well. Seeing if we get the pull back under 416.50 here. Come on, we need to get back under 417 though. 418 will be the stop loss. Lock up 5 here. All right, down to 50 shares here, team. Down to 50 shares. I'm going to scale out the last 50, 10 at a time, especially if we start cracking away. I'll flatten if we get back over 418. Same thing with the 2 contracts. I got 2 contracts. I'll scale out 1 at a time below 417, or flatten if we get back above 418. Woo! There we go. 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 Down to 1 contract, 40 shares. 1 contract and 40 shares. I'm going to sell 10 more shares right here, right as we crack the new lows. We're not really cracking a new low, so I'm going to sell 10 more, or a buyback, I should say. Scale out 10 more here. There we go. Hit new lows. Come on. Still in 30 shares in one contract. 30 shares in one contract right now. 30 shares in one contract. Fuse is getting the pop-up, by the way. Fuse is getting that pop-up. We did hit new low of day right now. Did just hit new low of day at 1643. I don't know if we're going to get any lower than that. I'm going to go ahead and sell there. I just scaled out 10 more. I'm down to 20 shares in one contract. I'm keeping that one contract in for now. Scaling out as we hit new lows there. Hit one contract in new lows. Got out about 30 shares there at low of day. So again, so far about almost a 4-point or 3-point mover for me. 3-point mover for me. Didn't get filled right away because it just started cracking right there out of the bell, which we wanted it to. Come on, one more crackback. You know you want it here. Give me the 415s. I want 415 so bad here. I'm going to almost want to sell that contract right here and get out of it. I am, actually. Selling the contract. I'm out of my options. Out of my options, just holding the shares right now. Don't want that theta to start burning against me. Expiration date is tomorrow. I would rather sell it in the 416s versus it pop back up and stop me out over 418. Take the profit there. Oh, here she goes. She may be cracking back down for more here soon. Come on, baby. Give it to me. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Crack it on down. Crack on down now. Crack on down now. Crack on down now. Crack on down now. There's new low of day. I'm going to start. I have 20 shares left, team. I'm going to start scaling out 5 at a time. At new lows here. Baby, baby, baby. We got us a mover today. Got us a mover today. Got us a mover today. All right, I'm still in this team. 15 shares. It just hit new low of day. Holding those 15 shares just in case we do get a little bit lower. Merlin, you have water over there. Stop doing that lick thing. It's like he does, like, you know, like, it almost sounds like he's thirsty. He's like, I'm like, dude, you have a water bowl right beside you. Woo! New low of day. Give me 415s, baby, 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 baby. Go, baby. I told you we'd see the 415s. Let's fucking go. Down to 10 shares here, team. I'm going to scale out the 10 shares, 2 shares at a time. Let's see. What was my best exit so far today? Best exit so far today is 415.88. 415.88, baby. 415.88. 415.88. Let's fucking go. come on. Give me the 415s again. There we go. There we go. 415.88 again. 415.88 again. I just hit it again. Literally. I saw right as the top left hand corner. It shows you where you're when you get out what the price is. All right, team. I'll be right back. Let me get a hat. I'll be right back in here. Okay. Let me get a hat and I'll be right back in here. Let's see if this doesn't dump down even lower. Trying to get a quick sell-off here at the 415 mark. Here we go. Here it comes. There goes some more. Let's fucking go. Murdo. 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 T. Myself caught a baby move on the for the dollar menu, and there you go, McD's for lunch. There you go. Hey, a little something, something, though. A little something, something. I like it. All right, so 415.88, 415.88, 415.95, my best exits. Was trying to get that new low of day moved down, and I did press sell, but it just didn't quite give me the low 415s there. So we'll see. Regardless, I still got 415 exits, which is nice. So far, 2K day. Not really up a lot. On the 6 shares, only up 20-something bucks, but it's just now about getting those low exits. It's just really about getting those low exits and just seeing how long you can hold those 6 shares. Absolutely amazing banger trade right there, team. First 15 minutes a day just right here with Microsoft. PLTR, talked about that too. Watch for some profit taking at the bell. Not surprised there. What a move, though, team. What a move. What a freaking move. Oh, yeah, let me put the camera on. I forgot I even had the camera on all morning long. Boom. There we go. Repping some USA. Got the FDN Fire Department of New York shirt on. Got the hat on over here. NGL opinion. Let's go to NGL. I'll go to the big chart. Woo! Nasty, brother. That's nasty right there out of the gate. Awesome, Dad. Trying to eat. You love when it gets hard and you have to really suck to get it going again. This is really low volume, Myron. It's hard for me to alert NGL. For small caps, I'd be going over here to Fuse, to Fatten. I would have traded Microsoft with me. Sorry, I'm just having smoke today. I want to smoke. I would honestly be looking for a bounce play, Myron, at 245 into 230. 245 to 230. Or you can use our line from yesterday in this 265, 270 line for a bounce play because we just ran to 320. I would be looking at Fuse. I would be looking at a play that has volume and good candles. This just does not have either of those. Does not have good candles nor volume at all, right? It's very low. Spread on this is going to be pretty nasty too. So yeah, see 14 cents and there's no movement. So I'm just telling you, NGL, I would not trade it. I would honestly stay away from trades like NGL. See a lot of downside. Yeah, I just can't with these charts. I haven't looked at them enough. I can't. I called out Microsoft. Meta went up. Google did go down. I was right about it. Microsoft as well. Those that I can predict and I feel like I have an edge toward. That's where I'm at. I just don't look at these enough to say I have an edge here. I would say this is most likely gets hung up at 10.15 to 9.40. I know it's popped up a lot today, but then a lot of the time when I see charts like this, at least from what I remember, this huge move up and this crack back on down, and then we just sit here. And so then you can see where the orders are coming in at too as well. You can see 1197, 1208, 1213. We're all over the place with the spread. I would be careful with those trades. I would just be careful with those. Oh, come on already. Come on and hit. Because once this thing hits, this thing's a ripper. And it tastes like grape. It's so tasty. Dang it, come on. Dang it. Come on, Microsoft, go down for more. This looks like it's going to be my only trade of the day so far. Small caps are slow. Even Justin over in the Discord saying, man, small cap market is very slow today. After last week, and you see this from time to time, you think the next week's going to be a barn burner, and I figured it would too, but then you'll see this from time to time where last week was so hot, from Friday before last with BNAI through this last Friday with ELPW. Small cappers are just like, whew, they're famished, they're exhausted. They need a little bit of a break. Myron, where did I tell you to go? Myron, where did I just tell you to go to for a play? And there's already 10, 15 cents, Myron, with no spread. Oh, come on. Yeah, fuse, baby. Well, that's what I'm talking about. HCHL. Not bad here. Max, not bad. Nice little squeeze up. We're halted up here, so we do have one runner out of nowhere. Probably no news on it. Exactly. HCHL, weird name there. Doesn't have a lot of charting to hold this play down, as you can see here, Max. So this play could really run into the twos, to be honest. So this could get a halty play. I don't see any resistance here on the daily or the 4-hour time frame until we get to these lower shadows, which could be old, support resistance areas at 230, 240, 250. Other than that, this play can fly. I don't see a lot to hold it down, honestly, on HCHL. So we'll definitely keep our eye on HCHL. I'm not going to trade it. Heck no, no way, no how, after I've just destroyed and murdered. And that's what I'm talking about there. Sell a new one there at new lows of day. 1565. 415.65 just sold a share. Let's fucking go. Let's sell it. Oh, no. I thought I was going to go down for more there. There it is. Buy back another one. 415.49. Excuse me, team. Whoa. For the win. Microsoft, baby. I told you that thing's a banger. Did you get that? Myron? I'm telling you, I know. Sam, that's what TWB, keep trying and tugging. Then eventually when it comes through, you just get like a huge rip. And then I'm good to go. Now I'm like, all right, I'm high now. I'm good. I feel great. I feel great. All right, let's buy another one back. I got 4 shares left. Let's get another one here at low of day. Woo! 415.41. Bam! Bam! Oh, we're fucking killing it today. 3 shares left. 3 shares left here. A total of... a dog hair in my mouth. A total of 19.32. 19.33 is what I'm making today. On the 3 remaining shares, I'm up $12. 12 buckaroonies. Yeah, it's crazy slow in small cap space today. Like, it's absolutely... Did anyone get the view? Myra, did you get the bounce on Fuse? Hopefully you did. Yeah, see, just... Gotta leave that alone. Gotta leave that one alone. Let's see if I get another small one here. I should have held on to that one contract. I want the 414s now. Best exit, 415.37. 415.37. Oh, here she comes. I got 2 shares left. I'm going to get another one right here. 415.18. Am I going to get one? I got 1 share left to get the 414s. I got 1 share left to get the 414s. Oh, she's almost there. Oh, and I'm down to my final share. I'm wanting the 414s. I called this down to 415 out of all my contracts, out of all my shares but one. I just want an exit in the 414s. And here she goes, just a walking down the street, singing do-a-diddy-diddy-dum-diddy-do. Hopefully you guys banked on Microsoft today. These were the days back in 23 and 24. I'd get 2 or 3 of these sometimes in a day. I almost had literally 4 out of 5 days we had this. I missed this. This is exactly how I banked 100K 6 straight months in a row and didn't lose on a Monday for 6+ straight months. Banger plays like this out of the bell, almost 2K. 1933 for me for the day. Hopefully you guys banked on Microsoft with me. Beautiful, beautiful team. I wish I wasn't. I wish I didn't get on the horn there. I probably would have really quickly got out there. I probably would have had a 14 fill. I didn't press the sell button. I didn't have it ready to trigger there. Unfortunately, I didn't have my mouse on it, so I didn't get a 14 exit yet. So I'm still holding this 1 share for the 414 exit. Stop loss for me because I'm up so much. It's only 1 share. It looks like we're about to get it here anyway. Stop loss will be back up above 417. Here we go. Give me the 414s. I'm seeing some sales in the 414s. Here we go. We're getting close. We're getting close here, team. Give me one more move down there. I want a good, solid move into the 14s. I don't want to get fucked up in the spread there and I get filled at like 415.04. I want this to fully flush down into the 414s. Give me 414.80s, 70s, somewhere in there. Not the 1490s. Come on, AMD. I mean, come on, Microsoft. Come on, give me new low of day. And as soon as I see new low of day, I'm selling this 1 share or buying this 1 share back. I got 1 share left to get out here, team. 1 share to get out here. Let's see if I can get down a little bit lower. New low of day. There it is. 14.97 with the spread. 414.97 with the spread. Absolutely. I'm out. I'm done. Out. Almost 5 points on that move right there. Exits there at the end, and I'm just scaling out. And I'm scaling out 5 share. When I started going down to 5 shares, 1644, 1588, 1588, 1595, 1565, 1549, 1541, 1537, 1518, and 1497. I held those remaining shares there. 10, was that 20 shares or so? Yeah, somewhere right around 20 shares. 20 shares. Scaled out 20 shares from 1644 to 414.97. Bangers. Banging it, team. Banging it, team. Beautiful move there. Beautiful move. Beautiful. Let's see here. On the day for Microsoft, 1933. 1933 on the day. 1933 on the day for Microsoft. Hell yeah. Got out pretty much so far at low of day. Oh, there it goes, Max. So there you go. Like I said, this is the one runner. There's your one runner. Microsoft may go down for even more. Microsoft may go down for even more. HLCL, or what is it? HCHO, whatever. Fat Double B the other day. We got Fat, and these guys just can't run. They're too fat. Fat bottom girls. Look, make the... Oh, okay, where's Myron at? Myron, look at the bounce play. Told you guys this is where to go to. Max could have taken it. T-Web, you could have taken it. Both of you could have taken it. Anyone listening to him, you could have taken it. I wanted Microsoft. I stayed on it. It's my banger trade of the day. I don't care about trying to get the small bounce play here. No offense on Fuse. But if you're looking to go small caps and you're looking for a trade, there you go. Now, is it a banger? No. But still 15, 20 cents. And I know, Myron, you love those. So, Myron, I hope you got it. It was right after Myron. I was hoping you got it, is my point. Because I said, don't trade this trash right here. I said, go over here. I put a line in for a reason. Take a bounce play here, 265, 270. Could have a 265, 267 fill. Boom, now you're up 20 cents. And looking for this to possibly pop up for more. That was banger. Absolute bang city. Bang diddly bang bangs. Well, Microsoft was. Small cap, excuse me, just dead today. Small caps just absolutely dead today. I think NPT is halted up again, so we'll put excuse me, team NPT over here. This play is now it is live with a gap down. I'm not touching NPT. Not touching it. All right, any last questions? I am going over to the TTP live stream. It is Tuesday already again. Woo! Yikes. HCL, whatever. Yowza. I'm telling you, team, this is just ugly in small caps today.
Market's coming down now.
Ugly today in small caps. What is the, do we have a, earnings challenge for the day? I was like, when did they update that? After the closing price of the day. Let's see here. So you have to enter. You can't do it in. Okay, remember aftermarket. Why I don't. I need to ask about the challenge 4. Maybe I have to sign up for the thing below. Maybe that's what it is. I have to sign up now. Okay, cool. And then, oh, okay, I got you. So that's what I need to do. I need to sign up for this then in a second. Keep forgetting to sign up. I don't see anything in small caps. Anybody else? Myron, Max, T-Web, anyone that's out there listening, any questions, any stocks you want to go over? Are we missing anything? I don't think we are. Sorry it's so dead, guys. I know it was more fun last week. I really think Microsoft's about to crack down for more, really. Gee golly. Holy moly of Moses. Anywho, any questions you guys have? Anything you want to go over? Any stocks? But again, yeah, sorry it's slow. I'm not surprised. You know, we have this from time to time where we just get so over the top crazy. And we really were Thursday and Friday with TCGL and ELPW. It got nuts there with those two runners and a couple others that ran within them. And gave you some extra sympathy, popping, pushing. Today in small caps, just slow. NPT could maybe provide for something. We saw a little bit there from HCHL. It's ugly as can be now, though. I mean, that's nasty to gap down and drop straight back down here. And, of course, look at the upper and lower VWAP band really tightening up on this play. Speaking of upper and lower VWAP band, that's why I feel even I would not be surprised if Microsoft, by the time the TTP stream is done, 2 hours from now, and it's down here below 414s and the 413s. And that's one of those things where eventually that's why I was trying to hold just even some remaining shares as long as I could, because this does have Dumpacito written all over it. You're good. I know you're a good girl. And you, come here. Ruth, get up. Ruth, up. Ruth, up. Ruth, up. Ruth, get up. Let her lay with you. Come on, all right. Now, Ruth, get up. Ruth, come here. Come here, Ruth. Come here, Ruth. Get up. There we go. There we go. Right there. She's not going to do anything. She's not going to do anything. Chill. Right there. Chill, girls. Lay down, girl. Lay. Good girl. I mean, I'm gonna. Jesus, here it goes. Well, here it goes already, man. But yeah, Microsoft. God, that hurts a little bit. Beautiful move though. Microsoft, beautiful move. Microsoft, beautiful dumper. Good girl, Rooster. Good girls. You're okay. You're fine. Get comfortable with your sister right there. Hi, team. Heading over to the TTP live stream. Any questions you guys have, let me know. You're ready to rock and roll. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right. Let's see. My name is Josh Smith. My email is there. Oh, all right. So AMD. It's today's. I need to do this. I'll do this with you guys here in a little bit. We should all do this together today, team, and see exactly what do we think. Predict the closing price. Predict the daily closing price. Closing prediction wins. Okay, which is weird because I'm like, is this so? It's before earnings, so I'm just supposed to guess the price before earnings actually comes, huh? Okay. Good girl, Roo. You're such a sweet girl, Rooster. You good, Myron? Max, I'm guessing everybody's good. Again. Great plays today were the shorts out of the gate. I said Meta, Microsoft, Google were my top 3 plays all looking for cracks and all of them good. Let's see. Both these. See any potential bounce on SNDK? I'm thinking 635. I would be, okay, on days like this, both of you, I've said this for generations now. Be careful on these backside moves. Like on the way down here, if this doesn't bounce at 650, that's a whole round number. We had major support at 651, 650, this area yesterday. So if it doesn't bounce there, what's going to tell you any other play is going to bounce? So it's like literally going over to Microsoft. Going over to Microsoft right here and say, well, AK, where's the bounce going to be at? I think we should be... You should have went short. No offense, but you should have went short. Why weren't we short here on this reversal? This is a good crack. This is a bear flag. Bam. There is literally 20 points right there. That's what you need to start telling yourself when these plays are so far down like this. Because momentum starts to take over and you're running right in front of a freight train. Truly. When you're getting in with these big dogs, that have tons and tons of money and tons of shares, like we've talked about, Adrian Mann's going in this 500 shares, and that's small. He might be going in 1,000, 2,000, some people, So, and in allotments, it's not all at once, but this is freight train material. You don't want to step in front of it. It's go like saying like Microsoft, let's go for a bounce play. Well, good luck. We can try to find one, but I would rather you stay away from those kind of plays. Oh, it's okay. Okay, cool. Then see, both of you, I'm just saying on days like today, leave that kind of stuff alone. If it's, it's trying to bounce here at 650 in that line I was just showing you in at from a couple days ago, and it should bounce here. And if not, like if it doesn't bounce here, then what's going to say it's going to bounce anywhere else? And then I would just take the short for more continuation on down, like I teach you guys. If that lower VWAP band, just like with Microsoft, starts to go down, and it just chases into it. And we will continue to chase into that lower VWAP band, decides to flatten out, and you'll go across the board 3-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute time frame. So just be careful, my man. I've just had so many people have eaten shit trying to trade, trades like this on days that it just goes, like I've had this since 22, 23. We started looking at large caps somewhere in there. I can't tell you how many times, how many people. Where's the bounce at? Blah, 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 blah. Man, I'm and they kept trying to bounce it, and I'm like, man, if you're already 0 for whatever, anyway. But just stay away. Stay away. Slow day sitting on my hands. Yeah, bounces. That's how it was. Good. Yeah. And see, just take the short. Stay on the momentum side of things. Momo's your friend. Trend's your friend. So I would just be careful with bounce plays. I would go for shorts. I'm taking my short and running with it today. I'm not even touching the small. Small caps are absolutely hideous today. Absolutely ugly. So, I went with large caps because it was very easy to see where these plays were going to go to. Like literally, like I said, Microsoft is probably going to hit now 412s. At least the low 413s is what it looks like it's about to head down to. So, you're already talking right at this point, $7 mover about to be, and that's not a lot. Microsoft, for Microsoft it is. Of course, for plays like SNDK isn't. So that's why I'm saying, hey, you can get another 5, 7, 10 points just going short here versus trying to find that bounce. All right, got it, both of you? All right, I'm going over to the TTP live stream. You guys have a good one. I will see you all back here as soon as I'm done.
Of course, sir.
It's funny, Kevin Avery is still live right now. I wonder what Kevin's doing. Well, Low shows he was live anyway. Oh, he just got done streaming live. Okay. I was like, it's slow in small caps. How he's still streaming? I was like, what was he looking at? It's like nothing. Look at NPT's the only thing decent. I saying it's okay. It's not that great. All right, cool. I'm gonna leave the audio up so you can listen in with us over there. So you have some kind of audio on my live stream as well, but it will be the TTP's live stream audio. Yeah, both. It's just, don't go against the crazy move down. Like I said, just for years I've had people ask that. Like, usually does not result too well. There are some plays where every once in a while, but I mean, it was just like, there was like, I'll never hear this. This is when I first started looking at large caps in 2022. And everyone had already kind of had a head start on me. And there was one day I came over and it's just pure charting. And I was like, this play is going down to 3. It was when the 300s was nuts. I was like, this is going down to 362. Deck was it was one of those days it was crashing away. Back then even it was a big day, like a $10 day. This is in 2022, which is crazy. And it was in which we were just like, oh my God, when's this going to bloodbath end? And how low are we going? This is when we're having that pullback into the 300s back in 2022, and everyone's just like, he tried to take a bounce play though, and it just was killing him. I'm like, guys, don't get it. Like, this is going down to 362, and I mean, back in the day, this is when like we had a lot of big names over there. You just don't see anymore. You don't have those forever names anymore over there, but. Back in the day, I could mention people like Skychimp or, Silverback or Zach Hopper or Alex Vaughn, or there are a lot of names that people, they're recognized as good traders. Anywho, I'll never forget Skychimp that one day had to call me. He's like, dude, how'd you know? And it went right to 362, like a magnet. I was like, how'd you know? Like, how'd you find that? And I like he thought I had some magical answer. I'm like, no, it's just. And he was like, oh, he thought I was going to tell him something new. I'm like, no, it's just me and my charting. I was like, oh, he's like, oh, it's like, oh, I should have expected that. I was like, no, I just come over and I see what you guys are looking at. Because that was when I have to go back. I would say that was August, September, somewhere in there. August, September of 2022. And it just made me feel good because all these people that were like, oh, they are all wrong. And I was like, here's where it's going. Watch. And it went right to it. And I was like, that was when, of course, that my charting was really just starting to amplify. Anywho, but that was like one of the first times I remember that where people were like, where's the bounce? Where's the bounce? Where's the bounce? I'm like, I wouldn't bounce this. This is like, and I'm like, I am the bounce trader. Like, no offense, but back then, especially like even to this day, like I am the bounce expert when it comes to like TradeCaster. I was the bounce expert. I'm like, I'm not touching that. I don't see no bounce nowhere. Y'all go ahead and have fun with that shit. And so then it just from then on, people just for the most part, it's 50-50 or worse, and that's not good trading odds. So yeah. All right, heading out. Go join the guys over at TTP. Love you guys. Again, sorry it's super slow in small caps. It's just going to be that way, I think. I was expecting this, honestly, before BNAI. Remember, because that Thursday into Friday morning of a week and a half ago, that Friday with BNAI that went bananas really more so in after hours, which was crazy. That set the train off for last week, but I thought that Thursday heading into Friday, I'm like, here we go. We're about to head into earnings here. This is when we usually slow down for small caps. It's about to get slower. And I've already kind of noticed that. Remember, if you heard me saying, remember, it was like these plays aren't holding up anymore. They're spiking, but they're giving back at after hour, or they're giving back in power hour. Now they're starting to give back at lunch or even earlier. Nothing's holding. Well, BNAI changed that Friday before last and not only held all day long, but went bananas crazy in after hours. That set the tone for last week and the crazy runners we had. Now we're finally what I thought we were going to get last week, which is a and it starts to really die down here. Really starts to die down. Yeah, you got it both. Yeah, it just goes back to the memory brain, the brain and the memory of what I've had to deal with in the past. That's just how stock trading is. You got to remember these things so you can start to trade them or remember them or what to do and what not to do, etc. We put HG, whatever. This is terrible. NPT will put this on top watch, being that it's the only one really running back up to the VWAP and giving some movement for the day. I don't like it. It's not one I would like to trade, but it is something that's moving. Fuse is your other one, but it's not doing anything. And of course, anything else that moved today, it just really couldn't get off its tracks and run at all. So let's go back over to this real quickly. Let's see. Your Tire X is your top other gainer here. Tire X. That's all. That is just crazy how far this play has fallen down. I mean, Tire X. This is what Kevin Avery's play last week. I mean, this was an absolute barn burner there. Just look at this play, right? That was absolutely terrible. NPT's up. GXAI never did anything real. Oh, GXAI's trying. Okay, so GXAI is trying here. GXAI is trying. So we have GXAI trying. Fuse is done. Let's unlight that. And INLF is moving down. JBDI. Okay, that's nasty. That's absolutely ugly. And then then it just really starts to head down into the 20s there, and nothing really is moving. Nothing really moving so far. So what we'll do is we'll put the SPY over here. That's had a good crack back on down as well. So we'll keep the SPY on watch. We got Microsoft on watch. GXAI is your one small cap mover. That's not too bad. Other than NPT. NPT would be your other one. All right, team, I'll hand over to the stream. I'll see you guys back here when I'm done. 2 hours with him in about an hour and 45 minutes. As soon as I'm done and off the live stream with him, I'll, of course, hop back on the mic for a quick sec with you guys and give us that recap before we get into lunch.
found fascinating was if you looked at a time frame such as like the month, it was up 9%. Up 9%.
Yeah, it's still up 150% this year or in a year. Like it's to get a 30% pullback. So
doesn't that go to show you? That goes to show you people just are there. And what we've seen in small caps, I will say, traders, we're going to jump into it in a little bit. EDBL, it looks like it may resume here in 20 seconds or so. And I'm in this short, so I got to focus here a little bit. I plan on scaling out half, covering some. If the resume price is accurate, I'm seeing 521.
EDP. I'm watching this with bated breath too because I'm in the risk team pending mode, Kevin, because of the hangover, the systematic hangover. So we'll chat about that once you're covered here.
Okay. EDBL opened up, took half off. Again, 6.6 average. I don't really want it back up to 6.6, so that'll be an additional stop. Let's see if it's going to keep.
Yeah, I doubt you see that, my friend. Have you seen small caps today? It looks like a dumpster burning down a street. I mean, it is absolutely about the ugliest day. And yeah, so there you look at her. Probably going into another halt down almost there. It is.
All right, another half off. I got 50 left. Just going to kick back. Josh style, like the TCGL trade. Just going to kick back.
Breaking news, BLDR. Trump headline here for housing. BLDR.
Or the Trump homes. Yeah.
So this is really spiking, guys. I mean, the 15 to 123 and a straight move up, right? This is what we mean by buy program. You see how there's no bid action? You don't even get any higher low broken yet. I'm looking for a pullback. I'd love to play this, but this might actually cause nail to get the lift and things like that. So you could look at maybe the home builders. Yeah, look at the nail trade, right? So really,
yeah, I'm reading about it because there's a couple involved here. So Lennar, Taylor Morrison, a handful, and yeah, they're looking to build 1 million Trump homes. I don't know what the difference between Trump home and normal home is, but it'll be a Trump home. So
it will be more than likely a home that cannot be bought in by investors or something like that. I got to do a little bit more digging in there, but that's what he's been mentioning a lot of, right? How there's these companies like Progress Residential that I sued the crap out of, so we can pat ourselves in the back. We sued the crap out of that company. But yeah, Progress is one of those companies. American Homes for Rent, and that's actually a trading like a stock that you guys can be trying to get after. I think it's AMH. Yeah, AMH. So you see this is going down off of this headline. This wouldn't be the normal thing that you would think, but this is how you know news and know relationships and can make money, guys. So it's not always, but you got to understand the relationships.
Yeah, Tack asking. Yeah, I got my CMT in 2020. 5 years or so. Edible. Is that tanking again? Oh yeah, halted down. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're
see it zero.
I saw your your post on Roblox. I saw that too. That was absolutely hilarious.
But Cleveland.
We don't get political in here. We don't want to alienate half the audience. So, EDBL lower. And Josh, what are your thoughts on? Like PBM, yesterday went into it did the reverse split like EDBL and just halted up 4 or 5 times, right? And then I was thinking maybe EDBL can follow suit here today. It didn't, and nothing's really held up like you said thus far. But we have seen a few different halts. The last few days have been just halt after halt after halt.
I'm gonna cash here, guys. Just gonna cash here.
Small cap. Haven't traded small caps today. Stayed away from them. I'm out of it, but I took Microsoft on the short side. Got about 5 points out of that today. She's now hit new low of day. My short alert was under 421. Hasn't been under 421 in weeks, in months. And when you haven't been under 421 or any level in weeks or months, and you crack it, 9 times out of 10, I'd say, you can wave goodbye as she dies on down. And she has died on down today. So Microsoft's been my baby today. And Meta was another one. I didn't trade it. That was another one that here she goes on down. Of course, it helps out when you get some SPY movement to go with it. And SPY is now crocking away to new low of day. So I've been in large caps. I haven't traded small caps today.
There's that EDBL halted again.
Yeah, I had a feeling it was halted again at some point. Yeah. Trash. Trash.
You guys can focus on changing the charts there for that. We'll talk about that. I'm gonna go make some more money, man. I'm having a hot week, dude. I'm trying to keep it hot. Let's go.
We keep those emotions in check.
Love that.
Right?
The idea is don't oversize, Theo. Don't oversize. That's what I've been doing, and what I've been doing is just what I'm essentially day trading my swing trades. That's all I'm doing, dude. That's why I'm doing well, because I'm focusing on my swings, and if I don't swing it, I'm day trading it.
Yeah, it's one of those moments. The second you feel like Superman,
it's been a good week, dude.
You take her back. You go.
It's been a good week already.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys see Julong yesterday? Let me pull that up.
Oh, what was this one?
Hang on. Yeah, JLHL. Oh, yeah, that's what I posted. I said, I sent that to you, Josh. Are you Julong or are you Jew short yesterday? Julong or Jew short? Yeah, Julong, Jew short yesterday. This was, that was madness. Again, this is like the Chinese thing. Yeah, that there's no pattern there. But essentially what I was telling the chat is the last few days with ELP W, we had ELP W, Elong. Dude, what is up? So Julong, and then we had Elong. Let's pull that up. That was a few days ago. That went from like the
Friday.
dollar liquidation, to $15. Yeah, that was nasty. And then the day before that was TCGL, which is now in that H11 that we were discussing. And so, but all those happened like right at 10, and so that's why even today I'd be mindful of that. Like, what's starting to get that hype right now? It was none of the pre-market gainers were really moving. I mean, yesterday Fuse tried to hold up slightly. That was one of the gainers, and right now 3-2 looks like 3-2 is holding up there on Fuse.
Yeah, I traded that yesterday. It was good bounce plays yesterday. It held up for a while, but yeah, you can just after all that craziness from last week. We had a little of that sketchy Asian Chinese plays yesterday. I wasn't touching any of that, but it's definitely which we get this, and I thought it was going to happen last week. I think it would have happened last week if it wasn't for BNAI, and I talked about that literally is what I was just talking about. I got off my live stream Friday before last. If you go back to that Thursday, we were going live a couple of Thursdays ago. It was a little bit slower. Friday into pre-market was slower, and then we had BNAI to have a pretty good day. And it held its gains and went bananas in after hours that Friday. That set the tone for last week. But my point being, that Thursday before last, I'm going, man, here we are. We head into earnings. This is usually when the small caps kind of slow down a little bit, and then everyone kind of moves over to the earnings and looks at them, moves away from small caps a little bit in February, and I think we're about to get that now.
Well, we talk about it all the time. If you can get the volatility in the big caps, they're going to get the volatility in the big caps because more liquidity, all that kind of stuff. So you notice this swing happen all the time where, in April when everything was selling off, there wasn't any of these crazy small cap plays because you could play Nike and have it move 10% a day. And yeah, when you get after earnings season, everything dies off and people are kind of itching because stocks aren't moving around the way they want. They'll hop into a Julong or whatever the heck that name was.
Here's GITS. This is an interesting name too, guys. GITS is a play that is on a multi-day trend. This is over the course of the last week. Multi-day trend here, and it's kind of heavy on it right now. The last few days has spiked off of it, but one to keep on the back burner. It's one that was alerted on X and Discord this morning too, just to see if this play can hold up. We're going to review all the tickers from the prior week, so you guys are going to get those and be made aware of them in Discord and X. So just keep those on watch. Another one I really like was Cat X. Now we were doing this was last Thursday, I believe. Yeah, this one I'm in a short in, and the reason for it is, which is holding up. It is holding up right now, but Cat X did an offering at $3.79, about, I think, a couple $100 million worth of an offering at $3.79. And she's a little inflated here from 260 to 5.4, but it's holding the previous close. It's holding 5 real well. My stop's in the 5.6s. I'd like this to pretty much gravitate towards this intrinsic value, as Mr. Buffett would say. Some of you may have heard of him. Oftentimes with offerings, that's likely to happen. I'm thinking like CRVS. This is a larger cap play, CRVS. But this one I was shorting as well. But the time frame was off. Like Money Mitch said, the sizing and the time frame, those are the most important things. What we've seen in small caps, at least recently, has been liquidation events. And you've seen that in crypto and in large caps. And of course with the gold and silver. It's just what time frame are you working? Because Nas and I were just discussing silver's up on the month. Like, how are you read on that? Well, it's because, I mean, maybe you bought at the top, right, as it's circulating the news, or just make sure you do not.
For you.
It's just the oversizing. It's always oversizing that gets people in trouble. And so that's what you see, especially in small caps. And the big players know this. And that's why everyone gets capitulated. Everybody tries to go in too heavy, too quickly, and their stops are too tight. And so there's liquidity everywhere. So I get tired of hearing that people are like, okay, they're after me. They're after me. They don't have to be. 90%ers make it too obvious. You're too heavy, and you put your stops way too tight. That's how 90%. Not you as in the trade the pool fam, but you guys know what I'm saying. As most people do.
No,
that's what
it is the trade the pool fam, dude. Don't lie to them. Tell them the damn truth, man. That's what it is. Pay attention. Pay attention.
They're green. Do we run polls in here? They're 70% green. They're always green in here.
It's just what it is, guys. You got to learn.
Yeah, just like Twitter.
These are the tricks, dude. These are the tricks. But I will tell you that regardless of it is hunting, but it exists. So stop running away from it, understand it, and capitalize. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Like you can either fight it, you can be tinfoil hat, you could be the opposite, say it doesn't exist. Just understand it and capitalize. Right? That's it. Don't make it more than that. Understand it and make the money. Because at the end of the day, what are we here for? We're here to make money. We're not here to be scientists. We're not here to be right. We're here to make money. You know?
That's huge. Not here to be right. That's it. Not here to be right.
It's not about being right. Like really, that's just an ego thing, right? That's an ego thing about being right. It's more about making money, right? That's why you even see me right now like, oh shit, where's the money? Where's the money? Because there's so much money to be made right now. And I'm missing out on some of it. You can't be mad about it because you're not going to get it all. But there were so many setups that I had going into Sunday that worked out perfectly that it's one of those days where, you know, there's some people struggling when you should be cashing. This is what we need to be focusing on as traders. How do I keep cashing? How do I stay focused? How do I stay driven in the right themes and understand what's going on in the market, right? So you got to do the work, man. Yeah, you got to do the work.
Got to do the work. Man, this fuse, it's like picture perfect kind of trade. This was the only play yesterday really that held up. Like Josh was saying, he was buying the dip on this one. It seemed like, you know, going into today, maybe it holds, but it popped right up to resistance yesterday. This is a great edge to trade, guys. The overbought play popping up towards resistance, 3-2, Magic 20 holds up, and she's just down a point off of that, 3-2.
Longer term play, I just want to mention it so that, you know, a little bit longer down the line, you guys can take a look to see if this is your style of trade. TTC, it's very low, but this is a robotics play that I just want to mention over the next couple of months to keep an eye out for. It's on a long-term breakout. It's just such low volume, but this is a robotics game, right? So keep looking into the robotics area, and this is one of the ones that I like. How did TER do? Of course, that had a nice little pullback. I think this pullback in the overall market is giving us an opportunity in this name that's pulling back after the earnings, right? So it undercut all that earnings 20% rally, and it's trying to come back.
Yep. GXAI alerted by Josh. Went to that in small cap. Speaking of robotics, just real quick, Mitch, since you mentioned that, I know we were looking at RR last week. It might be like for those swing traders out there, it might be a good dip buy opportunity where it's at because again, they collabed with Microsoft. They did an offering, but it really has given back a lot of that move. So keep RR definitely on your back burners for potential swing.
Yep. All right, guys, we'll see what happens. I did take another trade there in that WDC. I got cut out of the swing for a really tiny loss. Haircut, just an approach, try to take the shot. Then I went right back at it with the day trade account. And what did I do? I'm just looking to, size into the move. A breakdown below 280s could be that breakdown. What am I going to watch it with? I'm going to watch it with Sandusk. Sandusk shouldn't even come back to the VWAP. It should just stay down here on the pattern and wash out. We'll see what happens here. Relationship trading.
Edible opened up, taking another piece.
If this
We're
washes out,
trying
I'll
to
be
dig in
watching
here.
for if this washes out, I think the tech trade continues down, right? So that's what I'm watching also for the tech trade, right? Looking at
Jeez.
names like Sandusk to see if they're going to stop the bleed.
Yeah, I look at it and I go, I can actually bring this
This
up.
is a
but,
bleed, man. It's a bleed.
How many ATRs are we down? That's the way. That's the way I always look at it. Whether or not I want to be chasing.
There's we are right now, it's kind of interesting to see it, but I mean, we are down 2.46% from the open in technology. It's very rare do we get a 1% move, 2% move, almost 3% move. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a wipeout.
Yeah, so I look at that and I go, I don't want to chase at this point, right? I don't want to get too aggressive because, as we know, it just takes one tweet, right? One change in opinion, one Fed talk or whatever, and then we could rip back up and still be down quite a bit today, just up quite a bit from here. So when I'm looking through, I'm trying to look to see maybe potential places to take fades.
No.
Right? IWM has been holding up great. So I've been kind of the play I've been looking to take in my personal accounts for the entire day is just wait for the cues to give me some sign that the bleeding stops, and I'm just going to buy some, what is it, TNA? Yeah, it's the triple leveraged IWM because, we're down 2.5% on tech. If tech closes the day down 1.5%, that means we've had a huge rally from here, and I just buy some IWM. Instead of buying the IWM, you buy the TNA, which is a $50 name and triple leveraged, right? So I can just apply way less risk to this and take that trade. Right? But I'm in the waiting mode, Kevin, because of the hangovers. They was able to pass.
Oh, I'm so excited to hear about that.
Yeah, that and the undercuts were the two strategies I ran on that. Exclusively short, and yeah, I'm just in the wait and see. I try not to get too excited till the wait and see's all done.
Oh man,
Kevin, you still holding
that's
something
amazing.
edible? Please tell me you're holding edible.
Oh yeah. I literally have. I was in 200 from 660. I just have a tiny 25. Like I don't. Just a stop on 25. I don't care about leftover position. But kind of like your 5 shares on TCGL that made $500.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Is that
Yeah. That's
so that what do you think? It's 6 months to reopen that thing? Because I looked in
I don't know the
QMMM.
11.
QMM still halted.
Yeah.
I don't think the H11 doesn't sound like it's going to be as lengthy as the T12 though. So it may be just I don't know. It just sounds like maybe it could be a few days, weeks. It's just pending the company sending in additional information as to why there's unusual suspicious activity. So they're not being investigated currently.
That sucks so bad for the company because it literally could have been a Discord room. It could have been a group of dudes together who just looked and just said, "This is our target." Right? We'll start buying over, and for those who don't know, these things have happened literally since the beginning of financial speculation.
Yeah, this has always happened.
You buy in slowly. It's not since the beginning of the stock market even. Right?
It's the reason why chat rooms exist in the first place, right? The gurus and furus, at least.
Well, and way before chat rooms, way before the internet, way before day trading, way before you go back to tulip bubbles, right?
You get faxes.
You get 10 dudes. Way before faxes. I'd say before electricity, right? As soon as there were financial markets. Well, the candlestick patterns were made by a rice trading samurai in the 250 years ago. At this
talking Socrates
or more.
And Plato?
Oh, he was. I don't know. Well, I don't know who's inventor.
We're talking Plato trading underneath the tree and creating futures, right? That's like the story of the New York Stock Exchange, right? Things like that.
Five dudes surrounded a post.
Yeah.
1724 is when
the history lesson from Michael Noss today.
That's where the candlestick chart was created by Skataka, I think. Invented the candlestick charts. He developed in the 1750s. So he would show up every day to the rice trading exchange and he just was trying to figure out a way to capture all the price action that occurred that day, and he would draw out a candlestick pattern, and he did it for enough time. He'd go back home, and then he'd come back the next day, and he just found over time that some of these patterns seemed to have some sort of future prediction. So he'd actually go and he would buy rice, and he'd bring it home and he'd store it in his house, and then he would wait for the price to accumulate, and he'd come back to the market and he'd sell the rice again. That's where it all. And you better believe soon after this, there was a handful of these dudes getting together in a room saying, let's just, manipulate the prices, or, let's buy enough rice that all of a sudden rice gets scarce.
Or hey, it could be like back in high school when you'd get 5 or 6, 7 people kind of behind the guy, and they're going fight, and they're like buy, and just get this chant going.
Hype them up. And that I remember hearing that from guys I knew in the trader pits, right? They would get real loud, they would get real quiet, and they'd start buying, and they'd buy, and as soon as they had enough, then all of a sudden they got real loud about the last couple of shares they had to buy, because they were all loaded up, and they'd get their whole crew in, they'd start rallying and throwing papers and going crazy, and then in the meantime, the buddy across the room is just selling. He's just selling everything that. Then they go back later, and they go, let's go have a beer, right?
Yeah, been going on forever.
But
right, looking around out there, guys, to see if we still see some more further leak. A name that I'm looking at potentially trading is IREN. Everyone was expecting that to be the bounce back trade. Will this just fall off the tape today? One of the names that I'm watching, and why? The herd is long, right? And they could get trapped, right? So, starting to think that way. Got out of that WDC. Got out of that WDC trade. We're getting sand-dust that bounce. That will help the Qs. So I'd be looking for the bounce now to play in. The question is how big of a bounce you get, but I do see the bounce coming in.
I got this line in here, and I don't know why. So let's just go back. In here.
That was good, right?
Probably these prior days. Yeah. So that was this panic day low, and you can see that's been a decent area. Again, I'm in the camp of nothing ever happens, everything's chop. So just like this morning we came in and said I don't trust this rally, I also don't trust this sell-off, because you gotta, before we get too excited, we're just inside this range. Now, a solid close below this low, maybe that leads to a couple more days down, but I'm just looking at this saying, okay, well, 3 times now when we've been in this zone, nothing but buying has taken place. So do I think it's different this time? No. And because of the fact that we're already down a huge amount to get here, that makes me think that, if I was short this morning and I'm seeing that we're down into this support where there was buyers a whole bunch of times, I'm going to be covering those shorts. I'm going to be taking a little bit off the table. So who knows? Right? Anything can happen, but I'm not chasing either side.
Is the bottom in Boston beer? Likes a little bit of some Samuel Adams. Value name starting to turn there.
Your Yankee beer.
I just immediately thought about Chappelle's show and those great skits he did with the beer.
Well, I can tell you guys, as someone that's been to the Samuel Adams factory, the guy with the beard is the guy that's making the beer. Like he actually is the guy that makes the beer, right? And so that's one thing I do appreciate. It wasn't just an actor in the commercial.
Right.
I want my beer makers to have as big of a beard as possible. It should touch the floor, and that will improve the hops.
So that must mean Michael Noss could just make some amazing beer if he ever wanted to.
I have to say, if Michael Noss dipped in, he'd be a good brewery maker. If you need to make, if you get rich, my friend, and you need to move over, let me know.
I've had it in the basement, and like some the self beer kits that you can make.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I just look at so much work. It's hey, I want a beer 6 weeks from now. Let me get started today. I'm like, I just open my phone and hit a button, and some dude's gonna drop beer off at my door a little later. So I'd just rather take that route. I don't know if this matters, but House Speaker Johnson will approve moving forward with legislation today to bring end to the government shutdown. So that's a piece of looming news. I guess that is over our head. And we could see. I don't think anyone seems to care about the shutdown because I guess it's partial. So I don't know. I just haven't heard anyone talk about it, and no one really seems to care.
They threw it to the sideline real quick, man. So we'll see when they actually start caring about it. But yeah. All right, guys. I'm seeing kind of a little bit of that slowdown of the leak now, and pretty much unchanged in the last 15 minutes. You're seeing energy get a little bit of a bounce. Communication services get a little bit of a bounce. Everywhere else still in the red in the last 15 minutes. But we're starting to see a little push there. But you even saw a pullback in defensive names, telling me more and more. Yeah, it was a scary open there. Technology trying to get bounced back, but not getting much.
Some up, some down. Like Meta looking like it's going to hit new lows. My play, Microsoft up a little bit. Yeah, it's Spy looking like so. Yeah, we're still lows. I don't know. I think we still could pull back a little bit more here and crash down a little more for the day. So I just every time we get this push to 700, it's just like nope, not happening. We come right back on down. So it's interesting to see that the big boys taking their profit and then it comes right back on down every time.
Yeah. It could be a battle there, right? And it could also be profit taking, a big profit taker that wants to just continue to get out, right? When things get up there. Slowly but surely getting it exposure out.
Edible open lower traders from that little haul. CGTL was another little ticker that tried to get going, tried to get running. I'll pull that up. But yeah, small caps, Josh was all over it. It's just struggling here. I did take a short, just opened up one on AQST. This is a hangover play, just against 429s. My stop on AQST. This play has failed to break past certain resistance from yesterday's trading session. So taking the short here, we'll see if we can maybe lean into it if weakness comes into play. But yeah, CGTL halted down. I got the resume on CGTL 519. 519 on CGTL.
Yeah, it's a whipsaw action today and yesterday too as well. And then you see that slow and steady up from CGTL, whips up real quickly, whips right down. I just don't like the action. I do like GXAI. But yeah, just a lot of this in which you got the right thought process of trying to get the backside move because these plays aren't holding up, and you can see they're edible still trying to float around the $4 mark. I wouldn't be surprised if that starts seeing the threes or even sub threes. So good shorts right there, bud. That's about all you're doing today in small caps. I'd like to go long a little bit more so than these shorts. Again, like the shorts, you got to kind of stab into them, let them ride out a little bit. Like doing that.
GXAI, yeah. Your GXAI play is trying to get a bounce right here. Now that's reminding me of Fuse because it's the play of the day that's kind of holding its levels like it Fuse did yesterday. Now that play, GXAI, they're trading higher after Amazon Web Services committed to fund the preliminary development of the company's AI-powered sales coaching platform. There's a mouthful. Well, what are you still looking at there?
Refuse to lose is what I'd like to say yesterday about Fuse because it just never would crack down. Let's see. Derek says, have you guys heard about Breakside Brewing here in Portland Brewing? Beer made from beer poop. It's called Nature Calls. No joke. Wow, I've never heard of that, Derek. Nah, no offense on it. Unless it provided a lot of good nutrients that I couldn't taste, I don't think I'd ever try it.
I mean, just at face value doesn't sound appealing.
Well,
but that could be deceiving.
You can get some good nutrients from beer, right? You ever hear those monks, those German monks? They go on like these 6-month beer fasts where it's all they're allowed to have. It's these beers, but that's like a hearty stout. So it's like a beer you can chew kind of thing. But they go on like these 6 months fast. So the meme is always, right, I'm going to go be a monk so I can get wrecked for 6 months and say it's like spiritual healing. But yeah, these guys, they just go and they just every day they wake up in the morning, they grab themselves a pitcher of beer, and that's all they're allowed to have. It's just drunk for 6 months straight.
Nice. Yeah, I can't do those thick ones. I've slowly got my way into darker and darker beer, but yeah, those guys that are just like brown or pitch black, like a coffee.
Oh yeah, give me a good coffee stout. Like depends what you're doing, right? If I'm barbecuing and it's sunny outside, or I'm sitting by a beach, no, give me a nice light kind of beer and a Corona or something like that. But it's like you're at a steak. You're having a steak. At the steak, you want something dark. You want a good steak and something hearty. Yeah, all good.
Guys, it's 10:49. I can't start drinking yet. Y'all.
It depends where you are. Hey, it's 11:49 my time, so that's getting closer to noon, right?
Yeah. And that's always a good, good beer, little beer at lunch. That's always good. Just get one in you.
Drinking and trading.
It's
I don't know if that's ever.
I'm not a big wine person, but that's like wine with certain, red with certain, white with some, and they pairing those with depends on what you're having. It's kind of the same thing. Me, I'm a beer guy. Forget no offense. That's all good for the wine drinkers out there. I'll go with the beer for sure, but just could never do it. I remember back in the day, it was like back in college. That's all we had one night. And we were like, we're broke, didn't have anything, but we had an old bottle of wine. And you're kind of like going like, oh boy, well I guess it's wine night tonight. Oh, it was terrible. I was like, oh, and then like people talk about it's the different. I just don't like wine. I don't know.
All right, Josh, let's do some analysis GXAI with the dots chart.
Oh, God bless.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, how about that, Michael Noss? Who came up with the dots chart? I mean, how could you trade that? I mean, honestly, that's I don't mind an indicator maybe doing dots, but that would be hard to trade that.
Have you?
Yeah, I don't.
Have you tried maybe the area chart? That's kind of like Bloomberg.
Okay.
That's Bloomberg like.
Yeah. Mine like
I use those charts on quick like thumbnail charts.
Yeah.
So I have a screen. I use like the virtual desktops where you can have, and I just have a screen that's just it's a dashboard that you can set up in TrendSpider, and it's just a bunch of those area charts just showing, hey, this is, so I can just look and I can say okay, and it just switches from red to green, or spark charts I've heard them call. I'm like, it's up, that's down, it's sideways today, and just an overview, not something I'd ever trade off of, but just here's a little overview of what's going on.
Sometimes I think it's what can at least if you're a subjective trader, what you can kind of control your emotions with, right? That's why I think the bar chart is personally the best. But that's just my outlook, because it takes away a lot of the noise that the candles will give you. But that's just because I also am trying to pay attention to the open and the closing of the candles, and I think that's where you have a lot of edge, not in the middle of the time frame, right? Like when the stock is just going up and down, you're not really getting edge. You're not understanding the price action, right? So
Nice
bar charts
bounce
are
here
very
from
underrated.
Hughes. Just watching this again. This line was that low. If we go out of this crazy hammer day, ever since we've hit that so far, it's been bouncing. Who knows what's to come?
Yeah.
I mean, it's still early in the day, but initial sell off. If we get another rally today, then it's got to be, it's what, 1, 2, 3, 4 times in 4 days we've hit this kind of 620 area, and some buying's gone on. If you need a signal from the tinfoil hat people that just someone's protecting that price, it should be all you need. 4 days of popping out there. So we'll see. Is that a little dead cat bounce? We're just going to roll back over, make new lows. Who knows? But so far, for the last like half hour, 45 minutes, we've dug in there pretty good and looking to move higher.
Man.
Yeah, we'll see what happens on that. Definitely something to look at. What I mentioned kind of happened there. Also send us right back to VWAP, right? So now you want to see if it rejects VWAP. That's going to be a telling sign for the market, because when these names give up, that's going to be the area where you'll start to see further downside hit. I think the beta names and software got destroyed. That hasn't even bounced. Like I have like an equally weighted outlook for software. It didn't bounce at all. So if you're in a software name, for me, I'd run for the hills.
Man, this is a theme of today, Trader Small Caps. Happy Holdings. Reminds me of Try Hard Holdings. I mean, what are these people come up with these names? Happy Holdings, this ticker, $1 to $2, all the way back down. So should be mindful of that action, because we have JBDI. Let me see what the name of that one is. JBDI.
Joy Bond Day.
Yeah. Holdings. Yeah, so the interesting thing with JBDI is, I mean, I know Tuna's talking about flow rotations, huge. That's a great indicator to be mindful of, because JBDI is rotated nearly 4x as well. And GXAI, GXAI 6.54 million, and that thing's at 132 million on the day. And I know a lot of shorts that will say, look, if something's rotated that much, I'm not shorting day one. I'm just avoiding day one because
Definitely.
there's less edge with that. So just be mindful of that. But JBDI, just again, this thing tested the highs, and I just wanted to point this out real quick. Like about a couple weeks ago, JBDI, they did get a notice from NASDAQ stating that they have a deficiency of the minimum bid price rule. So just they may get delisted if they don't get re-compliance there. So JBDI, this dollar is going to be very testing for it as it tries to hold.
Copper plays doing really well today. That's an area that I do see some continued strength. Aluminum, chemicals, lumber, building materials. Of course, we've talked about building materials with the mention of builder's first resource and the Trump mentions a little bit earlier. And those are pulling back. That might give me an opportunity if we continue to rip higher, but I think I'm done for the day trading day. I had such a great trade in Cleveland Cliff. That was a close to $300 winner. After that, taking 2 hits on WDC, 1 hit on the VIX, totally down about $70 off of that. I'll take the 210 and run and just keep pushing the account forward. So
GXAI pulling back. I know Tuna just mentioned offering too, so just something to keep our eyes on. But you mentioned something really important there, Mitch, because here lately, a couple traders have come to me and they've been up, but they start taking hits, and they try to get those profits back, so they trade less high probability setups, trying to work towards and traders do this with their evals too. Like they'll try to. They focus on the target versus trading well. So when you focus on the money, of course, that ends up backfiring on you. But Mitch pointed out something, if you guys heard it, very wise there, and that is he gave back some profits. He's not seeing much else, so he's just going to take the green on the day versus try to But this is what I've had a trader reach out. He literally was up. He could have taken $10,000 from the eval he was working at Apex, and all he needed was one more $150 day, and he had it, but he was up $700. He gave it back, and then he just kept spiraling out of control from there and lost like 10 grand. Lost 10 grand from there. So
because
the spiral is real. Yeah.
It's all about understanding that when we have this number, right, that's in our head, right? And whenever you get these moments where you're just like, should I take profits? There's a reason why you're getting these urges, right? So what I always say is just establish some type of system where if you reach a certain goal also on the upside, you're also willing to take that money and run. So for me, it's very rare that I have an easy $300 trade, right? It just easy, just straight up. So what am I going to do? Take the money and run, dude. You got to understand that this market is not about always fighting things. It's more about taking the gifts when you get them. So if you get a gift and the stock just rips, you're up $10,000, you're doing yourself a disservice by not taking the gift that was handed to you. Literally.
Well, and also one thing that in the prop firm I started trading in, like the physical desk we used to sit on, they had something built into their software that I always liked. It was just called a loss from top. So the idea was every time your P&L hit a certain marker, think of like a moving average, you were only allowed to give back a percentage of that. So whatever you want to make.
Trailing drawdown.
Yeah. So, right, you say, okay, whatever I'm up at any point in the day, if I give back half of it, I'm done. So if you get up $100 and you give back $50, you're done. Get up, right? $200, you give back $100, you're done. And that's very mentally hard to do, but if you can build that in as a rule, that'd be huge, because then what you're doing is you're not capping your gains. If you're just if every trade you make is amazing, you're just killing it all day, that's fantastic, but you have that. And I know systematic traders that actually will plot a moving average on their equity curve. And the idea is that when the P&L ticks under the moving average, they shut off the system. And then they continue to kind of track it in back tests or whatever. And when it crosses back above, they're buying it. So just like, only buying a stock that's above a moving average, they're doing the same thing. So if the system is just killing it forever, they have no reason to turn it off. They're not capping their potential profits. And then as soon as they get a downtick, so I've seen a lot of traders do that for day trading, where They don't want to. There might be a day where you've got the hot hand. You're just reading the market right. You're in the right sectors, whatever it is. You want to let that go as long as you can. And then I've heard simpler rules of just, if I lose 2 trades in a row, I'm done. So they give themselves a pathway to trade all day, but they take that second loss, then they're done. So there's all these rules you can put in, but none of it means anything unless you've got the wherewithal to stick with the rules, right?
Yeah, you have to stick with the rules. And I always say that look at your average win days, right? Your average win days, not your outsized days, but your average win days, right? And if we're trying to really work, like, let's say risk and return, right? And that's what we're trying to work, right? Well, if your average win day is 300, your average loss day is, let's say, 50 or $100, right? You're essentially 3-1 on your overall return. So when you get that 3-1 or higher than 3-1, if you don't take it, you're not going to improve your statistics. So you want to improve your math behind your trading. So it should be more of a quantitative focus than more of your feelings too, right? So this is why I say I'll take that 300, right? Because if I get an average of 300 on the upside and I get that in one trade, why am I fighting to try to get 500 on that trade? Yep. That's just pushing for no reason, guys. That's pushing for greed versus understanding that, hey, I just got handed a beautiful trade. I did my job. Now, also our job is not just to take the entry, but also to take the exit. And to take the exit and take it because you made profits and you give yourself a pat on the back. You don't give a what happens afterwards. Right? I'm going to say that again. You don't give up what happens afterwards. Because that's what goes wrong with many traders, right? Like, let's say like my Cleveland Cliff trade today, right? Like I could easily look back and be like, oh no, but Mitch, you should have just stayed in it. You should have never got out. Should have just stayed in it because it went up to 1496. What really was that going to give me more, right? I got to a point where the get-in was good, and I'm going to take that money and run. I'm not going to wait for the market to take it from me. So, especially in penny stocks, dude. Selling to strength in penny stocks, I think, is always a nicer move than selling into weakness because you give up a lot of your gains. Done deal, guys.
See you guys tomorrow.
See you
tomorrow, boys. Take over.
The market's bouncing as we leave, so don't crash it on us. Thanks. Appreciate
don't break it.
Wise words there. Wise words.
Very true, very true, very true, very true. Yeah, I mean, that's why I don't trade that much. I get my 1, 2, 3 trades in a day, if that, and I wait and sit back and wait for my trades to come to me, and I know I don't give back gains doing that. By the way, like your edible trade, and I told you to hold because guess where she's going? To the floor, baby. So I hope you're still holding some edible, looking like she's...
I was thinking about sizing into it, honestly. I mean, I don't want to be greedy here, but this thing is about to go to the floor for real here.
Yeah, it's definitely cracking away. But yeah, it's just one of those things where a lot of traders, it's just what they do. It's very hard. That's why what's his face? Smoke's going to keep saying, let the robots trade. Well, what if you are a robot like myself? Huh? What if you are a robot?
Halt it down.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was about, hitting the LULD there. So yeah, it's just one of those things. You get robotic in your trading. I've said that term for years, trying to be a robot. Go to any job you've ever had in your life. Most jobs we've ever had, you can be robotic. That's why you end up not liking it because it's stale, it's boring. I do the same thing every day, and I don't like what I do. That's what you have to get in the stock market. It's stale, it's boring. I do the same thing every single day. But you're excited about it because you actually love doing this. But if you can build that mindset of, hey, if I have to treat this like my normal job. I've got to treat this like a 9 to 5. I go in, I have a certain thing I do every day when I'm at the office or whatever every job you've ever had before. People just can't get that mindset. I don't know why. It's kind of weird in my opinion. When you think about it, I get where they're coming from and why they don't get it. But then I also then go, well, how can you not? Any job you ever had, you've had a certain, like we said, you've had rules or things you had to do. You didn't just go into, like when I worked at Fogo, I didn't go in and go, all right, and eat food right off people's plates. And, oh, man, that looks good. Actually, I might have some of that too. And then just go, no, I'm going to go pour them. All right. I want some drinks. Let's go. What do you want, Kevin? You want some Makers? You want some Crown? What do you want tonight? You want some Elijah? Come on. I'm going back behind the bar. I may be waiting tables, but I'm also going to get drunk and lit, baby. No. You have rules. Like, you don't do that. So you've got to build that mentality of what did you do when you had any job you had in the past. So you had certain things, criteria that you had to abide by every single shift. Well, think about that every shift you trade, you know. And then you think
So-
about going back to school. What did you do in school? You had homework, especially grade school. You had homework pretty much every single day. Well, why are you not giving yourself homework here in the stock market? You give yourself homework. You go back over charting, you track, you journal, you back test, you do homework. You get it a little quicker. Most people don't want to do the work. They think they can just show up, look at charts, listen to someone, watch videos on YouTube, and they're going to get it within a few months. You will not get it in a few months doing that. I promise you.
I want to add something you just said. I just read it this morning a little bit, just from Mark Douglas, and he was saying that. I mean, like when you're growing up, you're told no, no, no. He's all into this, like the psychology of trading. So he's saying, like, imagine from 0 to 18, you're told no, pretty much, and then when you start trading, now you have the freedom to pretty much do what you want. But it backfires. And like you're saying, Josh, it's like if you've had jobs right in the past, there's been structure, there's been rules. And everyone who has structure with their trading is going to perform well. So there may be an exciting interview coming out here soon, guys, with we'll see, with myself and maybe Mr. Katz. Talking to him the other day on a funded interview. So where he took the seat. I got to interview him so that we as traders can hear a little bit about his story. And he was going over this as well, where like one of his biggest losses was essentially somebody kind of pushing him to go bigger. Like, you're a good trader, so let's size up. And then that was outside his comfort zone. And so, of course, like everybody, we may trade 95% of the time. We may be great traders, but there's a few percent where we can have a lapse in judgment, and we can do what's not in the best for our equity curve. That everybody has the propensity to do that. Like, we have the potential. Everybody has the potential to wreak so much chaos and havoc on our accounts. Everybody does. Nobody's beyond that. And it's not good to pretend like that. But again, it's like, yeah, growing up, that was what Mark Douglas was saying. We're all told no, no, no. And then finally, we have the freedom to do what we want. But where I was going with this, I'll end with this, and we can start looking at tickers. But essentially, structure is for your benefit. Nobody, if you've watched any of the funded interviews with Katz, everybody says the daily drawdown has been a good thing for them. I don't know of anybody who would argue against that. And again, that's structure. That's guardrails. Guardrails on your account to kind of keep you on the straight and narrow. Keep you on the straight and narrow. So I don't know. What are your thoughts as far as the daily drawdown? You think that's good for most traders? And Crow, here you go. Here's the robe of wisdom, which is, I'm going to keep it on, the robe of wisdom, because it's been keeping me in the profits this morning.
Man.
With EDBL. But you think mostly that's accurate, Josh? Like, having that structure and maybe the daily drawdown is good for most traders.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just, it's the stuff that I already think about already. Like when I'm trading, you got to think about what your daily wins are, your average wins, your average losses, etc., all that good stuff. And when you can think about those and understand them, and you're thinking about them, so you already know what your average loss is. So yeah, say if you usually lose $300 when I'm down 300, so whatever in a trade, I'll have my stop loss in, but I know I'm on that cusp of this is max loss area. I don't want to lose more than this, and I don't want to lose more than that. And I don't have like Money Mitchell saying you can't, like TCGLs of the world. Last week that was money. That was awesome to see that. Me being in a trade. It wasn't a lot of shares, but to see me get a 100-point move. You know how many times I was out of that move already for a 2 or 3 point move? Like, I was in and out. Like when I first got in, I was out at like 20 something, and I just watch it go to 120. And then you do like, whatever my voices I was making last week that you're laughing about. And I did that so often, like every trader does. And you have to just let it go. You can't care about what happens afterwards. Same thing with the stop loss. You may get stopped out, and the play comes back, ramps back on around, and you go, oh, if I would have stopped myself out, look, yeah, I would have been green. Well, you got to abide by these rules, and if you don't do that, you've got to have that. So I've been that way forever. I think if you guys can, I'm just luckily I am robotic. I can do this all mentally. I don't need any help from putting orders in or robots or any of that. I can luckily just say, here's my stop loss. I'm sticking to it. If it comes back up after my stop loss and I would have been green, oh well. I'm not going to retrade that and jump in just because now it would be green or it's looking like I could be green. I wait for the next setup to come. So yeah, I think if traders, it's hard for, like we've talked about it so often. It's so hard for traders and humans to get that mindset down of here's my trade, here's my setup, I'll take it, and then let the trade go, and it's either going to work or it's not. And when it doesn't work, you can't immediately go, I want my money back now, JT Wentworth, it's my money, I need it now, and try to jump back in that trade, because then you become what we all see. You jump in, next thing you know, you're in 30 trades. You were just in one, next thing you know, you take 20 or 30, and you're down 10K, or or even maybe you take a trade and you're up 700, but somehow you can spiral out of control and go down that far.
Yeah.
And it is real. I've never done it. I've done it before. It was in paper trading, and I realized, holy wow, this is real. Don't ever do this with real money. Or you are going, it's never good. I've never, ever, ever, ever seen a trader do that and they're successful 5-10 years down the line. No, I don't know of one. You can't name one that I know of that trades 40, 30, 50 times in a day like that, and they're all over the place. Up 800, down 400, down 2,000, up 5,000, down 3,000, and they finish the day up 2K, and then they call it. I don't know one that does that.
Yeah, it's sizing is honestly what I think what's been going on in small caps has been a cleansing. I call it a short cleansing. If you're a complacent short in any of these tickers, you are like, okay, for example, Edible, there was 8% just randomly short on that play. It's a low float play. They did a reverse split, and the thing like goes up 100%. Why are there 8%? They should be fired. Why are 8% of people? That's 100,000 shares just randomly short on a ticker. It's been a short cleansing market, and if you're oversized, they're going to snatch that liquidity. They're going to snatch the liquidity. Don't be oversized, and don't be a comfortable, complacent short in anything. It's very reactionary. Shorting is reactionary. NPT, for example, I'll show that. This is a reactionary move. Now, I know some traders that were in this early, and yeah, that's a scary play when you're in early. But if you're waiting for the reaction versus the prediction, you can tell, obviously, you have a defined level. Make sure, traders, we have defined levels to risk off of, because that takes a lot of the deer in headlights out of it. And the risk level was what? The upper wick here. Now, obviously, this trade ended up being a beautiful fade. But again, if you were just a complacent, comfortable short on a name like this, and the thing squeezes 300%, I mean, you're done for. You can't just be sitting there. I don't know why. There's heavy shorts. It's been a short cleansing market. That's what I'm saying. We've been seeing this every day with random tickers.
Yeah.
Any complacent shorts, they're getting liquidation market.
Bad.
So NPT trying to get a little curl on it, curling back around towards the highs. Was in a halt up. Outside of that, I'm just still kicking back. Let's see what Edible's just dead. AQST, the hangover, I'm working sideways. That's more of a bigger picture play for the day. We'll see if that one can get her fade on. GXAI, what are your thoughts there, Josh? You still watching it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly looking at large caps kind of for the day. I'm going back and forth with.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not. Yeah. Just watching it. It's got. To me, it's on the trend line right now. So GXAI is on a trend line, and I just didn't like what I saw in small caps. When I don't see anything I like, I usually just generally stay away from it. I literally just got the TTP pulled back up here. I'll share my screen now. What I'm looking at. Yeah, I'll literally have had it on my Thinkorswim, so I'm looking at all these different large cap tickers all morning long. Yeah, this is just uptrend channel, which I can see right here. Nice good trend line here for GXAI. So GXAI, nice good trend line, uptrend channel here. There we go over this real quickly. Boom shakalaka. There we go. There's the uptrend channel right there.
JBDI cracking. FYI, just sorry to interrupt. JBDI kind of cracking.
Are you in that one?
No, I'm not, but it's tempting on a pop against 1.2s, 1.3s. But it's not up a ton to be like, it's only up from 73 cents. So it's not only up like 30% right now. But yeah, that was it crossed the 200-day and it's pulling back beautifully. I mean, we see that pattern a lot. The 200-day is important. I suggest if you don't, traders, get a monitor and throw a daily chart up with the 250-day moving averages.
Yeah, that's especially the small cap sector. Those are the ones that to roll to. Man, Edible, I guess because of the reverse split, how many halts it's had today. It's usually, of course, what I know as Edible is a bigger flow, slow and steady mover. Halt. We're halted back up again. I'm watching that over to the left-hand side over here. It just does not stop moving. I thought it was going to die off there for a second down into the twos about 5-10 minutes ago. She is trying to work her way back on up there.
Are we ever going to have a day like Thursday again? That was like, whew, that That was such a fun day. I've rewatched those videos so many times.
Yeah, and I want to make an elongated clip of that, of like leading through the let's say elongated, because some of those clips could be 20 to 30, 40 seconds long, so it end up being probably a 5-minute video. But from the you faking me out, scaring me, the first halt up, the first was the hour long, and the halt up or gap up, I should say, from like 29 to 50. That you were speechless, and I'm literally, and you thought you said it too. I was like, I thought you were frozen. I was like, what's going on anyway? Then you faked me out and scared the hell out of me. Then it did go live, and we both literally left our seats. That was there's a lot of clippage, and even in between there, this the talking and what we were waiting for it to come live. That was that, dude. Yeah, that was. To be on the live stream and do that was absolutely money. That was so awesome to get into that. And yeah, I remember Octa was good. Nothing, no offense, nothing was like last Thursday and Friday back to back. That's 2020-esque right there. I mean, to see a play go from 10 to 450, and then to see a play go from 50 cents to 15. How many halts too did EPLW have or whatever? That thing had like 80 halts
all day.
That was that back to back. There was just. That was crazy. That one with those two plays back to back. I've seen them all since 2018, 2019, 2020 when I first. Of course, we remember that back in the shipping days when October
Drys, DRYS, and Drys was
crazy moves. So yeah, I've seen them all. So I think that's what blew our mind, was just an hour-long halt, especially when we got out of our seat. We weren't expecting this. We've seen that kind of stuff before, but I'm in the trade, so everyone's kind of feeling that, like, hey, someone's actually in this trade. And how long we waited for that, and it gapped up that much, we were not anticipating that. That definitely...
No. Nobody was even close. On the halt game, nobody was close. I mean, the closest was 25 points off the open price.
That was nuts. That was awesome. Yeah. So that was fun. Yeah. Hopefully we'll get it again. I think now that was the peak, in my opinion. That was the peak, and now we're gonna kind of slowly die off here through February. I don't think we can top that. I mean, no TCGL got an H11 for it. I mean, it's like, hey, hold on. They're all out there. Hold on, what happened there? All the guys, SEC, and all the guys, hold on. Maybe we gotta investigate this. That was kind of crazy. That was a huge move. And real quickly, going to the bounce play here. Since I have the chart up, old resistance becomes new support. This is why, if you go back to that alert I had a little bit ago, I said 220 to 210 would be your dip buy opportunity. So if I was looking to trade this, I would have orders literally starting at 210 or 220, going down to around 210, maybe a little bit below. I probably only would have been filled my top size order there, but still, my Myrons of the world, I know a lot of traders that don't mind these 15, 20 cent bounce plays. This is why I called this out earlier. You guys, it was popping up. If you got the breakout or you're already in it, great. You're looking to re-enter the trade again, Joe, or traders that haven't traded this because you missed the initial run, this is where you will look to find the dip buy. Inverse head and shoulders. There's the shoulder, there's the head, there's the shoulder. We break out from it. We're coming right back down to that shoulder line and going to bounce right off of it. I'd say every time, but I don't want to be a liar, but it's a high percentage. It's a very high percentage. Yes, and the earnings challenge too, like Trey the Pool talked about. Take advantage of the earnings challenge team. Sign up. Got a lot of cool stuff going on each and every day. Today's guest, which I'm going to do on my live stream with my traders, but here's the link out there and what you can, the challenges that are to be had. Challenge 1, evaluation e-counts. Pass your new eval. 5K eval is the prize, right? You get a 5K eval for free if you pass one this month. Funded accounts. Compete for the highest P&L on a new funded account. This is the one right here that I'm going to have some fun with this month. Although, what sucks? Man, imagine if we had last week. If that was the first week of the challenge, I would be up. I would be kicking some butt right now with my trades from last week. And then challenge 3, 50K eval winner. And I love this, the bonus challenge evaluations, talking about guess the earnings essentially. And there's today's. I'm going to do this with my live stream at lunch. We're all going to do this and submit the prediction. Are you going to do this today, Mr. Kevin Avery? And if so, go take a look at AMD, and what do you think today's AMD's closing price will be?
Yeah. All right, I got it pulled up right now. Let's have some fun. Yeah, I got the AMD, the closing price. Closing price today. Where are we going to be? This was a hangover. It's heavy under the previous close right now. Yeah, let's take a look. AMD, what are we going to do?
What you gonna do? What you gonna do? This will be an interesting one. It's fun because it's a little bit bigger mover. AMD is, and it's you get some good range on it. $5, sometimes $10 in a day. So this will be one of those ones that has got some range on it. Gotta predict it.
They're reporting right after the close, right? So, but this is just for end of day, closest daily prediction
Right.
for the end of day, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Closest. All right, let's go for it.
Yeah, I know, especially the way this chart is right now, because you have till a certain time to enter in the price or whatever. Back to the challenge. We got to sign up for the challenges, though, team. They're very fun, very fun. Are you participating in any of the other ones, Kevin?
It's just the earnings challenge is going on right now. What other one are you speaking of?
I just didn't know if you're trying to do make the P&L one or the other ones that are out there to be had.
As far as absolutely, guys. That shoot, I'm gonna be top of the list, Josh.
Okay,
Who you speaking to over here? Yeah.
All right, big dog.
Big dog. All right, 243 is my predicted closing price. Yeah,
All right.
let's do it.
I like it. 243. Let's because what'll happen a lot of time with earnings, you don't get a lot of. You'll make moves here to start the day, and then it kind of slowly slows down there to the closing bell and doesn't really move too much. So, I like it. I'm thinking about going up though, and saying we see a pop back up and going like 247, 248. So maybe back up into this area right through here, and then I don't know. What I want to do and need to do is go back over and look at plays like Meta. What did it do on its earnings last week? Where was it at? That's one thing you can always go look back at and go, where were we at? What did we do on those days of earnings? So Meta's earnings right here. And this is what I'm talking about. See how we kind of make the move and then we don't really do much into the closing bell. So that's why I like yours at that price you're at, because unfortunately, a lot of these days with earnings, like Google, did Google had earnings? They didn't have Google. When was Google? Right here. There's Google's earnings right there. See, this was one of those days that had to move back on up. Had a good move back on up right there. So that's one thing you want to kind of pay attention to. I have to go back and look at a couple of those. Microsoft had earnings last week as well. Of course, that was its move down. See, and there's the kind of sideways move and back on up before the huge sell-off. So that's what I'm thinking. We're either going to be sideways, and I like your price, or I'm going to go up on AMD, possibly. Is anyone else participating in this? Tack, Crow, guys, any guys, gals, girls out there? So yeah, I like what you're saying there, kind of stay in this area and just do that little chop around, and you'd be perfect right around this area. Or do we push back on up and move back into the 47s, 46s? We have a lot of time to talk about it. Why? Because small caps aren't doing anything today. It is just slow out there in small caps. And I think, like I said, team, in my opinion, we talked about this earlier, we start to move into this. I thought we'd get it last week, but BNAI Friday before last really shot the market up in the small cap sector for another week. Gave it some of that NOS, so to speak, some of that juice, some adrenaline rush, some of them steroids, so to speak. And it got crazy last week. Now we're really starting to see what happens with small caps most of the time when you hit into the earnings. And you get these big moves like, Michael was saying, you see Meta go freaking 100 points. Yeah, everyone's going to slowly but surely you start to see the big movement from large caps. They just stick to those. Earnings challenge predicted daily close price. Yes, AMD. Love it. Thank you. Was that? Is that Joe? Is that you? Is that you, Florida Joe? Is that Gil?
Good job, by the way, Mr. Florida Joe and Steve did an excellent job yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
By the way, that was awesome. Awesome to see Florida Joe.
Steve the Achieve. I love how you came over before I did and threw out their names. I like how everyone calls him Florida Joe now. It's like there's a guy in my he was over at Tradecaster, now he's over in my lobby, but he's been in my AKNR. His chat name, because when he first signed up, he just did his initials, TE, and then a bunch of numbers. I don't even know if the numbers mean anything. It might be his birthday. I don't even know. But it's TE in numbers. And so I always just shortened it to Tay. Everybody he goes by Tay now. His name's Todd, and his last name, it starts with an E, but his name's Todd. Uh-huh. Everyone calls him Tay now. I started calling him Tay because it's like TE and a bunch of letters. Everyone calls him Tay now. And he loves it. He's like, that's kind of cool. I've got this different name. Yeah, and so, yeah, it's like Florida Joe. Like here, because I always say it, and I keep saying it, and then next thing you know, I got you saying it, and then I got her saying it, and then I got the other person saying it. And so, Florida Joe, baby, always me. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, I didn't know if Trey Daddy. Yeah, I love it, Florida Joe. And say they
Everybody's
take
gonna think he's from Florida. It's funny.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
What part of Florida are you from, Joe?
Exactly. I love it. So it kind of adds even more to that name in the lore of Florida Joe. Where are you from? What part of Florida, buddy? Actually, I'm not even from Florida at all. It's like that's what just AK-47 Josh is. It's kind of like my name at AK-47. So many people think I own a gun because of my name being AK-47. I'm like, no, I don't. I think I've shot like 2 guns in my life. Literally. Don't own one. So yeah, I like that kind of like. And then again, you just get off and run with, like me with AK. When I went to my first kind of seminars, I was a guest host and got a 1-hour presentation at one of the stock trading seminars I've been to in the past in 2022. Everybody, AK, and I'm thinking that like it's just crazy. I didn't really know how many people were just going to call me AK, from like AK-47. No one really was calling me Josh or they asked me, what do you prefer, being called Josh or AK? And I'm like, so at this point, I'm just like, just call me AK. It's what you already call me. But I didn't at first. I was kind of maybe indifferent about it. But now, I mean, right then I grew and loved it. Like, this is cool. It's kind of like you have this second alter ego, the stock trading ego that you go by, almost so to speak, of like, here's who they know you as in stock trading world, and then like your normal friends call you Josh. That was really cool. And then like even like that Tay or the Florida Joes of the world, or like I'm telling you. We just start calling you KA-74. Next thing you know, where's KA at? Where's KA at? Where's AK and KA?
And I have shot a KA-74.
Yeah, you're like, what? That's a gun? Where's that from?
Like,
Coach, what's up, Coach? What up, Dr. Joe? There we go, Coach TB. How we doing? Love it. All
right, a couple plays on the slow side I can just bring to your familiarity, guys out there that are looking for some action. Just throw this on the back burner. There's a couple of these. NAMM. NAMM has still been in play, but so it's kind of head and shoulderish, Josh. But not only that, this is multi-day here. This is like the last couple of weeks. Not only that, it's in a bear flag that's cracking today. 4-3 kind of cracked this multi-day trend line there too. Nam's been a slow player here, and then the other one in a multi-day trend line as well. I've watched BNAI. I've been stalking this for weeks
yeah.
And oh man, Josh, look at this day. So this day it ended up cracking. It had this ascending triangle, which, if you guys know me, and I mentioned this in Among the 10% the book as well, where when something's overbought, oftentimes those patterns, they're just liquidity traps for the bulls. So this was in a really nice ascending triangle pattern, but the ticker's up from a few dollars to 70. So that's where the liquidity is going to be, of course, in the failed breakout attempt. But I was watching this for this crack. I was actually short this day, but the move didn't happen until after hours,
yeah,
Josh.
I remember that.
Yeah. Right when after hours opened, it was like 55 down to 15.
Nasty.
So BNAI is it's forming a new trend right now. It's still in a bit of a bear flag here. You can notice the trend that it's on, cracking that.
It's funny because you think about it too. It did make some big moves intraday in between the app, but do you think about it? The biggest moves were the after hours straight up, and then the after hours straight back down. I mean, is that not just great? I mean, it just shows you how the market we've been in recently.
Don't oversize.
Yeah.
Don't oversize.
Just
You're right.
Oh man, and yeah, it's been one of those kind of like, okay, it's still like you. I've been watching it, back burner kind of list, keeping my eye on it. So yeah, it's one of them to keep your eye on. Remember Mr. No? I talked about that on a post I did on YouTube, Instagram the last couple of days, where I'm like, hey, it's that watch list. I was like, here's one Mr. No. It was on my watch list last Thursday, just kind of jokingly like. I even brought it. We saw it. And we were kind of laughing about it, and it popped a new high of day, and then came down. Like, yeah, it's funny that it's on your watch list. Next thing you know, Mr. No ran to like $3 or $4 in after hours. It was a huge runner.
We've had some funny moments on here. That one I should find and clip that too, because it was the random. There was no liquidity. It's like this CGTL I'm looking at right now. It's like there's no liquidity, absolutely zero on it for weeks. I mean, it wasn't even like a back burner play from 2 weeks ago. I didn't see anything on Mr. No. It just popped. You're like, oh, this is top of my watch list over here.
Yeah.
Okay,
like,
Mr.
All right.
AK with the crystal ball on Mr. No. That was funny.
Yeah. Hey,
GXAI online right now, guys. 215's a line to be mindful of. Anybody take AQST? I mean, these are just slow bleeders. I mean, pretty much Called that right when I took the trade there. Just slow.
That's
Might
those
size
ones
it a
too,
little bit.
and those are those ones you definitely hold on to the closing bell because it's not moving much, not a lot of volume, but boy, you could see that kind of BNAI sell off at the end of the day, and you get that huge liquidation sweep back on down. And yeah, you called it earlier about Fuse being, refuse to lose. My play from yesterday, GXAI being just like that, where it's trying to hold up, holds for the most part, kind of cracks down, but then comes back on up. I could see GXAI cracking this, like you're talking about, this major support area where I've had my line in for a while now, and the VWAP coming down to this 50 EMA area and then bouncing, or maybe even going down here to this great support area from the shoulder part of the inverse head and shoulder right here at 190. And then next thing you know, we're back on up. Because you go back to yesterday, and we'll just take a look at it. Fuse, I guess did I not put that on my watch list yesterday? I swear I did. Whatever. Let's go back and look at Fuse from yesterday here, if I can type it in correctly. There we go. Sorry, my mouse was having some issues. Boom. Yesterday, gorgeous bounce opportunity. I love this play. I mean, we're kind of zoom back out of it, and this is all I'm always looking for. And I put this in to trade the pool. Hopefully, they'll post this sometime soon, or maybe they already have today. I love this old demand or supplier. This old supplier, he becomes what? A great bounce opportunity. An old supply becomes new demand, and it held it for one bounce, then a second bounce, and then you get more into those bodies of the candles. Is what I'm talking about with GXAI. We're gonna come down a little bit further, and then still bounce and come back on up. So this is what I see today on GXAI, where we come down, bounce. Now the bounce early on, unfortunately, and that's where the difference is. Go back to this bounce yesterday that I loved and had around 265, and goes all the way up to where? High of day, double top, got some shorts, some longs that were trapped up here. We talk about that. We know, Kevin. If they're stuck, they're trapped. Well, it helped them out. So about $1 bounce play right there. 90, 85 cents, close to $1. Well, let's go over to GXAI today, and unfortunately, that bounce here was only about, 20 cents? So it has that written on it from yesterday. I just don't think it will be as bouncy or as bullish, in my opinion, but definitely it's today's Fuse. Refuse to lose. GXAI, baby. And also moving, just before I sneak in here real quickly, NPT. I'm not a big fan of this. I know Crow was on it earlier. I like the double bottom look here. This bounce, come back up, come back and bounce off of it. So if you're in from down low, I like it. Otherwise, every time new high of day, in market, pullback. New high of day, in market, pullback. New high of day, in market, pullback. So next time you make new high of day, A, you better sell some shares, and B, you could also look for a short.
ANL, oh my gosh, this play has ANL traders. This has been a play the last few days. It just has not wanted to give up. Has not wanted to give up here, ANL. So I just noticed that one hitting the scans. Me buying full 12 is some resistance. You see the chart we're looking at right now, 12 from a few trading sessions ago. So we'll monitor the action on that.
Yeah, that was a good hangover short the other day. I remember looking at that. I was like, I wonder if Kevin got that. What was that on? Friday, yeah. ANL popped up.
Oh.
Friday had that.
I definitely saw it. I didn't take it, but I was regretful. They happen quick sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah. That was a great setup. But ANL, be mindful of that. Paula, SNDK looking for a bounce. Great liquidity, of course, over on SNDK. And that one, SNDK, man, like, where's this thing going end of year? I mean, this thing has just been on a absolute tear.
Yeah, especially here recently. I think it's going to chill out like it had. That's what one of my traders asked me in chat, 800. And I was like, I don't know. I think they have an option. They said the next couple of weeks. I was like, I think 800, but I would say it's going to have a reset. And I see 800 coming like spring. It's going to have a lull. Just looking at the chart too on SNDK, I think it's going to have a little bit of a slowdown, and then we'll have that move up. But yeah, where is it at? It could, as I was saying, I think by end of year it could be 1,000 plus easy,
Yeah.
And then you look back at it, and it was at $40 in August. I'll go back to my AKNR that I did in August, and I'm like, wow, $40 for SNDK. By the way, speaking of traders trap, boy, look at this. How many traders you think are long, still at like 12s, 13s, just stuck waiting for this, bro?
Which ticker?
ANL,
NPT?
ANL, yeah.
Or
I'm
ANL.
thinking if ANL can get over these levels, this could maybe be our next mega runner here, because again, you got to think about the opposite of that. How many people have the shorts have stop losses just above those areas? So you get traders taking profit from their long, then you get shorts covering. We kind of have a chaos event in that area. But if we get through it, I think we could squeeze pretty good.
I'm with you on that. Honestly, it was one of my bigger trades. I like it for that long as well, just because, dude, I can't remember the ticker, but it was one. I took the long, same theory as you, because all the orders are there. If it gets up there, if it gets over that resistance level, it goes into a halt up. This is what happened to me. The ticker opened up like it wasn't to the degree of TCGL, but it was like 30, 40 points. I mean, it was massive because, again, now there's an imbalance. You get that imbalance between buyers and sellers into a halt where there's no orders there. I mean, there's like all the orders get taken out. There's no other orders that really exist. And that imbalance just creates that gap up, that huge gap up. Yes, supply and demand, but the orders don't exist.
Yeah.
That's what's fascinating about it. But A&L, yeah, I'm not convinced, Josh, that there's not going to be something in small caps today. I mean, we've had the TCGL, ELP-W. Yesterday was PMN, and it was nuts yesterday too. So I'm not convinced that something is likely going to creep up, and I think that's why we're seeing a few random plays like this A&L.
A&L. That's just the thing too with today. You have to have that patience, and you'll find your trades if you want to wait for trades to come to you. Otherwise, you're just going to get burned on days like today. But yeah, A&L has that little W shape, not only in the 4-hour time frame, but today's chart as well. I see this little W shape, so this could squeeze. This has potential. At least if you're looking for, I feel like that's why sometimes I feel like we're meteorologists, kind of looking at storms and what the potential of those storms could be. And yeah, I think this has that high potential, so especially hold this resistance at 11. You can see we failed there a lot here recently and around the 1080 mark. If we hold that, which was to me kind of the top of the W here, and then where we just broke out pretty nicely from, this is going to be on high watch for sure. And then one of the plays where I haven't really looked at it a lot here recently, but then you come over here and go, you know what? A&L onto the watch list. And I did this yesterday and I posted it. I get asked all the time, where do you find these runners? Yada, yada, yada. I'm like, hey, you got to have a watch list. That's part of using scanners, high of day momentum, or the gap list, which I'm always looking at. Having these, like, this is where I brought up that Mr. No in that lesson. Mr. No, prime example, where you have that little back burner play and then the potential of what could come from it. I think it was last Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just go to it real quickly.
You always have throw down all the plays from today that are hot, and then the previous day, and just keep them on there. And then the next day, like filter through them.
Yep.
And maybe get rid of something.
This is the day it started popping up. It was already on my watch list, and then boom, high of day. It did come back down, but then we did it again, and then look what it did in after hours. You can see here. So overall for the day, it went from sub $1 all the way up to $3.15 in after hours, into the next morning all the way up to $4. So you're talking from 1 to 4 on back burner play, and then becomes a great hangover play. And I talked about this too. It's different hangover play. It's not like the way you would like it, but there's just charting here. So if you crack this kind of pre-market bottom, you can come to here. If you crack here, look at this move up. Now, this is what I usually do. If you crack this, you're going to go here. If you crack this, you're probably going all the way down to here. And we literally cracked this and literally went all the way down to,
Yeah.
And so when you have these huge moves up, that's why I usually do like the short side, because if you crack the major support from a bull flag, and you do here, as you can tell, look how much room you have to run. Usually a lot of the time there's not a lot to chart to hold it up. Maybe these former highs, and that's where you bounce at. Former high, bounce. For high of day, right? Trying to bounce, right? So you're just using those and scaling out into those targets on the way down. Mr. No said Mr. Yes last Thursday into Friday.
Guys, Cat X, I took a stop there. I mean, I pretty much top ticked it. It looks so good still, though, Cat X. I don't know if I'm going to take it right here, but man, it's back down to the previous close, coming down towards 5. This was a hangover. Josh, they offering that 379. That's why I was taking a short on them. But then it was gearing up for the first half hour. And I was like,
yeah, you gotta love the 3 and 10 or the 4 and 10 small cap or whatever plays. Essentially, they don't get an offering anymore, and they go down, but then they go right back on up, and you're like, what? And then you'll have some plays, like I would say at least 5 to 6 out of the 10 times it'll hurt it. Kills it, goes down. But I would say 4 out of 10 or so here recently, it'll go down, but then they come right back on up.
It was edge erosion.
Yeah.
Crow pointed that out before. Crow, you in here? The edge erosion. We certainly have been seeing that the last few weeks. Don't be over convicted on any setups. At least with your sizing. Be convicted enough to execute on it, but not with your sizing. Yeah. I'm like, right. all in conviction. Never do that.
Good dip early. It was actually brought up on my live stream. Bothy, and if Bothy's still listening right now, and Paula talked about a bounce play. I was like, it's got to bounce here. So I was talking about yesterday, SMDK had great support right here, bottom support. So I was like, this is where it's got to bounce. He was looking for a bounce play early. I'm like, this is it. If we're gonna bounce, this is it. If it cracks this, You're not respecting any chart at this point that, do not go for a bounce play. I just now realized how far SNDK went back up off that area. It did go a little bit lower. So, Paul, if you're looking for a bounce play, that's where I would go. You do what you want, boo-boo. But I would say this 650 mark into today's low at 640, 6.7 area would be your dip opportunity for it. Or, like I do, sit back and just wait. So, you know what? I don't know if there's much dip left in it. We may come back down and start to consolidate in this overall trend right here with 75 resistance and maybe 530 somewhere back down here as being a support area. So we chop for a little bit. My point being, watch for a crack under this level. Just go back to my Microsoft trade today. We haven't been under, look at this, Kevin. We haven't been under this 421 mark in months. So I'll show you right here. This is the low of day from last Friday or whatever day it is. So I'll go back on to the 4-hour time frame. We're going to go back to we'll go back 1 year, 4-hour time frame. And you guys are going to be able to see here. Look at this. So there's my line at 421. Check the charts, team. I'll move my watch list out of the way. Kevin, what do you see under 421? Nothing, right? Nothing.
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 Yeah. Nothing.
Nothing. It's a gap up from earnings back here last May. It's huge gap up. Again, going back to the chart we were talking about with the short for whatever it was, I was just showing you where there's a lot of. So I was like, guys, if we crack 421, I don't know what's holding this play up. She's just going to dump. Like, she's going to flush. And so that's why this was on high watch for me today. I love these charts. So if I go back and put a line in at 421 and we haven't been there, like ever essentially, or anywhere in that area, or it's been a very long time, and you can go back to the day itself. Look at the crack, my friend, right out of the gate. It cracked 421, and it was a bloodbath all the way down to 411. So a $10 dumperoonie. That's what I'm looking for. So pay attention to that kind of stuff, team. Again, going back to then we'll just go to it was at SNDK. SNDK. Now it's got more charting than Microsoft had, obviously. But if you crack this area, Paula, you're going to here. You're going right there to that juncture. If you crack that juncture, you're going down to this right here. Somewhere between this reversal area and this reversal area. So that's a lot of points. You're talking 646 down to 639. That's 5, 6, 7, 8 points, right? Depending on the range on it. Then you're cracking again from 39 all the way down to 24. That's 15 points. That's why SNDK has kind of made my morning alert list now because of the movement. You get 5, 10, 15 points easy if you want to at a place like SNDK. But again, sizing, you got to be on the right side of these trades. Imagine wrong sizing and being wrong 5, 10 points.
NPT failed that curl so far. AQST is working out well. CATX, oh, that one bugs me, guys. CATX looks like a really good trade. It's back down towards the open. It's cracking under the previous close. It's a good setup. I'm not going to take it because I feel like I'm chasing my loss on it. But I like CATX for a fade today. Back down here.
How about we talked about, that's what I'm saying, bounce plays now. You're seeing them now too, which I love, right? We talked about that 215 mark, another small bounce play here on GXAI. So good alert there. Came down to the line we have in at 215. Yep. We talked about that at the VWAP. Right back on up she goes. Now again, as we alerted, we talked about the last bounce was only 20 cents. Don't expect this play to be more than that. So you have to take profit. This is why I always say put your lines in and trade them. So this old trend line up that we cracked will now be resistance, as you can see, as we run into it. Also, I call this a little sandwich here. It's not perfect, but support became resistance, and now we're going to fail there.
Josh. A&L.
No,
A&L is creeping up, dude.
It is.
She's turning into a creepy crawler. That could be the one. I'm not convinced GXAI is like the volume has really died. If you look at the volume on GXAI, it's just died off a lot. So just be careful with that. ANL is creeping up, dude. And if you look at the daily, I mean, again, this is one of those maybe edge erosion kind of setups because I'm convinced there's a lot of shorts the word stuck. The shorts that look at this trade, right, and they're underwater.
Yeah.
Let's say underwater. A&L's gearing up, guys. This thing, it could go into that halt up if she gets the volume behind her.
Yep. Now, like looking at this in the larger time frame here in those 15-minute candles, kind of back to what Mitch was talking about last Thursday. It works a lot of the time, at least this kind of at least tell momentum. Last Thursday with TCGL, and when those candles are getting smaller, look for a short. It's a little harder to do when you're halting because you don't know what, you can't really build candles. Plays that aren't halting like ANL, it's great to actually use those larger time frames, the hourly, the 15 minutes, to really be able to tell how big the candles or smaller they're getting. These candles are getting bigger now in the 15-minute time frame. So again, the thing is holding areas. You don't want massive shadows or wicks. So this candle's gotten a lot bigger here, and you can tell now is on that breakout mode. I think it still needs to hold this mark I'm talking about, all this resistance and failing at 11 into the 1080 mark. If it holds 11 into 1080, she is going to be, to me, the one to watch for the explosion today, unless we get a random mover that we're not looking at right now. Got a trader, Tay. Speaking of Tay, there he is, T.E. Tay, over on my Discord. Was actually long on ANL at 1050. Got out at 1095.
Good work. Excellent work. Excellent work. Yeah, it was on a really nice trend at that point, too, the 10.5.
Yep. Like it, yeah. And like I said, that W shape, when you notice the W shape, I know it's a lesson out there I have. I don't know if Trader Pools put that out there on their shorts yet, but team, I'm telling you, when you see a W shape starting to form, and you can see right about, we'll just scroll back in time, right about right here, you can see that W shape forming. If we complete through here, it's going to break out and go to here.
Oh, boy.
I know, she's geared. I can see the price action here. The other thing is to keep your eye on, do you see how the right side of the W is higher than the left side? That's the two things
it's a deformed. It's got to be a deformed W. It forms a higher low.
Yes,
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. Yeah, forms a higher low. It looks deformed, like you drew it when you were 2 years old or 3 years old, or your 2 or 3 year old drew it. Kevin, you know about that. How old are your kiddos?
6 and coming up on 4.
6 and 4. So how's the writing for the 6-year-old? Is it getting there?
Oh yeah, we're getting there. Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at with him.
Seeing some of these. Seeing some deformed W's still here and there.
Absolutely.
Nygaard joined the AMD contest. Let's go. Love it. Yeah, everybody better be joining that. Come on now. I got just a chance to win free prizes. That's like, if I was in Vegas and you go through the casino and chance to win free prizes, guess the number. I'm like, 10. I would be going through, if I just saw free, you know what I mean? You'd be doing the same thing. Win $500. Guess the free, whatever. Win this, it's free. Win a free steak dinner for 2. I'm like, okay, sure, I'll try. Avery, come here. Yeah, you're going to try too, babe. Babe, come here. Babe. Avery, listen. I know. Just guess.
Why are you always signing me up to this?
Yeah, I know, right? I already lost. It's your turn. Try. Oh man, but exactly. Yeah, I know. We've been there. You know that one. But yeah, exactly. Sign up. It's fun stuff though. Yeah, and like you said, Florida Joe, of course, my man Steve, the Achieve, killing it on the large caps and going over earnings. So don't forget today. I have one-on-ones. I don't know if we have. Hopefully, we have someone joining Steve this afternoon. I have back-to-back one-on-ones and Power Hour and Closing Bell, so I can't today. But tomorrow, I will be joining Steve for earnings. And today, just going to that real quickly, we have Steve this afternoon for Power Hour, as always, heading into the Closing Bell. And then for large caps, what do we have? Well, we got earnings. Today at the Closing Bell, we got a big daddy, and that's AMD. That's right, big one. Of course, that's why we were just talking about guess the Closing Bell price. AMD. We have SMCI. We got CMG this afternoon as well. Those would be the 3 big ones. And of course, if you're a gamer, we've got EA Sports and Take-Two as well, T2. So we have 2 gaming places or whatever, gaming companies, and we got AMD, SMCI. 2 tech companies with chips, AI, and then who's not a foodie? I'm not a big Chipotle person. I was when they first opened. I think it's a little overrated anymore, but some people love some Chipotle. That is this afternoon too as well.
Just still watching this price action, A&L. I mean, there's not too much else to look at. We never really went over fat, well, a little bit. Fat in, just saw that on the scans. It's trying to base. It's on earnings. Trying to base in the 2.8s, getting a little pop there.
Ooh, and you're Thursday, right? You come on Thursday with Steve?
That's right.
Yeah, so tomorrow with Steve, I'll have Google times 2, right? So Google with the L and without. And QCOM, ARM. Those will be some big ones tomorrow. Snap, Elf. So we got some pretty good names tomorrow. And then you too, you got some big ones on Thursday. Amazon, MSTR, Reddit, Roblox, RBLX. So you got some big ones on Thursday too. So another big week of earnings for us. AMD today, the big daddy tomorrow. Google, the big one tomorrow, and Amazon, the big one on Thursday, with some good medium guys to go with those. Just going over to my earnings calendar that I have posted on Discord.
Oh my gosh. when you get some time.
Florida
Look
Joe.
up.
Link time too, real quickly. About 10 minutes out. Every Florida Joe, if you're listening, how about this? 10 minutes before the close, start throwing those links out. Because I was about to do mine on the Discord. So put my Discord, the Instagram, the YouTube, same thing for Kevin Avery. Get all his information, my information out there where they can follow us. My website, primetradinginvestments.com. I have a live stream I do every day. I have morning alerts I do every day. I do one-on-ones every day. So I'll do all 3 of those every day over on my website through that. Instagram, Josh Smith Trades. Follow me there. Here on, of course, YouTube, AK47, Josh Smith Trades, Prime Trading Investments. You can find me by any of those, essentially. I'm not on X. I need to get on X. That's a lot of people. Of course, Kevin sent me that link yesterday on Jew Long, Jew Short. Need to get on X. But yeah, Florida Joe, can get those links out there, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, X is huge. I mean, like for instance, right now, 175 people are watching the stream from X.
Wow,
I mean, that's where most of the audience is on X.
X Factor, baby. I'm gonna be out early. It was so funny. He brought up Samuel Adams. Those were, a lot of those though. I don't know if I have I don't have to go through and watch them all again. I don't know if I have I guess Players Ball was pretty funny, the first one. But out of all the Chappelle Show skits, what was your favorite? But because you got to think about.
Oh God,
yeah,
I can't get into that on stream.
yeah. Samuel Adams was really good. Samuel Adams. Oh God, that was. Where he was Samuel, or where he was Samuel L. Jackson doing Samuel L. Adams commercial. Oh, God. I'm telling you, that is, to me, still to this day, Key and Peele, there's some other great ones out there. Of course, you can just your normal run-of-the-mill Big Bang Theory, Seinfeld, Friends, talk about it.
If you want to laugh, like probably my favorite, the Key and Peele, probably my favorite one is the Gordon Ramsay one.
Yeah. That's it. They got a few of them, and even the ones they did, they like when they South Carolina Southern State. Well, my name's Jamaica Jones, and they would be like the different names. And now you're seeing people in the NFL or like college football with like these random names. Because I saw him the other day, I forgot what team he played for or even the guy's name, but they're like, Key and Peele skit completely coming to life, where they're all the different football players with all the weird, stupid, random names. There was one the other day, a guy, it was a real name, and I forgot what it was, and I was like, you've got to be kidding me. That's a name? That's someone's real name? Oh, yeah.
The legendary one they did was, that was like the AA Ron.
Yeah, God, that was a hello, yeah. That was, Mr. Garvey. I think Mr. Garvey, wasn't that teacher's name? I think is what his name, Mr. Garvey, something like that.
It rings a bell.
Yeah, but yeah, those is crazy. And of course, Comedy Central. I even like Tosh.0 when that first came out on Comedy Central, and I liked him for a while. Tosh was really funny too. But yeah, Chappelle's my favorite. If I could, as much and as hard as I laughed and literally truly cried watching those, the Chappelle Show. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. They don't make them like that.
Fat BB waking up.
No. Well, watch baby Fat N, a fat baby. I called her Fat Baby. Watch for her. Yeah. If Fat Baby walked, it's so crazy. So we had Fat Double B a few days ago here, and it is waking up again today. Watch for Fat N. I mean, we just see these names, not NN, but Fat N to start maybe possibly popping back up. It's not yet, but I just noticed these names, so they start running together just because they have similar names. But Fat Baby.
We have Fat N and Fat BB.
Yeah. Welcome to, like you were saying, had Jay, whatever long, what was the, so we had Jay, what was the one from yesterday?
JLHL, which was Jew Long. It's like, as professional as you want to be as an analyst, imagine them on CNBC trying to be all polished, with their suit and ties on, talking about, Fat BB and Jew Long and
yeah.
Try Hard Holdings, Happy Holdings, Happy.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's been one of those sectors as well. And here comes back to that W shape that I was talking about in the 4. You can see it in the 15-minute time frame now clearly. And it's one of those deformed W's, that we were talking about, where the right side is a little bit higher, but boom and then boom. And you can see that continuation this morning. Love it. This is W shape. W is an M shape. So M's will be the same thing, flipped upside down. So if we flip this upside down, the left side of the M is higher than the right side, and the right side's lower. Watch for more continuation on down. So it would go up, come down, go up to here, and then really come down. So again, when that right side is lower on the M, watch for more move down. When the right side's higher on the W, watch for more move back up.
I could see it be a illiquidity trap similar to AFJK, SMX,
yes.
ANPA. because it's sitting there stagnant. Like it's not getting the volume. Like today may not be the day for it, right? It's just everything's getting stuffed. So a lot of these plays are getting stuffed. It could happen, but it's not giving it up either, though. That's the important thing. A&L like could turn into that illiquidity trap. So just be mindful of that. JBDI finally cracked under $1, guys. Again, they received that letter from SEC where they're going to get delisted with the bid price rule. So it attempted the dollars back under. I mean, that's what I was suspecting would happen there. It's not enough meat on the bone, in my opinion, unless you're able to take a few cents out of it. But 10's likely going to be challenging to get at this level.
GXAI not done yet. Still getting that pop up, that 215 mark like we talked about. So, this is again why I say put the lines in and trade them. This is a nice good move up today. Now, again, nothing too crazy for GXAI. Again, like Kevin said, we don't have it yet. Does it mean we're not going to get it today? No, but again, we know what we've seen today. So if you are trading long on plays like GXAI, please take your profit as this moves back up. We don't have big moves today. Small little bouncy plays is what I talked about earlier. I had alerted this on the live stream well over an hour ago now. 220 to 210 for the bounce. So you got one off 220, you got one off 210. And this is what you're getting out of them, which is it's good to see. But this is where we talked about this back to the front of this hour of not trading a lot. I see two plays, but do I have to feel like I have to get every single 10, 20 cent bounce? No, I know what these are made of and what I'm going to get out of it. I just don't care about getting, no offense, 20 cent plays. It's just not what I like. That's not my wheelhouse. That's not what I like to trade. But if you don't mind getting these slow and steady 20 cent plays, attack them. You need these honestly at first before you can get a Microsoft 4 or 5 point rug pull at the opening bell or a 100-point move on TCGL and still holding shares. It starts by these little baby creepers, the slow and steady eddies. You trade these, then eventually down the line you can start trading the big baby, the big monster movers, I should say.
I just love that trade so much because it proved that whole theory that we preach. It's like even if it's the smallest amount of shares you don't care about,
right?
Like leave something, because that scenario that just happened with you happens from time to time, and it can happen. And then you can make essentially a fortune from a little. The QMMM that NOS was in, that TCGL that you were in, just even the smallest piece. Amazing. Imagine if you left the 5 for $400 TCGL. I know, but getting the 100, absolutely. I mean, I would have.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing too. I thought about. I was like, well, it would have stopped me out. That I would have had to get back in because the it would have stopped me out there. So I almost let that, like, the final one share just run to the closing bell, knowing they're like one share ain't gonna do anything for you anyway. I just went ahead and locked it up when it was kind of bouncing around after it halted down. But that's my point. Yeah, imagine if you held even 1 or 2 or 3 of those shares for the 4 if you could have. That's why. Again, that's why the holding the piece of the pie and seeing what could possibly happen. Is that going to happen all the time? No. You got to take your run-of-the-mill base hits, your 15, 20, 30 cent moves, and then you'll start getting the doubles, and you get your 50, 60, 70 cent moves, and eventually start getting some triples into home runs where you're getting $1+ move. But it all starts with these slow and steady eddies, the 10 cent, the 20 cent, 25, 30 cent moves, holding on plays and then that is where the piece of the pie grows, because this is what I used to get. I'd get out, oh, that's it, 20 cents. But eventually I'd say, oh, it ran all the way up to high of day. So what I'd do, I'd get out 90% of my trade and hold on, and I'd probably get out here. And like, oh, man, okay, I got a little bit higher, right? So you're just kind of working it almost like a video game. Well, I got to this level last time, now I just got to this level this time. How about next time, let's try to get to this level. And then eventually you get to this level. And then eventually you get to high, and then eventually you hold through new high of day where you're holding on shares and you're scaling out appropriately as these trades are working in your favor. It just takes time. You got to repetition this day in, day out. And that's why I tell a lot of traders, start when you have that edge. Well, the edge is when it works in your direction. So when these plays do run in your direction and you have that feeling, right, those endorphins are kicking off of, I got to take my money. It's my money. I need it now. I want to take my green. Take 90%. If you're in 500 shares, take 400. If you're in 100 shares, take 90. Whatever you want to do. Take majority and then learn to scale out those last little bit. Like Kevin, even on his, edible trade earlier, 25 shares. We'll scale out 25 shares, 5 shares at a time. That's still 5 scale outs you get to do with 25 shares. And no, it's not going to bring in a lot of profit, but don't take all 25 at once. If it's running your direction, you're up $2, $3, especially like Kevin is, start scaling out 5 at a time. So, that's what I did. Yeah, earlier when I was in Microsoft, I had 20 shares left. Bro, I scaled out 20 shares, first 10, and then I scaled out 2. And I was like, I was down to 8, but it was kept running in my favor. Scaled out 2 more to 6. I was like, all right, final 6 shares. I'm going to scale out 1 share at a time. So I scaled out. And I forgot what my orders were, but those final, I went over at my live stream. I forgot exactly what they were, but the final 6 shares on the way down, I got out at like 1605, 1582, 1582, 15 something. Then it started coming down more. It was like 1540, 1517. I was like, I want 614s. I want 6 or whatever. It's 44. I want 414s. I want 414s. And got down to 414. So like my final 6 shares were scaled out from 416, low 416 to high 414s. So in the final 6 shares, I got an extra $1 out of it. That feels so good to me, Did I get a lot of profit out of it? No. But you know how cool that was to keep scaling out as it kept hitting new lows and kept hitting new lows? That's where you work on your scaling out. It's those small little shares and getting that to where you're doing it with bigger shares.
That's where most people struggle. It's just seeing profits, but being able to just sit and wait. I mean, that's where the money's made, right? We've heard that quote often. Just money's made in the sitting. GXI still in play a little bit, guys. For those sticking around, this is what defines you as a trader, guys. These days are important, Josh. Like not the funnest, seeing some profit, but not the funnest of days. But it defines you because everyone that's chasing those TCGL days, Josh, on a day like today, chasing those days, they're losing. They're losing, and so you're never getting anywhere. You just have to know the market, have the intuition with the market.
And I think that's days like today where the sizing comes in big because they see they're not getting those kind of moves, and then they go in heavy. Like, let me just get 10 cents. I'll go in 5,000, 10,000, or whatever. And next thing you know, they're holding that 5, 10,000 shares, and they're down 10 cents. And then they're down 20 cents. And like, okay, well, I just need to. And they start average. You have to understand the day of what's going on. You're all over it right there. And then what happens is, then they start getting, let me just get 10 cents. Let me just get 6 cents. Let me get, whatever it is. And you're just trying to go huge shares to make up for the fact that you're not getting the big moves for the day. And that another one of those things that, you get burned early on, you live and you learn. And that's one thing I learned early on. And that's why today I stayed away from small caps. I knew there were going to be smaller moves. It's okay with me. I saw a setup in large caps. I attacked it. Got my one good trade in for the day. I was like, man, that was a barn burner of a trade. I'll take it, and I'm done for the day. And then if something else sets up in small caps, then you trade it. I didn't trade GXAI because it was a little too slow in my opinion. But still here, we talked about, we have 2 bounce plays off in an area we alerted over an hour ago, and she's, like you said, still in play. And so those are the things I love to still take with a grain of salt of going, okay, I didn't trade it. I liked it. I alerted it. I saw it. It wasn't something I want to trade because it's a little too slow. Did it work out? And I go back and go, wow, it did work out. Okay, cool. You were seeing the chart correctly today, Josh. Pat on your back, move on to the next day or next stock, next set of hours or whatever you have to do or whatever. Kevin, don't forget.
Love it.
Yeah, real quickly, Power Hour with Steve, After Hours with Steve and the Earnings Today team. Tomorrow, myself and After Hours with Earnings. And then Thursday, Kevin will be there. Thursday, don't forget, we get an extended hour. We'll be going to the call-in show this time on Thursday. And maybe, just maybe, we'll be in a play that's halted up for over an hour again come Thursday.
You never know. You never know what we're going to get. But you do know you're going to get us. Traders, stick around. Hang out. Steve will be on here later, as Josh said. We'll have the scanners up here live. Keep watching GXAI as it's creeping up. ANL's still hanging out there as well in small caps. Outside of that, anything you got for him, Josh, before we wrap it up?
NPT maybe, just to kind of throw another extra back burner play that could maybe pop up later in the day, but you're all over it, brother. And I think we've covered it with what you guys should be doing. Great advice, great words of wisdom from you all day, every day, my man. So until Thursday, I will see you guys tomorrow. I forgot if that's right. Yeah, kind of like last week. I'll see you on tomorrow, everyone that's watching right now, for the After Hours show for earnings. Then everyone else, I'll see you back on Thursday.
Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, man. Yeah, I had higher hopes for today, but it's all good. All good.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna have those days that I told traders, okay, just when you have crazy madness, to me, you get that exhaustion where traders like myself are just kind of like, whew, that's been crazy moves. Like, and you kind of get this move away from it from our day. And because, like I said, Thursday, out of nowhere, boom, we could have another one where it's kind of like relax for a couple of days, calm before the next storm, and then, and then we get this huge, crazy runner. I would say if it's like this through Friday, then we've fully gotten into that. Well, it's earnings season. Traders are, small cap traders have moved away from, whatever, the mobs kind of moved away from now, but yeah. But dude, regardless, the last week and a half has just been crazy bonkers.
I know. It has been.
And yeah, tomorrow,
Yeah.
like always, text me if I don't, remember to text you. And yeah, let's come up with get that theme going for Thursday. And I guess we could still, because we didn't really get too many calls last week, we have that if anyone wants to call in and say, hey, we got a new theme. But also, if you do trade earnings, love to hear about it. Call in, share your stories, your journeys with trading options or options.
Yeah, it can be like a
earnings.
hybrid thing. I do have one caller who is going to call in for sure, and that is, oh, you were on there with them on Friday night. Which, thank you for showing up. That was a lot of fun.
All right, back on the mic here real quickly, team. Let's see. What was the low there? Was it 212? It was 212. Damn, that sucks, T-Web. We were all over it, though, T-Web. You know, that's why I said 220 earlier if you saw that on the live stream. I don't know if you caught that on TTP, but I did say 220 to 210. It was where I saw the bounce opportunity there, was 220 to 210, just basing that off of, you know, pre-market resistance with the upper shadows being at 220-ish area, 210s, and then a lot of that support coming into the 210 mark. I mean, I know what you're seeing there, you know, lower in the twos. Of course, I even have this line in forever, the forever line in right at 2. It's just where this was built up, and all of that resistance right there, a little bit higher than 2, just makes that demand for the bounce come a little bit higher than the 2 mark. Again, small bounce plays back up to 240. Not bad, though. You know, again, this one's about 30 cents. This one about 20 cents. Nothing crazy. Slow and steady Eddie. Of course, you talked about A&L. That one's on watch. Maybe possibly NPT too, but I would say for the time being, that's off the list. We'll go A&L, GXAI on top. Watch all caps for me. Taking a lunch break. We'll be back on the mic at 1:30 Eastern for lunch commentary. I'm like finally seeing this booger. Earlier, Margot came into my office and slung slobber, and I saw it, but I couldn't see where it went to, and I thought it hit my screen. Oh, it's just nasty. Now I can see it. I was like, oh man, that was a big loogie. That was a big guy. Big guy. The big guy. All right, questions you guys have? Anything at all? Anything? Aussie chick, how you doing? But yeah, it's like when she came in earlier. If y'all ever notice when they come in on the TTP stream, you don't really get to see as much as my background because it's the 4 screens at first, like 4. Well, you know what I mean. Me, you know, all 4 of us. So you don't really get to see a lot who comes in and out. You kind of maybe do. But yeah, she came in like she was like right here and did one of those numbers, and then right up, I was like, I thought it hit the screen, but I couldn't see it at first. Plus, I'm streaming live, and whatever. I'll look at it later. Right at the end of the live stream, I started noticing where it was at. And it like literally is going down like 3-4 inches. I mean, big, long, for an Asian man. I know, sorry, I just had to think. We were just talking about the Chappelle show. I had to cut that off because me and Kevin will start talking, and in the background, it's like I forgot what it's called. Oh, but we're like behind stage, so to speak, so you can't really hear us talking. We're talking about the Chappelle show and the stuff we couldn't talk about. Gosh, Chappelle show was so fucking funny. He's like, yeah, the one skit I couldn't bring up earlier was the KKK skit. So I think it was like the first. It was only so many seasons of the Chappelle show because of stupid Comedy Central and the deal. And anyway, I wish it was longer. Should have been at least 5 to 6 seasons. But anyway, the KKK skit where I forgot what his name was, but Chappelle is, you know, he's in the KKK, and of course it's Chappelle. He thinks he's white though, and oh my gosh, if you haven't seen that skit, and he goes to like the rally, and he's like up at the front. Of course, he's got his KKK outfit on, and no one knows that he's black. Everyone sees that he's white. Thinks he's white because he talks like a shirt. He sounds like a white guy, and his mask comes off, and they finally realize he's black. Oh god, the player's ball was so funny. The player's ball is hilarious. I mean, there's so many of them. Of course, the Rick James skits, you know, those are great. The Samuel Adams. I'm Samuel Adams, whatever. Oh, PHO. Okay, we got the runner. Kevin Avery just texted me. PHOE halting up. PHOE doing crazy moves right there. It's good fucking beer. Like Chappelle show was just, oh, you could talk about anything back then. When Keeping It Real Goes Wrong was great. It was good stuff. Good stuff, no question. Just a slow to, yeah, we'll wait for that. Yep, and small bounce plays again. And again, would you go for another one down here, T-Web? If anything, I would go at 2 at this point. We got the 220, we got the 210. You'd imagine 2 gets one up, right? I'm just not liking what I see in the small cap space today. I got my barn burner this morning in a Microsoft. That's the one I told you guys I wanted in a 421. I liked it, loved it. It was on this. It's been on my screen all damn day. Now hitting new low of day. I mean, you got to think. The first, hour of the day, we went down 10 points. The first 15 minutes of the day, we were already down 5, 6, 7 points. You know, with the immediate move, this is where, of course, I got out, was in this candle right there when I got my 14s. Right here. I think it was this candle right there was when I got out. Let me, it's so funny, love high. Oh, yeah, love him, yeah. Small moves, not worth it. Yeah, T-Web, yeah. Nah, I feel you, brother. Yeah, Chappelle Show that was one of those shows back in college. It was cool because I was in college at the time, where you would get high, get ready to watch Chappelle Show. You know, we'd both get ready. You know, let's get the smoke stuff ready, whatever, rolling something or bowls or whatever it is. You know, oh God, I couldn't wait for Chappelle Show to come on for sure. Chappelle Show. Oh man, yeah. I would love to show these skits, but I don't want to get copyright infringement. But yeah, go look up Chappelle Show skits. I'm telling you right now, team. Oh man, it's just you won't not be. I don't know how to word that, but you'll be laughing soon. Oh, how about this one with Wayne Brady? Is Wayne Brady gonna smack a hoe? Wayne Brady, remember the Wayne Brady one? Good guy. The player's ball is hilarious. Let's go Wayne Brady. Let's see if I can. You gotta go watch this.
Man, I'm really happy to be hanging out with you. This is nice.
Oh, man, it's just been great, man.
Well, same here, man. You busy with your show? I got my stuff. This is really cool.
Yeah, man. You see, that's the thing with black actors, man. We need to just unify. We can't just be out like...
Exactly.
So this is Wayne Brady and Chappelle talking. They're driving like the back streets of like some...
Hey, hold up, Wayne. I think you passed our turn. The restaurant's back that way.
Nah, that's all right. Relax.
You gonna get some weed? You gonna get some weed and holler at your boy. I know the spot.
Hold on. All right. There he is.
Break yourself, fool! Oh,
He pulls up and yeah.
it's Wayne Brady, son!
He just pulls up. He pulls up. Look, like Wayne Brady would do this. He just pulls up. Look, he comes out of his car. Look, he's like, hold on, I gotta take care of something. Look.
He is.
Break yourself, fool! Oh, it's Wayne Brady, son!
Calm down.
What you mean calm down? You just shot people, Wayne.
Dave.
Those were people you shot. God damn, man. You got a daytime image, man. You ain't supposed to be doing like this.
Dave, you making me nervous. You making me think that you gonna snitch. Now, you're not gonna snitch, right?
Oh, man, come on now. I ain't no snitch.
Now, you sure I ain't gonna snitch?
It's me, nigga. It's Dave, baby. Come on
snitch
now.
on me.
Nigga, come on, nigga. Yo, nigga, come on. It's me. It's Dave. We black actors, man. We gotta stick together. We black actors. We snitch. Come on, it's me, baby. It's Dave. It's Dave Chappelle. It's your boy.
There we go. So I'll fast forward a little bit. That's his horn, by the way. La cucaracha, la cucaracha.
Hey, Dad.
Goes up to a bunch of, I guess, ladies on the street. So there's like 5 of them just standing there.
Hose? Dave? Dave Hose.
Good evening, bitches.
Good tonight.
That's what I like to hear. That's nice. Hey, baby. Thank you. All right. More power to me. All right.
These are Dave's girls, by the way. He's the pimp. And, well.
Hey, thank you, baby. Oh, Raquel, what's this? Mr. Franklin's lonely. It's only...
Sorry, Daddy.
What do you mean sorry, Daddy? What the hell did you do? Is Wayne Brady gonna have to choke a bitch?
Is Wayne Brady gonna have to? That's what he choke. I thought it was slap. I always thought it was slap. It's choke. Hilarious.
I try not to be. You know what?
Wait,
okay.
come on, man.
No, I'm gonna get out of this part right now.
Come on, please, man. Come on, just let us slide.
You better thank Dave Chappelle. Okay.
Thank you, Dave. And I like your show.
Run, big brother, you like it?
This is just good stuff. All right, I'm going to take the break, team. PHOE is halting up here, going crazy parabolic. This has got crazy resumption times to it. I bet the halts are long. Yeah, 10 plus minutes sometimes, maybe even longer. Be careful trading PHOE. I'm going to step off the mic right now. Like I said, I'll be back here in about an hour and 10 minutes or so for some afternoon or lunch commentary. I have back-to-back one-on-ones today, so today it'll be lunch commentary and a brief bit of commentary before I get into my back-to-back one-on-ones, which start at the start of Power Hour.
I'm back. It's been about 8 months since the last video on my car. A lot has changed, a lot in the engine bay and my red. If you can't carbon fiber aero kit throughout the car. I've got carbon fiber mirrors, carbon fiber side skirts, carbon fiber knife, emblem, badge, front and rear. So the car is also coated in halo. It's about to get reapplied. I used to have H&R springs and I went to KW coilovers. Incredible quality. I can't believe I didn't go to coilovers sooner. I've always wanted to, but the price tag is
crazy,
substantially different.
Yeah. Look at this bad girl right here.
Like white and red. Let me just open my door jams for you.
Woo.
Or look like a hatch.
Woo.
Really good. I can't believe I didn't do this sooner.
Woo.
Calipers in orange, burnt kettle orange. Shout out to Crown Customs. They did an amazing job. I also got these done in gloss black.
My wheels are done in gloss black.
Fantastic, because this is not no regular X5M. Everywhere. With 2 F90 high pressure fuel pumps. So there's getting a lot of fueling done.
I just want to hear it. 680 horsepower. Woo! Woo! Man, that's pretty sick right there. I'm not a big fan of the red interior, but I like how the girl's driving it. Look at his girls driving this. Avery, take notes. Avery, take notes. Oh, it's hot. I think it's hot when girls drive. And
even
girls
when
drive
it's dirty,
fast.
it's still glossy.
Not a better looking SUV in the world. That's the best looking SUV you've ever seen right there. X5M. Oh, PHOE going nutsos right now. So we're going to put GXAI down here. Slow and steady Eddie. And PHOE up here, which is just going absolutely parabolic nuts. Damn, hubba hubba. Yeah, right. I'm telling you, X5M. I love how I put that on a lot of people's watch lists. I'm like, God, X5Ms. I'll be sleeping on those. Those are to me, the sexiest, like, the prettiest, like, modern, aggressive looking SUV. There's other pretty SUVs, but not with the aggressive, modern, fast, beefy, like, just everything. You know, from the side mirrors to that front fascia to the wheels and the brake calipers, right? It's so, and has been for years, like, to me, the most perfect put together SUV, SAV. Of course, they call them SAVs, but whatever. There's a couple that are close, but that thing is just, I'm not kidding you, every night I go out there and look at that thing. Like, when the sun's coming down, Aussie Chick Sailing Girl, from like 3:30 to 5, I probably go out to the garage. Depends on how much I'm working out or how many one-on-ones I have. I'll go out to that garage 5 to 10, like Saturday, Sunday, I have none. So, because that sun's coming down and now fully, like, because it's coming down, so it's really about to set, and it's not quite behind the houses on the other side of the street. So it's really, all that sun's finally really coming into the garage and hitting the X5M competition in that carbon black metallic paint. Oh my, you talking about just absolutely sexy sauce paint. We'll go ahead and end it on this right here. It's funny how some of my shorts get crazy good views, and then some of my shorts don't get good views. It's just so weird. Oh, I don't have, okay, cool. Back-to-back 1.1K views. I guess I didn't have it on my YouTube. I thought I put it on YouTube yesterday. I did not. Check out this paint. Check this paint out. I mean, I love that black, blue, like carbon black metallic. Like, sometimes it looks black, sometimes it's really dark blue, sometimes it's really, you can tell the blue's popping, and it depends on where you're at, right? So the more you move forward, the more black this looks, but the more right here looks blue. See, as I move back now, this is blue and this is kind of black and that's black. Like if you're right in front, oh, that paint right there, absolutely phenomenal. This, I mean, it is one of my favorite paint, codes and paints for BMW, but I think it's super underrated. I think this, because you can get it on any BMW, the carbon black metallic's been around for forever. Oh, I absolutely, and I can't wait to get mine dropped down and get those coilovers. So imagine when this thing gets dropped down and is a little bit, that's what I love about the X3M competition, but the X3M competition, it drives stiffer, and that's why it's stiffer. The 3 sits really far down, and people thought I had the X3M competition actually lowered because there's no wheel well, there's nothing, it's just straight down on it, but that gives it a rougher ride. These you can get, they're after obviously aftermarket springs, coils you can get that gets it down nice and tight, but then keeps the luxury ride to it. The blacked out wheels and the painted there, the gloss. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Oh. That paint though is absolutely phenomenal. Talking stocks. 6 years ago, look at the beard. No hair Avery coming back from the buzz cut. Love it. Look at the dogs living the life. How to find small cap runners. What's this?
From the Amsterdam underground to the world. Cause I got my drugs from Amsterdam. This is Triple X Radio with Mal P.
That interior.
Hey, what up? This is Mal.
I'm out of here. So clean. What wax do you use? I have it ceramic coated, so I don't really wax it that much, honestly. After I put the ceramic coat on, and I usually just wash it. Light soap, everything comes off. I love ceramic. Getting your car ceramic coated because it just has that, puts that film on it, shines it up, makes it look stupid clean. But yeah, I love the ceramic coat. I got it ceramic coated right away. Literally the week. So the Friday that Deck cut me off, remember I was going live on a Friday, and that was the last Friday I ever streamed live on Tradecaster. That was the Friday that I went and picked up Voltron from getting the ceramic coat on it and detailed. I haven't tried Zymol. No. I've heard of the good things about them though, the Zymol. But yeah, I got the ceramic coat on it, so I don't have to. Come on, my car sits in the damn garage. I haven't driven my car since, like we talked about, the Friday before the snow came. Have not driven it since. I only drive it in really pretty weather. I that thing is Elvira did down the line. I had to drive it in elements and rain and just had to, because of the group situation too, right? So it was just kind of those things. It was the group mobile. So, but Voltron, I'm like, it only drives in beautiful weather. It doesn't know what. I think I've literally maybe drove Voltron once in the rain. I'm not kidding you. So I've had that thing for over half a year. I've driven that thing once, maybe, in the rain. Well, maybe on purpose. Like I knew it was going to rain. The one time that it happened, remember if I told you about, was on the way down to the AKNR in Dallas. It was gorgeous. It was beautiful the whole way down there. Yay, you guys get to see my beautiful ride clean. I'm not kidding you. I get to Rockwall, essentially. I get to Dallas, a suburb, which is Rockwall. It's like one of the first big cities you get to before you get to Dallas, in my direction as I'm heading there. Just dumping fucking down rain. Well, you remember the storms were coming through Dallas. Aussie chick, you remember all those storms that were coming through Dallas because of freaking Fogo losing power? I've never even heard of Fogo losing power. But it's because that shit building that they're in, that they have to rent to be in, the generators that they have were terrible. Anywho. But yeah, I'll never forget that because I was going a little faster than I should have been in that rain. And I'll never forget hydroplaning and like we've talked about. And I didn't know, luckily I know how to correct quickly. But I had to, my steering, anyway, I was going 70, 80, I would say, on the interstate and got sideways. And Voltron, but of course, it is an X5M competition, so it's got badass handling skills already. So don't fuck up, Josh. But yeah, it was one of those ones like, whoa, whoo, that woke me the fuck up. Wow, my butthole was puckered, my heart is racing. That was the one time that I didn't. But yeah, I've literally, I'd say less than two or three times it's been in the rain at that. Spy so ugly, but could be a good dip by. Yeah, it's just a bloodbath for the day. I would be careful trying to take a dip by off of the Spy here. I'd watch for more short, to be honest, Nath. I would watch for more continuation and more short. Under 689, Watch for a crack back down for more. There's really nothing to hold this play up. Under 689. Would you stop? Under 689, there's nothing to hold this play up until right here at around 688.25, 688.30 area. So I would just, like I was telling both of you earlier, days like today, there will be bounce plays, but a lot of time they'll come in weird random areas some of the time. That was with SNDK. But this, I would just say watch for more continuation down to low 688s. Yes, that's right. Yeah, Aussie chick, that was crazy. Those were some big-ass storms. I mean, August 2, middle of nowhere. Remember, those lasted like all day. I'll never forget that. That was like a big storm event there in August that we had there that first day of the AKNR. It was stormy. It was windy. It was rainy. All right. Taking the break. I'll put some jams on for you guys. I'll be back here in about an hour. Let me take a break here. So I'm telling you, Spy is down for more, in my opinion. Let's go. Get a good song on here for you guys. A good song. Let me get my mix up for you. Had some fun today. There it is. Making a playlist too right now. Save. New playlist. Stock. Save. New playlist. Stocks. Non-copy. Great. Yay! All right, team. Back here in just a bit. up? What's up? All right, back in the office here. Main thing for the day would be for small caps NPT. NPT moving back on around little U-shaped cup and handle. Here's the cup. There's the handle popping back through. Every new high, as they talked about, makes a pullback. So it did go a little higher here, of course, than maybe anticipated for the new pull. But every new high we make, this thing pulls back. So the next time it makes new high of day, there will be an eventual pullback from it. No questions about it. It's not one of those ones that keeps staircasing up, is in a bull flag, bull flag, bull flag. It's up, down, up, down. Does have room to run. I mean, of course, you go from 10 to 5, whatever it was this morning. What was it? About 5, 6 to 30. You got some moves like Jagger, and it came down here twice this morning after coming from that area and bounced right around that $6, $5 mark. Nice, good move back up. This is why I said in the morning stream with you guys and definitely with the TTV stream that this wasn't done for the day just because of this. A lot of the time traders want to get it. There's a reason why it'll pop back on through. Besides just the normal retail trader seeing the move that we had earlier, there are traders stuck. Institutes getting involved as well, and their numbers, key nibbles they want to get them to as they pop back on up. But NPT, very good. NPT, really good mover for the day. Trend line, you could start it from down here, like the overall uptrend channel for the day, right? Say like something along those lines. And if you want to have a more extended one up here from somewhere around here onward, you can see the uptrend channel. Nothing too trendy about it, but it does have an uptrend channel look to it for sure. Does NPT. Other than that, small caps are dead. SPY absolutely getting obliterated right now. And of course, Meta was one of my other call outs for the day, watching for a pullback there. But Apple's one that actually has not come down. AMD just getting destroyed. Tesla coming back on down. Of course, my play of the day. Google here earlier on in the morning, and Microsoft. These plays that I liked a lot for continuation on down did get them. And Meta, of course, that's just a huge move. Said watch for a crack under 705 for the reversal, and boy, oh boy, we'll talk about almost 20 points. SPY is getting just demolished right now. I don't think there's any news. I don't think there's anything going on. I'd have to click on this and look around to see. Not since earlier in the day. Although maybe this Reuters citing a U.S. military shot down. U.S. military shot down an Iranian drone that approached U.S. Navy. I don't have why that would make the market go down. War Department announces vendors invited to compete. I don't see really anything here funny. I don't see anything too crazy. I talked about this though in the TTV stream too, which is crazy. Like, oh yeah, I forgot I said that. Watch for SPY. I don't think we're done going down for the day. We may go over and go further down. I didn't think we'd go this far down. Now, one play I do want to bring up is AMD. We had that had the earnings stock trading challenge going on. Mine, I don't know when we can view the leaderboard. I did 235.77. So 235.77 is right there is where I said the closing price of AMD would be. We'll see. That was a little bit while ago because I know we were on the crash mode. So I was kind of going back to yesterday's open price or close to it. Yesterday's open price was somewhere right around 230. Oh, it was 235.77. Oh, wow. I didn't realize. I think that was yesterday's open on the dot. 235.77. I was just kind of guesstimating. That's crazy. So yesterday's open is mine. So we'll see what happens there. But here's the link if you want to AMD TTP. Guess the closing price challenge. Boom. All right, cool. Any questions you guys have? Anybody out there? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? Any questions? All right, I'm going to eat some food real quickly, team. Watch for this uptrend channel to continue here. I'm going to base it off of this right there and say somewhere right through there's the uptrend channel. The new uptrend channel here for somewhere right about right there-ish. There we go. Somewhere right about right there for NPT. NPT's uptrend channel. I'm going to eat some food. I do have back-to-back one-on-ones coming up here at 3 and 4 Eastern time. So in Power Hour and the first hour of After Hours, I have back-to-back one-on-ones today. Any questions you guys have, let me know. Let's go over them real quickly. I'll be back here, though, before the end of the hour to go over end-of-day movement for small caps. Also, we'll be going over AMD again and earnings, what to be looking for, which at this point, if we pop up, boy, I bet even getting back to 250 is going to be a task and maybe get to it, but big reversal. Like I talked about GXAI. GXAI is going to be like Fuse from yesterday. FUSC, remember, refused to lose from yesterday. Just never really went to crack down. It'd go below the VWAP, still come back on up. I feel like GXAI is your slow and steady Eddie play for the rest of the day. Well, yesterday's was 235 on the dot. Opening at 235.77. That's awesome. So that was my guess. 235.77 was my guess of Rooney for the challenge. All right, team. I'll be back here in just a few minutes, okay? I'm going to get some food in my belly. Anybody have any questions, let me know. Put them in chat. I'll throw the music back on. I'll see you guys here up before the top of the hour before I get into one-on-ones. I'm about to get an energy boost going. Give me some fresh fruit, some of that sugar, natural sugar. What else to go with it? I always start with a little fruit. And then I eat a little lunch. All right, back in a few. Josh Smith here with Trade the Bull. I've got 3 hot tickers. jumping back on the mic real quickly. Not a lot to go over. Just NPT slow uptrend channel. It's got some decent movements. Again, watch for a new high of day to pop into the top of this uptrend channel. And if it does, watch for another good short opportunity. SPY, it looks like it's finally found its bottoms in this 5-minute time frame. Look how wide the deviation channels are. You don't see that too often in the 5-day, 5-minute time frame, but that we actually went all the way down and found the bottom of that deviation channel. I actually have a line in there as well, which is nuts. And we are bull flagging up off the bottom of that. I know it's a bull flag, but it's at so low of the day. It definitely seems like AMD, just when I thought I was getting super close to going, oh man, I might get this or close to the closing price. Back on up she goes, inverse head and shoulder. A lot of plays kind of trying to pop back on up there. And so it really does seem like low of day, at least in market, I would imagine has been found. Huge, nasty reversal on the day. 1-2 point reversals pretty much across the board. Depends on what you're looking at. Where was the other ticker I was looking at there on the large cap sector? But yeah, we got NVDA down actually 4% on the day now. So NVDA, big, massive 4.5% mover. Meta's down 2.5%. Microsoft down 3%. So you're getting some pretty good moves down to the bottom side today from a lot of these tickers as they have crashed away. And the SPY, just a big nasty reversal on the day. But yeah, anywhere from around 1.5%, 2% moves down up to 3 or 4, which is pretty big for large caps. Any questions you guys have? I'll put this in here. AMD levels though. AMD levels. Go to the hourly. I imagine bell, closing bell is all over the place. Watch for a max move back up to 260s over 250 and let's see here, back under, what is that, 230? It was low day, 236. We'll call it, yeah, 230. All right, about to get into my one-on-ones team. About to get into my one-on-ones. Looks like low of day has been found. I'm going to keep this up and rolling until after hours right there for AMD. For earnings, all of the small cap plays are done except for NPT. NPT is going to be your one small cap mover here as we run. NPT rolling. Trendline has top resistance at 1450. 1280 into what are you doing there, Murdog? Cool. All right, cool. I'll see you guys in after hours. If there's anything that I have back-to-back one-on-one, so it'll be an hour after the closing bell till I get to see you guys. I'll have a quick minute, in between the one-on-ones. I can jump on here if there's something crazy going on, like right at the closing bell. We'll see if AMD has crazy earnings. AMD is the only. AMD, who else this afternoon? AMD, SMCI, and CMG. So those will be the bigger ones to watch, which I'll go back through all of them later just to see if we've got any bigger moves. Like, even like Lumen, got, Lumen, LUMN, that we've looked at that before. ENPH, we've looked at that before. And even stuff like T2 and EA. So be back here in after hours, team.
VGLC. CIGL. VGLC. INHD. INHD. It's what you're aching. But maybe you're ocean. It don't, it don't, it don't. make the ocean. It down, it down, it down.
Trades via Tradecaster.com, Josh Smith Official, Prime Trading here on Instagram, and it's actually Tuesday, November the 2nd today. And let's recap, because it has just been super busy. Wasn't able to get to the recap, and we know what started all, well, really it was HX, but what really was the monster starter of it all was DWAC DWAC, because we saw this crazy run. If you go back and do my last week's recap, this is the one I went over. DWAC ran, and it's kind of, if you can just see it's leveled off. You can see the price now. It's back in the 60s now. It's kind of 70s, but now it's kind of fell off a little bit more. And PHUN, this really didn't do much at all since then. But you can see here, where PHUN was the other crazy runner that went from essentially gapping up from 150 and hit 24 the next day. Of course, doing the same thing we're giving back. Now it's really giving back a lot of its gains back to 360. Now let's get into last week. And of course, last week, if you remember, if you probably went back and did some of my, if you watched last week's recap, this hasn't quite run yet. BKKT did not think, if you go back and watch it, I don't think I'd quite seen it run to $60 yet in after hours, right? And so it was one of the ones last week, and now we have a few, and I mean a few stocks to go over. One of the first things I want to bring up, of course, is and a lot of these, we'll see if each one is building a flag. I know it seems like if another one might be doing this, but I'm going to go through 3 different alerts. One Monday, it was this Monday, as in yesterday we saw one. This was Monday before last. This is Monday. See, this is the 25th. You're going to see 3 times this has happened where we get a gap up with a fill at the open that turns into a U shape, break above the open, hold that, or I should say, break above the open area plus that pre-market resistance. And when you can hold above that, as you can see, when we come U shaping and flying above that and hold it, and there's our last opportunity. Look what happens with the 3 plays I'm about to show you. And so there's a lot, and I missed most of this. I got out of chat. I forgot where I traded this somewhere early on, thinking, okay, cool, it's Monday. I tried to tell you, Thursday and Friday was a craziness. Monday we'd see some fun. I told you, here's the fun. I'm not going to, I had stuff to do. So this stayed in this wedge for the longest time, right? We remember DWAC it went up in further faster. This took a little while. Then all of a sudden I come back in chat and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. Here we go. And so that's what I'm alerting traders here in chat right here in the essentially in power. I'm like, team, remember what happened last time we saw a stock do this? Now it's not going as hard as DWAC, but don't be surprised. And so I'll leave, come back, and then sure enough, I miss more, miss another. Look at this long wedge, team, another long, beautiful wedge and flag that breaks out. And then finally my alerts come dropping in here in after hours, and I'm like, okay, I got to get a part of this. I'm not missing any more of this. And so I guess I didn't get my first target in, but it hit $40. That was my first target. I guess I couldn't go back far enough, but $40 was my first target. And I said, hey, this starts moving over 30 and over 35 in after hours. Essentially, what I was saying, as you can see right here, is the first alert. After $35, next main target is $40, and of course in 50. That's how these move. When you have all day runners, they go from 35. When they get over 35, 40 of course is next. It's every $5, but really when it gets over 40, 50 is a magnet. I mean, I know it's 45 will run into some resistance, but I'll kind of zoom out just a tad bit more here so we can really see some movement here in after hours and when my alerts were going off. This is 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Now, this is a copy and paste because this is an hour later. This is an hour after the market closes. The market closes at 3 o'clock Central Standard Time. So 10 minutes after the market closed, I alerted $35 was the main target. So 10 minutes after, right here, essentially 10 minutes after, so we can see 10 minutes after. So right here, essentially, so we can see the price too. But 10 minutes after, the price was right around where? Right here, about $33-ish. You can see it hadn't gone up to 35 yet. And then instantly, boom, it's hitting the target. It's running on through the target. So there's target 1 right as it's hitting. That was literally, I'm alerting it right as it hit, right? And so $40 hit $40 target 1. I shouldn't say target 1. That's actually target 2. And I guess here's the reason why maybe I alerted that after $35. So this was I'm alerting this. I'm guessing why this is because I know $35 is about to hit. You can see if I zoom in there, this is essentially about to hit $35. So after $35, next main target is 40. And so as you can see, almost ran straight up to hit 40, as you can see. Took a little bit of time, came down here and almost bounced off this resistance. Old resistance equals new support. And then you can see eventually did hit $40 target. So boom, 10 after, so an hour later, so at 4:10, which would be about right here-ish, come back in chat and see that essentially it was hit. Boom, it hit the target. You can see the high there was hitting right at $40. Hit $39.67, $39.88. Essentially it was hitting it, then eventually did hit it. And you can see it continue to run up.
And there you go. And then and maybe it was. Maybe at this time I just finished the weekly recap. So you get my point. I know we can go back. You can look at how far BKKT ran. And so you can see. There we go. So let's get rid of that alert. Let's get through some more of these alerts here. As you can see, alerts 2 hours after. So 2 hours afterwards. Let's go about a 5:23 my time. So that's 3. This was 4. So 5:23. Look how high up it's $50. And all my targets are getting hit. So at 5:23 my time, this would be 5:23 my time right here. Look where that's hitting up, where this is spiking up. It's spiking up, and I'm just like, wow. There it goes. Every one of my targets hit. Boom. 2 hours later, all targets are hit. That's what I was saying. Called it last week with HX starting a party. BKK said it was like DWAC. I could start moving like it. And then there's just some more of my luck. I didn't get to 75, but here's what essentially was saying the same thing. With that, saying like, hey, BKKT, that like just kind of alerting what can happen, where this can move up to. Alert was working out so far, okay, let's get to the next morning here. So that was let's get to the next morning though. So BKKT, get out to the next morning, didn't completely gap up, right? Hit 50, 57, hit higher in after hours, hit 57 in after hours, then in pre-market hit about 54. So it was really topping out in that 50s, showing, hey, that's some strength. We weren't able ever to stay above the $50 area. And so let's see here, getting into the next morning here. I think that's going to be it for BKKT. 1026. Here we go. WBX is another one we got into. This is when we started seeing a lot of failing and a lot of pullbacks. So BKKT, let's see here, working out so far, of course, was the shorts going on this way. Of course, 28 area, maybe a dip below. And then, of course, the shorts were taken over. But look, you can see the alert right here. At 2 after, I unfortunately can only scroll back so far. But 2 after, BKKT needs to hold the 28 area, may dip a tad bit below, but for a move back up. And then, boom, hit $28 on the dot. As you can see here, let's see if I can go back a little bit further here, where to get that bounce. And so $28 right here. See how that 20 at 28? This area, see the upper shadow? That was one of those crazy quick upper shadows here in power hour. And then there's that little block right here that you can see. So there's that quick upper shadow. There's that. And so I just kind of based it down below. That's why I said it may have a lower shadow below it, because I figured, hey, it may even go down. You may see something in the 27s right here. Then we go to pre-market the next morning, or I should say first 10, 20 minutes. What was it? First 10 minutes there, whammy, hit it perfectly. And look at the lower shadows. The low was 27.74, 27.6, 27.85, or no, 27.5 from 27.6 again. So beautiful bounce area. Alerted that 2 minutes after the opening bell when it was halted down right here. I was saying, hey, that's the area it needs to hold. Beautiful bounce back up, and that's the beautiful bounce area right there that we saw from BKKT moving up that morning. Let's see what was the next area, and then that's where it failed, and we knew we couldn't push back above that. Over 35 was key, and look right here. Over 35 is key for push to VWAP. That was at 44 after. So right here, we haven't quite got there yet. I'm letting everyone know in chat. Right here at 44 after, we're not even at $34 yet. Look what this hit. What was the high here? The high was 35.43. The high was 35.40. So right here, look at that. You can see what the high was right there in that area. And I alerted that a minute beforehand, saying, hey, team, this area is key. That area, scroll back a little bit more right here so you can see, though, super crucial. And then let's go over to WX. That's kind of the end of BKKT. We've seen it run here and there, days afterward. We've seen it run. As you can see, it's now back up into the 30s. It did see a nice little bounce and actually movement back up, as you can see, over the past few days here. And really, some days it's been a little bit bigger than others. But BKT, my point being, look at the movement we've had. Look how much we've seen this stock continue to run. And this is, like I said, back to now back to Tuesday again here, when we were seeing a lot of failing. WBX, another one. I didn't catch this halt down. I wanted to, but this was one of the ones I think I caught RDBX, and that's another crazy short we're about to look into. But look at this, another one. This is where I saw this a lot happening at the open. We were getting the flag, but not the U-shape to fail, and everything's dumping off. So WBX, and you can see here, let's get into it, kind of scrolling just a little bit here, just a little bit more there. 21.5 area. That was a 21.5 area, was definitely, and you can see right here, look at this halted down right below it. And that's what I was saying, 21.5 is the support area, kind of getting it from, kind of right in this area. The 25, and then all the way down here, the 25 area. So 21.5 and 20, and you can see where it bounced right off the 21.5 area right there. And it just cracked right through that and halted down, and that was essentially the area it could never really regain. As you can see, it tried to get back above it, couldn't do it. here's my play from last Tuesday, RDBX, besides going short, or I should say going long on the $28 bounce from BKKT, was the same thing. Look what we just saw, the same thing. We just saw this from WBX, and I'm like, boom, here, RDBX, this is the same thing. And I was like, here, I'm come over to learn to it. See if this can actually hold its spike now. 28.5 is the key. I'm saying fail. I'm seeing fail. Same thing. I'm saying fail. Like I'm betting it's about to fail. And look, you can see what I'm getting it from here in pre-market. The spike up, the 28.5 area. Look at that. Got about $1.50, a little bit below it, about $1, little $1.20, whatever. Same thing though. I saw that when it come flying up. I was like, oh, baby, come on back down now, and then we can get into some of these RDBX alerts. And whammy, geez, fell all day, fell so far all day. About to load up shorts, and so right there, I've already got some shorts going on, but I'm loading. I'm anywhere I can look, I'm loading up. And someone asks, which ones? What do you, which one? I'm like, all things penny, laugh out loud. We were, to get my point. And I'll show you LIDR, kind of doing the same thing. We'll get back into that in a minute here. That was another one that was kind of spiking and falling. But 59 after. I thought maybe I got alert in here. Here we go. There's the alert. There it is. I was like, where is it at? 55 after. So you can see it 55 after, which is right here. So it's halted down. It's still halted down. And I'm already saying crack of VWAP headed south to $22 area for short. Fell. Let's see. That was RDBX. And where is it at? RDBX watching for another short opportunity as alerted. And so that's what I'm looking for. Crack of the VWAP headed south to $22 for short. So crack of the VWAP, it's headed to $22. And you can see where 22 is. I'll kind of move this down and out of the way. This area right here, this little sandwich, I can go back to pre-mark, same thing. I don't have to keep showing you. You just know when I say 22, I promise you team, 22 is the area. And so I wanted the open crack of the VWAP down to the 22. That was my short. This thing opened up. And so I'm letting traders know, already on top of the fact, of course, because I don't know when and where it's going to open up, but I'm letting traders know I'm watching for another short opportunity as alerted. So let's get over to it right here. Where are we at? Oh, that was this one. Boom. And so RDBX, that was the next one. So at 59 after, I'll let traders know as soon as that was live. Of course, it went right into a halt. And here's what I was thinking. The fact that it went straight through 22, right? I wanted it from here to 22. This was the next support. So that's my lockup zone for it to bounce. The fact that it opened below that led me to believe what? You're open below it, so now you're below another support line. So I unfortunately, because of the gap down, unfortunately, it's like this never existed. This short, unfortunately, was never possible. And so, like, you know what? That's the next best thing. I know the crack of this area, this 22, it's down for another halt. And so, boom, that's why I was trying to let traders in ASAP, boom, short, and then, of course, I was in. And so I was letting traders know immediately to get in that area and where to essentially kind of maybe start locking up at. And so that's exactly what I was looking for on RDBX. And then I scaled out because I was in immediately. As soon as this opened up and my entry wasn't that great, it was somewhere in between here in the upper 21, the mid, I'd say mid 21s because it opened up and I immediately kind of pressed the trigger. Spread was big, but I immediately scaled out in here. I think that my last 100 shares, I wanted the 1875 crack, and I finally got it right here. Big red candle, 1875 crack, scaled out somewhere I think it was really in the low 18s, and it wasn't many shares left at that point in time, but but look where it kept going. I should have known. I should have known that day that it was going to continue to go down and go down and go down and go down. And so you can see it's not that it's gone that much further down, but it went down. Well, to that day it went down further. Imagine holding down for another $3, $4, $5 more dollars. So I should have held a tad bit longer. Get into, let's see, like LIDR. That was another one last week. It did end up running a little bit. Let's see, get back to it real quick. There we go, LIDR. There you go. You can see here, though, LIDR, same kind of thing. Everything's fallen over. Has to hold VWAP. Like earlier on when it kind of breaks the VWAP, has to hold the VWAP. Has to hold the VWAP. Perfect short opportunity. VWAP crack, boom, and it shorts down, boom, it's done the rest of the day. It's just kind of we got into that mode on Tuesday. That was the one where Tuesday it got sketchy. You had to watch out what you're doing. You saw everything else failing. Everything else was falling over. There really wasn't a lot of things that held up. I just showed you so many stocks that started to fail. Now we can get into these where I kind of didn't get in because I thought, okay, cool, we're going to start seeing stocks fail left and right. Let's get into some of these other runners that we saw last week. Some of them held their gains too, which is crazy and I did not expect that to happen. This was a kind of mid-candle breakout fun that we had on Thursday when I went live for DEC. You saw this go from about 370 up to 640. But here's the main thing. Let's go back to the first day. Look what we saw. This was on Tuesday as well. So this was the one Tuesday. This was the other one on Tuesday that I left. See, I'm done alerting. I'm done trading. This halted up. It failed. See, right? And boom, it did this. I'm done. I'm like, okay, I've left chat somewhere in here. It holds this trend line, and since it's still hot, traders come back in and look at this run all the way to 950. I mean, we had SYTA. Here's another one. SYTA. Look at this stock. Here's this one. This was Wednesday's kind of all-day runner that held its gains till about the very end, and then this is when I noticed, okay, we're starting to get to that fail again. We got to be very careful holding up. And then Thursday, Friday, Thursday was just crazy. It was a roundabout day. We went all over the place, but we saw a lot of failing, and that's what showed me, okay, Thursday we need to be careful because this was Wednesday, right? We saw IINN go all day long after all those stocks failed. I just show you, Tuesday fell, starting to get in that fail mode. Be careful. Everything spiking, giving back. Now we have SYT, IINN, SYTA kind of hold its gains. Let's see what else was there. And this kind of led me into the next day, DBGI. Oh, AGRI. Yeah, AGRI. This is the other one, team. I can't forget about AGRI. This was the other one. As you can see, try to look at this big spike on Wednesday, but look at the fail later on in the day. And so that's what led me to go, okay, Friday, or Wednesday, I should say Thursday, when I was telling everyone when I went live for deck, we have to be careful. And so let's get into some of these stocks on Thursday. And you can see DBG, and there's just too many stocks because now we're looking at DWAC. We're looking at PHUN to spike with it, BKKT, IINN. We're looking at all these, just so many plays. So look, here we go. Look at DBGI. Let's show you another one. HWCB. Look at HWCB. Look what it does. Or is it H? Maybe it's HB. H. Oh, is it not HWCB? HCWB? HCWB. Maybe it's HCWB. I think it's HCWB. Yes, HCWB. Same thing. You can see, look, nice spike from the morning from 320 up to 875. It's a $5 spike. Squeezing all day long. Someone holding its gains. Doesn't do too much. It's up and down, up and down, up and down. It then cracks off at the end of the day. So there's HCWB. That was the other one. Then IFRX was the other one on Thursday that we were going over. Look what this does on Thursday. Same thing. Let's go back to it. It actually held its gains midway through the day. We're like, oh, geez, here we go. It actually is coming back up. Here we go. And then it flutters and falls off and kind of just falls back, you can see. So that, okay, we got to be careful there. BIMI, here was another one. This one, actually, my bad. This was on, this one may have been Tuesday. This past week when things were still holding its gains. See, Tuesday was the last day when stocks were holding their gains, and this weird, wacky mover. Look how many halts. This team had so many halts. Look how many halts there are through here. So many halts. I don't want to go through and try to count them all. It just got, then it started doing it up here. And it was just such a weird mover until the next day, you're like, no, I'm done with that. You can see that's back down to 70 cents now. And so that's what showed me, because remember, IINN did the same thing. Held its gains all day, came back to nothing. We did see a mid-candle breakout from IINN and a little bit of BIMI, as you can see on Thursday, those mid-candle breakout forms. And I can show you what we were talking about mid-candle breakout. First day spike, come down middle way through the first day spike, and you're going to spike the next day. It's usually the third day is usually when you get that spike. So see, IIN, you get the spike the first day, come down. These went a little bit lower than what we like, but see, look at the fun on the third day. So fun first day, red second day, fun third day. That's how that usually works out. But you can kind of see end that day, things weren't holding their gains anymore. Wednesday, stuff was spiking, but then really giving back gains at the end of the day. And then Thursday, spike up, come right back on down, which led to Friday was all over the place. And then end of the day, look at ABVC. Same thing or I should say yesterday, Monday. Look at this. Look at AB. Of course, past chart history, but look what it did Monday morning in pre-market. Let's just go back to this real quick so you can see what it did yesterday in pre-market. Spiked all the way from $3 to $26 and right back on down. Is that not nuts? And then yesterday's all-day runner. Now we get into this. Remember the BKKT, the U-shape? Let's get back into yesterday's team. Same thing. Look at the U-shape at the open here. I'm going to get rid of this trend line here. Remove the trend line. But look how the U-shape. See, we had the spike up, fell at the open. We have a U-shape past the open area and some of this pre-market resistance, although it was all over the place, all the way up to 29. So a monster mover from BTTX. And of course, if it would have held a little bit more of its gains, we could have looked at it tomorrow as being a mid-candle breakout. But you can see it's all the way back below where it even spiked from yesterday. But that crazy mover, oh, team, let's get into today's movers now. Now, again, here's the flag, just like BTT. I'll show you BKKT from last week. Same thing. Spike right before the bell, forms a flag, U-shapes, back to the open resistance area and the pre-market resistance. This area, it's spiking and it's rolling. Took it a little bit to finally get there, and then whammy, and I'll show you why it took a little bit to get there. But OLB with a nice little mover so far today, but kind of like what we're seeing in the middle of last week. The heat's still there, but it's not staying around. But remember this open, take a screenshot of it. Remember, team, this is where you get runners that last for more than an hour or two, and sometimes you get your all-day runners. See this little open just like that with that U-shape? Remember this from last week, BKKT. Take that screenshot. Now take this screenshot real quick. Oh, I messed up there. Sorry. Let's go back to, I got to go back to 10-day here. Sorry, I got to go back. If I'm going to go back, right, I've got to go back to, see, look at that. Hold on, right here. Here it was. Not too far. Sorry, team. It was right there. But there. See the spike at the open? Remember the 8 o'clock hour? And this will be easier doing it this way. So BK, and I'll take, or just take a video screenshot. BKT. Spike in the 8 o'clock hour, forming the flag, U-shape, back up above the open in pre-market resistance. Watch the run we get. Whammy. Okay? See that? Boom, boom, right there. And now look at, of course, now we can go back to today's runner, doing the exact same thing right here. Get in today's chart. Look at that. Look at that. Does that not look very similar? It happens a little too quick, though. A little too quick. And then we didn't get as much out of it. And here's why. Let me just show you, team. Let me show you why. Let me show you the crazy mover. Look at the crazy mover. CAR. C-A-R-A. CAR. If you remember that movie from, I think it's, what is that movie called? Vince Vaughn. Anyway, be cool. Look at the run today from CAR. This is from Avis. Avis, yes, the rental car company. Q3 earnings come out, go from 170.60 area at the, what was it open, like 170ish or so, up to 554. Are you kidding me? And here's what's so funny. And I was calling it. I've been waiting for it. I'm sure this will most definitely get a bounce. And then Thinkorswim has easy to borrow. It's easy to borrow, ETB. I'm like, I got to get some of these. And so literally, I'm looking for a quick short, a super quick short, super small share size, laugh out loud. Thinkorswim is, I'm getting ready. I am getting ready. It's 9 after. At 10:10, I'm out. As soon as it came live, I was, or I should say 10:10. I don't know why 10:10. I guess because I don't know why. These are timestamps. Super weird. But I was in right here. I don't know why. I guess because it happened at the same time. Oh, because it came live at 10:09. Duh. So this was right before it came live. I'm like, what's wrong here at the timestamp? You can see it came live at 10:09. It's halted down here. And that's my first alerts weren't till, that was obviously, I think it was when it was halted down right here. And it came live right at 10:09. So we're waiting for 10:09. So at before 10:09 comes, you know, at 10:09 and like say 47 seconds. So 10:08 and 38 seconds, I'm like writing this. You know, 10:09 and 3 seconds, what, you know, right here at the beginning of 10:09, I'm saying, I'm letting people know, right, point being, right before it goes live, if you were in chat, you probably remember, right before this went live, I'm saying, traders, I am going to get short on this. I'm telling you, I'm looking for a super quick short, small series size, but I know this is going to dump more, especially with the crack of that 480 area is what I was thinking. This right here came live, kind of spiked back up to 500, and then I just market ordered in. That's why I let traders know I was in short, and boom, you can see that I was in there. 430 here. I'll show you. Then I'll show you this. Look at the areas that I'm looking to cover at. Oh, I didn't take it. Was 430 and 400. This came down right through 430, which was great. Right to 400, bounced up, and I was out right here. These candles right here at the bottom, because he had opened up, see it closed down here, opened up, and before it started spiking back up to 440, and I thought I was going to go grind back up. You know, that was that big bounce I was told you that we would see a bounce out of this, and we saw a $40 bounce essentially, short-lived, and I should have held longer again too, but I got in for a quick little short there just because they were free shorts. I mean, quick little short right there. So. Crazy momentum. So that's what we've seen in the past week. Now, kind of the breather. Recapped everything we've just seen. Now moving forward, the heat's still there. It's still here, obviously, big time. I don't think we're going to see. I mean, we'll see somewhat of a cool down. But this made, because I'll tell you, it was cool there it's been really relatively cooler overall this year, more so than hot. You know, last year, 2020 was a reason for that. 2020 was super duper, flooper, crooper, crazy hot. Now, this year hasn't been as hot, and there's a reason for that. It started off hot, too, is another reason, because GameStop and all that stuff, and it was hot for a while. Then it finally started slowing off. And then we've seen spikes here and there. Of course, June was hot again this year, which was crazy. Into early July, it was still relatively hot for about a 4-week period from, you know, mid-June to mid-June to mid-July. And it's been relatively slow since then. I mean, we've seen spikes here and there, but it's been slow. I'll tell you, it's been relatively slow until now. And so now maybe that's why. And that's why the traders are ready to rock and roll. You know, they've been around. It's been here for about 10 days now, or whenever the first spike was from DWAC. You know, HX kind of let it off, you know, almost 2 weeks ago now. But 2 weeks this Thursday will be when DWAC started its run, and then that Friday is when it went to 175, and that's what started the craze. And even a reason like this, why CAR went as crazy as it did today. I mean, we're seeing a stock go bananas and halt up and down that, you know, never did this before. I mean, I'll go to past chart history, and you can usually show you. Look at this. Imagine, like, literally just a few months ago. Imagine back, or a few months ago, a year ago, you're well below $50, even if I said this earlier this year. And now look at this thing today if you were holding long term. So Of course, not many would be doing that, but just for example. So my point being, I think we're still going to see spikes. I think we may see a small little lull like I keep talking about, and we've kind of seen it here and there, a couple of days here and there. But again, don't be surprised if we see essentially continuation. It's been slower, so this may just continue to say how we'll see some lulls here and there. But I'm thinking now, if this continues up the way it has been, we may just see crazy heat for the rest of this month into December and into the new year, essentially. So AK-47 signing off. Join me live over at my website. Hit me up. Do the great sessions. Have so many members in chat that are doing those. It's primetradinginvestments.com. That's primetradinginvestments.com. Of course, I go live over at tradecaster.com. Every Friday I go live for deck. Sometimes I'll jump on during the mic. Now that I have my own lobby, so I'll go live sometimes during the lunch hours as well. And eventually we'll go live all day long like deck. AK-47 though, signing off. I want to do a little recap. I know I had lots to go over right there. But yeah, like I said, don't forget the heat's coming. Or should the heat's staying? It's not. I don't think it's going anywhere. Is my point. Like I said, I thought it might kind of go back and forth. Those like lulls, like kind of like a wave, like whoosh, wave. Okay, now it's kind of the wave, and now whoosh, wave. And I don't know. We're getting wave after wave. The waves were coming in real fast, nonstop. So it may stay that way. But yeah, catch me live over in chat. Get a session over on our website. See you guys soon. Oh yeah, hit that like button. Smash that like button and follow if you aren't doing that.
On today's episode of What's Going On with Shipping, the ILWU is filing for bankruptcy. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So if you are an avid follower of What's Going On with Shipping, which I assure you are, but if not, hey, subscribe and like, you will know that we have followed the ongoing labor negotiations between the International Longshore Warehouse Union and their 22,000 West Coast employees and those of the Pacific Maritime Association, the big shipping firms and terminal operators on the West Coast. Well, that negotiation, which had been going on for years, I mean, their previous contract expired back in 2015. They now have a new contract that's been ratified by the unions and the locals. Behind the surface, underlying everything that was going on, I kept hearing from union members, and I heard from lots of union members, some negative, a lot of pro, thank you so much, and from members of the PMA, that this issue that we're going to talk about today was the issue that was always going to be the one that was going to fall like a sword of Damocles on the ILWU, and that is the reason for the bankruptcy that we're going to talk about. If you're new to the channel, hey, do take a moment, subscribe, and like. So let's take a look at what the union has said. This is the letter that went out from the union on October 1st. We write to share you important information. Due to the sensitive nature, we were unable to share this with you until now. About an hour ago, the ILWU filed for bankruptcy protection under Chapter 11. This action was taken after careful consideration in order to protect this union and its members now and in the future. So the genesis for this issue has to do with a ruling by the National Labor Relations Board between actions taken by the ILWU and their local chapter, Local 8, up in Portland, Oregon, versus a terminal operator known as ICTSI. So there was a case that was filed in 2012 in U.S. District Court. There was a trial held 7 years later in 2019, 2-week trial, and in it, the ICTSI, the terminal operator, was awarded $93.6 million in damages, allocated between the ILWU, 55%, and Local 8 in Portland, 45%. On March 5th of 2020, a judge ruled that the damages there was supported to be a total of $19,061,248. Unfortunately, the ICTSI did not accept that ruling. They rejected it. They have now filed a new appeal, and they're going to get a new hearing to hear about not whether or not the ILWU is guilty. That's been already done, to hear damages. And they're requesting between $48 million and $142 million. And since the ILWU is saying they don't have the cash reserves for that, they are filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. They go on here in their letter to say that they're going to continue to operate as usual, that this is not a liquidation, that they will continue to function normally and support their locals. They'll continuing education and training and organizing programs. But this, they say, is the only way they have to get out from under such a huge fine that's being leveled on them. Now, you should be asking yourself at this point, well, Sal, what did they do so wrong that the National Labor Relations Board found them guilty of this? The federal district court found them guilty of this, and this company decided to levy this huge fine against them and get it in court. Well, for that, we come over to this story by Greg Miller over at Freightway. So, according to the ILW president, Willie Adams, while we have attempted numerous times to resolve this decade-long litigation with ICTSI Oregon, at this point, the union can no longer afford to defend against ICTSI's scorched earth litigation tactics. We intend to use Chapter 11 process to implement a plan that will bring this matter to resolution. The officers are confident that we're taking the right step. Now, this comes just a month after they got this new labor agreement. So what's the story here? Well, go to another Greg Miller story. This is how a fight over 2 jobs bankrupted the union of 40,000 dock workers. ILW proposes handing over most of its remaining cash to ICTSI. But I want to go back a little even further than Greg's story here to the original story. And this is the LA Times from 2019. How a feud over 2 jobs tipped the West Coast Longshore Union toward bankruptcy. That's right. This entire
Trades via All right, cool. So the crypto and coin investments lesson, team. Something I've been wanting to get into for a while. I know, Deck doing last week with his investment lessons, always going over different ways to make money. This is something I wanted to get into. I've dabbled into crypto here and there. My friends more so than me, and I've asked them questions over the years, and they really say to Josh, I've learned a lot from what you've taught me, and put that right into the crypto world. And so I'll teach you what I've not only done, and like I said, what I'm teaching here in chat every day, you're going to really pretty much implement that over in the crypto world. And secondly, the coin, and like I love doing for searching for coins. That's something, back in the day, coins or cards I looked at all the time. And there's things that you can do your own and in your own time. And now, of course, I doubt a lot of people are going to be looking for coins, but if you ever get that time too, or maybe you get older, you just use these, and it's very simple stuff, but maybe you do want to look for coins every once in a while, and their coins are very valuable. Maybe you stumble across, maybe your family has some, but maybe you stumble across some, maybe your family has some, your friends have some, they don't realize how valuable they are. Just say, hey man, let me take a look at those. Oh dude, those are just some pennies. Let me have them. Maybe talk your way into just getting them just because they are pennies, but they cost thousands, maybe hundreds of dollars. But I just want to get into both sides of where I've made money besides just in the stock market. And so this is one of the couple of the other areas, and they both are coins, right? Coins you can really hold, the old school kind of coin and the new kind of coin that everyone wants, Bitcoin, so on and so forth. So let's get into these. So first things first, I want to go over a few of these that you can see kind of the range where you watch, say, Avalanche, or you watch Solana, you watch Terra. Just go on a Terra, right? You go from 64 cents to $92, 77 cents to 100. You go to 460 to 90. We know what Bitcoin and Ethereum have done. They have gone crazy. So those are big time, tickers that I've been a part of over the years. Of course, last year in Dogecoin, everyone was in the Doge. So that's way part of the past, and that's probably not going to spike again. That was kind of more like a fad and a trend that we're going to see, kind of like GameStop, AMC. That lasted a lot longer, as you can tell. But those little trends and fads that last a little longer, that maybe, like I said, you go into Saturday Night Live and Elon Musk is kind of, and then that was the top of, and it dumped from there. But if that's what you're buying into, it's more of a pump and dump type play, not something that's going to last forever, something to look into. And so you're going to want to look into trades or to tickers, or I should say I'm always thinking of stocks, but you're wanting to look into coins essentially, and crypto that has moved. You always are looking for that next mover, 100%. And I'll kind of get into my last one at the very end that I think is going to maybe make the next big move. But you're always looking when they first come out, and you're just watching them. You're not trading them, day in, day out. These are more for investments, type of a mentality. You want to get in, find a good area, and you're going to hold that area, hold that play for weeks, months on end, most likely, at least weeks for sure, till you see a nice, good return. And because that's usually what happens, it is not day trading. You're not going to get those returns typically within days. It's going to take a week or two or longer. And so those are just some of the ones that I've been into. And let's go ahead and just really what I want to do next is that very same thing. If I can minimize this quickly, go over here to the next page, and you can see I'm going to go through some of these real quickly. So here we go. Let's pull this over here real quick. So we'll pull this up and kind of go through these. And I don't want to tease it. That was maybe my XRP, but I like XRP maybe for a move up. But I want to get into just a lot of these. I'm not going to go over to Bitcoin. I think we've all looked at Bitcoin. We've all seen Bitcoin and how it's moved. To me, there's really no reason to go over it. Now, if you want to look for investing on Bitcoin, I'll kind of dive into it. So I want Bitcoin. So if you want Bitcoin, even though I doubt there's many people out there that have $38,000 and some change to just get one Bitcoin. But it's the same type of mentality when you kind of go back through Bitcoin or what you're looking for in the rest of these plays, or any of these coins. You're looking over key areas like stocks. And so right here is just a beautiful example of what I'm talking about. So you see this top here right around 12K. And so when you see a top that's being built over time, you know what's going to happen when you get over that next leg usually. You get a breakout, right? And so that's what we're looking for. And no, not typically maybe the third touch breakout type, which did happen here. So, third touch breakout. I mean, kind of in a way. I mean, if you want, that's kind of 1, 2, and 3-ish already. I mean, if you just want to consider the top area, it is maybe just 1 and 2, and this is the third one that comes through it. The main thing is you're just looking for a breakout over a resistance area that you can see being built up around that 12, 20, that area, right? And then you get the next leg up. And that's what I'm going to do with each and every one of these, and where I actually got in on these trades and what you're going to be looking for. And then for same thing. Not only when they first come out and say, okay, I've missed my big run, where's a pullback area? Then secondly, what do I need to look for the next time a big run is made? What am I looking for? And the main thing you're looking for in each and every one of these, and you can just go back and look at, I love diving into these really at the beginning. And when I started getting involved in these more so, which was last year, which you can tell, like say right here with AVAX. I loved AVAX last year. This movement, and I know I don't like this charting as much over here on TradingView, but it's just a simple one so I can go through each and every one of them. But this is one of the one I use most because I don't really care about day in, day out charting. I'm not worried about, here's what's happening today. I'm just taking a glance at it, finding an area I like and getting in. So breakout areas, right? So early on with AVAX was this first top right here. As you can see that I kept going back to this, and I just called it $14. Man, if this ever gets over 14, I'm taking this in for a ride on the next level up. And I just took it to 20. I took it literally from 14 to 20 team last year. This is when I first started getting into these, and everyone told me, Josh, you need to hold for longer, and I didn't. And I was a little scaredy cat, and I got out, and then it went to ripping, right? Just goes to ripping. If I can zoom out a little further here, but you can see here, just goes to ripping fully up to 50 something right after I got out. I mean, I get out here at 20. I mean, I held this thing for maybe how long did I hold this for? Like probably 3 days, maybe. I was like, yeah, I'm already getting my return. I'm out. I got it like 3 days, right? I was thinking I'm going to have to hold it for weeks. And that's what I'm saying. You're going to maybe every once in a while run into one of these, like in the stock market, where you get a bananas mover and you're like, oh my God, hey, I should have held longer. Or B, wow, here it goes. Here comes my big runner. I was a part of the first part of the move, right? Over this 13, and it was really like 13.5. You could tell where the resistance area was. I just want to be clean cut and get in at 14 plus. And I got in right as it started breaking 14 one day. I had an alert set on my phone, and then I just got in very small, just $1,000 worth essentially, and had that ride up. And that's how I did it first. And that's what I tell a lot of traders to do, like even when they invest in real stock market. Go small at first. Don't go big. Don't go throwing your whole account at it too, because then you may not have any money to trade it elsewhere. So have a separate account set up, whether it's Coinbase. I like Coinbase. I'm not going to tell you where you need to go where you need to invest your money at. There are many places. It's very easy to tell you, go to Coinbase. We can have many lessons on where to go put your money at. Robinhood's a simple one. Robinhood's very sketchy though too. So Coinbase is a simple one, very easy to use, but there's many out there that you can use to get in and out of your trades, and a lot of them have apps that you can use as well on your phone. And so I'm not going to tell you I don't care who you use. That's here nor there. I'm telling you areas what to look for. And first and foremost, it's breakouts. When these things break out over certain key resistance areas, they go on a tear on the next leg up. And so I was a part of this small little run of $6, and it went on a freaking tear of 25 plus more, right around 20. I should say right at 25 more, 35 more, I should say, from 20 to 55. And of course, literally, if I just would have held it for another, 4 or 5 more days, I would have been super banking with just $1,000 $1,000 worth. That would have turned in from, say, a $5,000 investment, return. It would have been a massive return, like 40,000, 30, whatever it would have been. At least 30, 40,000 if I would have held it just a tad longer, and that's fine. But I just, again, early on wanted to get little small chunks of runs. And so now let's go back through this, and I'll zoom in. I hate that it does this, and so let's catch back up to now and go, okay, well, cool, AK, what about areas to look for dip buys? Where do we want to get in so this comes pulling back? Well, you can see a nice good area always built, and it's not these are never as clean cut as stocks for the most part when these pull back. But you can see in anywhere from, say, the 22, in my opinion, and I'm thinking the same thing, and I want it. If this ever somehow gets back to 20, we'll call it 22.25 to 25, and 25 is when I'm going to start getting in again. That's what I want for a pullback, for a move to back up to the top part of this channel at 37. That's what, just like stocks team, you're looking for the same thing, but you're thinking for more area. The area is not as it's not like, like when I say the 225 area or 220, it's more like a two, like as in you can see, it's more of a 25, it's more of a $2 to $3 range. It's going to be a bigger range area, but you're in it for a longer period of time, so it's okay. You're good with getting in anywhere if it settles in here for a minute or two. We know the return area back up. We can see anywhere from, say, 33-ish up to 37, 38. You need to start locking some in. Now, maybe I never get that. It just goes on the next tear up. Well, look at this shelf that's being built right now. So cool. Go on a tear up to 52 to 55 again. Then I'm going to look for the dip buyback of where? Back off this little area at 35, 36, 37. Using it just like stocks team. We're not going to change the game here and make things any more difficult than they need to be. We're going to keep things real simple here and trade things like we see in the stock market, because that's what we are doing and what a lot of these guys are doing. They're just it's just investments, right? These are just long-term investments really in the end, more so than day trades. And so we can go back to, let's go to the next one. Let's go to Sol. Another one early on, same type of situation, team. Now this one is pulling back a little bit further, and just real quickly, you can see this one's on a tear back, and I've been loving this area, and I did not think it was going to get back here, but I'm going to keep an eye on this, and I'll start alerting this soon. If this gets back to $71, team, right where this dip was, right around 70, 71, I'm going to be getting in this for sure for a move back up. Easily to 85, if not close to the $100 range. You can see these dip buys are, nice, good, areas on the way down here from this. Almost looks like a scary creature, or maybe it's a fire that's going on. Almost looks like a fire. But you're looking for dip buys, right? And if that area fails, that's fine. I'll get out of it. Once it relatively maybe cracks the 67 area, I can tell it's not going to bounce. I doubt it ever gets there, but 50, you kidding me? If it gets back to 50, I'm getting off this shelf. But let's go back early on. So that's the bounce areas moving down. Let's see how this moves up. And you're going to go back to XRP and kind of see the same movement I saw with it. Now, XRP is taking a little bit more of its sweet time, but as we know, last year was one of the main reasons why a lot of these went bananas here. Was because 2021 was like the year for crypto. A lot of it started, and you can see where I'm about to start, where I got in, which all of my investments were in February. So I see this early movement. I'm like, man, this is nice. I like how it's already got a shelf being built right here. If I can get a dip buy off this 385-ish, $4 area, I'm going to go in. Going long. It never does. And so now by the time, when I'm when I'm looking at it right here going, it's just not going to happen now. And this is when I'm really now, and again, set an account aside for cryptocurrency. Don't have two different accounts. I'm going back to that again. Have your own crypto account set to the side. So I set aside $5,000 to play with crypto last year. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to set $5K over to the side. Not a lot, but just enough to kind of get in and out of these plays, within 4 or 5 days. Maybe hold them for a week, maybe hold them for 2 weeks. That was really my goal at first. A lot of them, I wasn't holding them nearly as long as I wanted to, because the movement last year was very volatile compared to what we're seeing so far this year, right? Last year was a year for crypto. So let's get back here. If I can zoom in. Come on, we're trying here. There we go. Let's make this a little better. And so we can see where I'm starting to get in here. Went a little too far right there. That was my bad. So right here, now we're back. All right, mid-February, right? So this is when I started trading. As you can tell a second ago, I was in AVAX first, and at the same time, I wanted to try to do both, but I didn't want to be two at the same time, so I waited for the AVAX move. Wasn't in it very long, right? So it was right around right here that I got into over this shelf. Same thing, same breakout mentality, and I wanted to move over 10. I was like, okay, should I wait for, the 925 break? I want to break over 10. If this breaks over this area to U-shaping real well, I like this little, this movement up that it's had. So like a break over 10, definitely getting in. Well, I got in over 10. Then I got kind of scared here for a minute. 100% on the 20th. I almost got out of my position. It came down, as you can tell, it hit pretty much 10 on the dot. And then exactly like I wanted and thought I was going to get initially, it just took literally one extra day of scaring AK in the butt. Out the butt, whatever you want to call it. I was scared though, definitely, but I was scared for sure. And then boom, the next 2 days you can see boom, 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 and then actually held it. I think I held it for a week or so. I didn't get this tip top part. I sold somewhere here in the 14s. It was one of these days. I can't remember in the 14s, but held it for like I wanted. I ended up holding it for about 2 weeks, and actually was like, wow, I was proud of myself. I held that for a few weeks, or a couple weeks, I should say, and got about $5 movement, or $4 or $5 movement, almost $5. And so, but then again, what happened right afterward? And then I'm like, oh, I just want to have a little longer. It goes. That's when that's when we saw the real tear starting to come, and that's when, of course, I got out of. This was already out of this play and was started looking at lower price stocks that I could get a lot of share size in, like Doge and a lot of the other tickers that moved. But you can just see over key areas. I mean, here's just another example. Look at this prime area that was built, and when we push over it, I'm not saying it was prime, but that high of day area, I keep looking at this intraday, but that high that was built, look what happens when we go over it. Every time a high is built on a lot of these, when they start tearing, that's why I want you to find these early on, team, because the sooner you can find these early on, the better you're going to be you will be as a trader and be able to get these moves in and actually be a part of them. And now it's hard to catch them. Now last year that's why last year was a lot. We saw a lot of big moves because we saw a lot of these that were just released in, say, the previous 7 months of the previous year or two, so they're relatively new and had a lot of movement to be had last year, right? And so same right here is another one that I love, Luna, and same type areas, right? So you can see, here's when I was in my first two, I was in, AVAX, and then was sold, and then right around right here, now I'm freed up with some of my, my movement, my equity that I had for more crypto movement, because I'm out of my SOL play, SOL. And so I'm looking. This is when I started finding and liking, because it hasn't gone up a lot yet. And so around the same time as Doge, and the same time as everything that was kind of ripping last year, this goes on a rip. But I was already in I was already in the plays, and this already kind of made the runs. Like, I want a pullback area. Well, what happened last year? We saw a lot of stuff dip back hard. And so what I did when this came back, and I had to ride it for a while. Look what happened. When this came back last year, team. Look at the beautiful support. This is one of my favorite trades I was in right here. Was right here with Luna. So Luna comes down, again, never went in big with a lot of these, just about $1,000 investment most times. Of course, Doge was a lot more. Of course, I had $5,000 account. That was about 6 cents when I got into that, rode that up to, was scaling out along the way. 20 cent area, I remember selling some, 50 cents, 70 cents. I don't think I got any of the 70 cent areas, my point, when it kind of topped out when Elon was on Saturday Night Live. I did see it dumping off at that time frame, and that's when I got, I was like, oh my God, this is dumping. It was in like the 60s, and that's when I dumped. I literally sold the rest of my Doge, whatever you want to call it, coin last year, dog coin, whatever you want to call it. Sold that last year when Elon, that's when I sold the rest of it. I didn't have much left. I was like, you know what, this is tanking hard. I really don't have a good feeling about this continuing up as much as this is dumped already. This is not a good sign. I wanted this to spike when Elon went live. He went live, and it took a while. It took about 30 minutes. But it started right when he went live. Right when he started going live, it was already going down pretty good. And then about 30 minutes in, it really started hitting off hard. It's like, I'm out. I'm not holding. This is not good. But that was around the same time. Okay, let's go back to this though. That was when I was in that one in April through May, right? April through May. He went live. I think it was like, I forgot. Well, I know it was May. I forgot when in May last year. But remember, he went live on Saturday Night Live. Elon Musk did, and that's when Doge took the skyrocket down. So then, boom, I'm out of it. And so the next one I'm in. Now let's fast forward to Luna. So we went from AVAX to Sol to Doge to now over to Luna here. So Luna's going to be my next one that I'm in. And I see this high area right here. I can't want to say high of day. I'm always thinking of intraday charts. But I see 22 as a high, and I'm going, oh. If we can get over 22, going to be on our next leg up. And I already saw this kind of moving, right? And so that was the first area I'm looking at. But then it starts skyrocketing down. I'm at everything, like I was saying, with Doge to Bitcoin, everything is just kind of moving back at this time. Some of them harder than others. And I was like, okay, hey, if we get a dip, if I can get this back to $5, $6, and I got in at 6. I thought 6 was a good low price, and it went a little lower. And so I kept averaging these 2 days, knowing there's no way this doesn't come back up from falling down from, say, 16 back up. And I thought my 10 was my main first goal when I was averaging in. If I can just get back to 10, I've averaged in my full account almost now, this crypto. I don't want this to be the end of my crypto journey that started off so well, and it's kind of, here we go, I'm doing the scaling in thing to my full account size, with the admiration. And there's no way this is dumping back anymore. This is going to see a bounce at least back up to this 10-ish area, this little shelf that was built somewhere in here, and same right here, same kind of thought process, 875 rule to 10. So those two little shelves had 3 on the way up, 1, 2, and 3 that I wanted to get back to.
Well, I held and held and held. Nothing was going on here. I'm like, well, I guess I'm just going to hold this through the summer. This is going to be my crypto play essentially through the summer. And it surely was, because I had to hold, and it did not. I didn't hold. No, AK didn't hold through the end of August like you wish AK, your boy, would have done. But once it started getting back to, and I wanted it back to this 10 area at most. It did it in like this 2-day span. I was like, yes, because I saw this first little crux, and it got back to it a couple different times, as you can tell. See, look at this team. Just like stock market. Look how this hit right here is resistance. When we came back up, resistance fell down. Came back up, resistance, and tried to fail again, but we pushed through. And that's when I started selling, was this day when we were pushing through to 10. I was like, okay, half my share size, I am out of this now. I cannot believe I've been in this long. Very first day, where is it? Yep, very first day of August 1st, I'll never forget, sold this at the $12 mark area because it was right after that, the rest of August, it seems like this just ripped, because where's the last day of August? August 31st. It just ripped the rest of August, like every one of them. So if you want to take AK's lesson here too, on top of the fact, because I got some good areas of where to get in, just hold longer than AK holds. That's the key for also on this lesson team. But you can just tell the areas to get in. It's not, honestly, it's not hard, team. Wait for pullbacks to nice, good support areas. Wait for breakouts of over clear resistance areas, as you can tell. And when we get over those, look, we failed at this area twice, actually. Didn't quite fail at this area. We kind of failed more so at this area, at the bottom part. As you can tell, see where it came down the support? That was the failing point. So it's kind of in between the two, in between the high and the high here. Then we ran for more, and then we kind of ran into this congestion, but for not for long, and look what happened. And that's why I was really looking at, and I want to get back in. I was like, don't do it, Josh, just don't do it. But over this high that I kept looking back, and now back to that 22 area. Look how when we skyrocketed to that, we went $8 in a day or two. I think it was 2 days we went $8, and I was like, I knew I should have done it. I knew I should have. God, I knew I should have. That was the first area I looked at, originally when I found the play. Right after I got out of Deutsch, and then so it is what it is. But you find the areas, and I just want you guys to see it's not hard. It's really simple. It's find bounce plays back down at support, or rips past the highs. Whatever the highs are, especially the high that it's created, it will rip past those areas. I mean, right here's a high that's created. Look how it rips right past it, $6. When you create a high, you rip past it ultimately most times with these tickers. And you can see over time, a lot of them, if you just hold and hold and hold, you really end up doing well. Now, of course, you can see recently, and I'll kind of fast forward here, we have another crazy February most recently, and that's why I wanted to bring this up, because I saw a few of these going nuts again recently. As you can see, this went from 50 to 100 in, a matter of, 2 or 3 weeks here. So a nice good rip. Another one from Luna. And where to look for a bounce play, team? Oh, I'd be going back down, and same with AK. I'm looking at $55 down to about $50 for Luna for a dip buy. So if this ever gets back down to 55, that's where I want for a pure nice dip. I want to be safe with my dips. I'm not going to go up here and go, well, and I do. I like 70, 75, 70. But that would be more of a day, or, you're in and out within 2 or 3 days. And it's going to come down, it's going to give you a rip and bounce back up, and then it may fall down even more and harder, so you have to keep your eye on it. Where I'd rather get in lower, hold it for 2, hold it for 3 weeks, hold it for... If I can hold it for, like last year where I held Luna for a matter of months till it did rip, in, and like I said, I'm like, heck. And then I look back, I'm like, like I said, days after August 1st going, I held to August 1st. How did you not hold any longer? You held this thing for about 3 months, 2.5 months. How did you not hold any longer? It is what it is, though. But I want you guys to look at the same thing. Find your good areas of support and bounce play opportunities, whether you see this, whether it's coming down to 50. Maybe you want to come down. I even like this shelf right here at 45, right? So 50 to 45 is where I'd be getting in on this big time. You ripping past 100, you can tell, since that's the high and we've double topped there. Team, what do you think is going to happen? It's going to go bananas over 100. It's going to fly up to 110, 120, 130, 140 maybe even. So just keep those on mind. Same thing with, and I won't go, get back into, much more ether, I know, or urethrium, however you want to say it, but it has been rolling big time. Same thing with last year. This is one I barely got in and out of. It was early. This was my first one. Never got into Bitcoin. It was already up too high for me. But same thing back. This was my first when I started dabbling in it. When I first opened my account, was this right here over the 480 mark. And you can see back in November of 2020 when these were ripping. This was my area, and this is when I started realizing, and traders that were coming to me were literally saying, AK, Josh, just use what you've implemented to me. I've went over to crypto. I'm making tons of money now, and it's a little more simple because you're doing long-term holding, but it's the same thought process. So find your areas, and when you break out over them, that's the kind of the two that were taught to me from my 3 friends that do this more often, way more than I do. They said, dude, stick to the tops and find your areas and watch for breakouts over them, then watch for pullbacks to those tops, especially if they were heavily created. A lot like you do in the stock market, man. I'm like, really? And they're like, really? I was like, okay. And then they just show me this. Like, look at this top. Look at the breakout above it. Look at this top. Ran into resistance. Look at the breakout when we got above, and I'm like, I'm like, whoa, that is. And they were saying, especially when you see a high, then a pullback. Not like high, that it's harder to break. We see a high, then a pullback. When we break it, then you see a high, then a pullback. When you break it, you see what I'm saying? And so that's what I always look for. So I look for a high to be set, get a nice good pullback and a dip if I can, which in this, like say this one I wanted 285 last year. It was my first dip I wanted. It never came down, kept trending up. I'm like, well, 285 is not happening now. I'm watching for this to break out over 475 and I'm getting in, or 480, I should say, 480, and I'm getting in. And I always go with higher areas. And so when it went over, I think the high there was what? I think it was around the I don't think it got all the way up to 470 or 480, I should say. It was like at 476 or 477. So I just always go a couple dollars over it just to be safe. And of course, this is the one time where it actually bit me in the butt, where it wasn't this day, but it was this day. I'm like, okay, we're clearly over 480, opening, closing candles, we're good to go. And it came down, this one kind of started scaring me, started coming down, like, okay, we cannot, get back under, say about, and I was thinking in my mind, say 460, because I went super small in on this. I only went in with a $500 investment, very small, just to test the waters, and then ended up being right. Got to be patient, because my patience game had already been manipulated and worked into the stock market game, so I already knew to hold and be careful and to wait in this game. Just go, hey, just like stocks, you got to give it some time, give it some breathing room. Give it, you're only in a $500 investment. That's not a lot. Give it to about this 460 shelf, 457 shelf. It cracks back below that, like it did below. Maybe it does it again. It's done, right? If we keep doing this, it may crack real hard, and so it can go all the way back down to 435, which you don't want to be a part of. You're in at 480. And so I was good, only came down about 470, and then whammy. I was like, oh, wow, they were right. Because I was messing with them. Of course, I was probably annoying to them. Like, dude, you go live for stock trading. And I know, but I'm a newbie at this. I'm like those guys that hit me up, and hey, there's always a newbie, and I want, just like I would treat them with the utmost respect. Treat me with respect. Just let me know I'm right. But they were, of course, I'm sure I was annoying, but they were like, dude, you're good. Of course, I sell somewhere in the 500s, probably was only at maybe $30, $40 at most, sold somewhere in the low 500s. Of course, look where it does rip to, and then look where it ultimately rips to, and I was laughing because this is when I really opened up my account. It was right after January of 2021 last year, and I'm like, God, that was and it just kept doing it, and kept doing it. As in stocks I kept getting into, which is fine with me. Every one of them, team. Let me look at the run. Here's the break area I wanted to get into, and you can tell, let's go all the way back to it. The 480 break. You can see the resistance right there, the 480 break. And you can come back to past chart history and see what I was looking at even right here, right? And going, okay, well, we've had this top. Maybe if we get over 500, I'll be golden. And that's what I want to get to with some in the low 500s. And then this ends up happening, but even more so. I'm like, no! And then it happened however many more times. So just find the areas, team. Hopefully that kind of helps you out. If there's any questions to ask me real quick on the crypto side, team. Do you have any questions about where to invest, what to be looking for? And XP is kind of my next one, team. So XRP, I have been in this for quite a while now. XRP has been in one since, wow, what the heck? Computer real quickly there. I don't care about it. 30-day free trial. I'll just use this whenever I want it. Anyway, team, but this is one I've been in since early. Again, this was probably the most recent ones I got into, which was last year after I got out of, which you can see in August here. This was down at a nice good dip area, and so I missed this dip, and I was kind of annoyed. So August 1st was when I got out of my Luna trade. And after I got out of my Luna trade, this was the next one I've been in since, and I've gotten out multiple times, and I've been in right over this area, and now we're back to it. And so you can just see, and I like this area. If it gets back a little bit lower, which it did at 60 cents, this is where I did actually kind of load up a little bit more on my share size. But again, when this ripped up to say $1, $20, $30, because this was my goal, somewhere in this area, I was taking some off the plate in here, in the September range. And then when it started dipping back down last month, I was kind of adding back up here at the 60-cent range. And so now we're moving back up again in this downtrend, waiting for the downtrend to break. We get back to $1, and this thing spikes over $1. I'm easily going to see $1.20, most likely $1.30. We get back over this $1, and this is why I want to show you guys as in the ultimate next ripper. Watch for this over the $1.90 mark. This could be the one that moves to 5 and 10 next. And we've seen all those other ones I just showed you. SO, I'll go back to, I'll bring up the slide list again. All of them started in the cent range, right around $1 or less, and they all moved up to $100, if not more. You've seen recently where they moved to. These early ones that I've been into right here, where they started off, as you can see, they started off at way down here, way down here in the cent range, and then you can see what they end up running to over time. And so that's why some of these, as you can tell, kind of remind me of XRP, where it goes up and then comes down. You're like, okay, it's probably never going to do anything, blah, 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 and then whoop, out of nowhere, just goes crazy. And so that's why XRP is one of my top ones to watch for you guys over this area of 190. We get over this $192 area, I'm telling you, team, this is going to move straight to 5 and 10, I promise you, within a month. So keep XRP on watch for sure.
All right, team. I think that helps you guys out, hopefully on the crypto side. Now, let's move over into maybe a little bit more of the boring part of this lesson, which would be the... Let's get into it here real quickly. The coin version. Yes, that's right, the real coin. Proof versus uncirculated coins. What's the difference? And we're going to get into what kind of coins to be looking for. The main thing, too, team, if and when you ever do want to look for coins, and I know I kind of laughed, so I'm like, what's the dork moment of the day here? Well, I like to be a dork, though. Come on here. You want to look for... These things cost lots of money, especially if you have them in your family, or if they've been passed down to you, or if you want to go out and try to find them, or stumble across them. But the main thing... If you're ever looking at them, you want a magnifying glass that's about 6 times. 4 or 5 works pretty good, but once you get to 6+, you get to one that's at 10, especially, you won't miss any of the little small details that you need to be looking for. So, uncirculated versus proof. There you go. So those are the main things you need to be looking for. And of course, the main thing's proof. I don't know if Doc Savage is in chat today, but Doc Savage went over this recently as well, having a lot of those gold proof coins. Those are what I have. They're very beautiful. They're double struck by US Mint. They're hand polished. They're super pretty. They're a lot smaller in production size. Those are the top 3 things I would be looking for, that you're going to be looking for. But you know, when you see one versus a normal coin, you know, you'll see one that you're going, wow, why is that so pretty? There's a reason why. It's a proof coin versus something that you would just see on the ordinary average day. But these are the main things you're kind of looking for on either side, and you can kind of tell why proof coins are the main thing. Why? I mean, because they're double struck and they're very limited. They're very rare. There's not many of them made. And then on top of the fact, when many of them aren't made, we see what a lot of people do with coins. They just throw them out. They may not even realize they've got a coin that is very rare in their pocket or in their hand that you've gotten from the store. You may that's the thing. People that use cash deal, team, I'm telling you, traders, I've gotten a couple where I'm like, oh my God, Avery. And she's like, what? I'm like, she's like, has no idea. I'm like, this coin's actually worth like $5-10. And I know that's not a lot, but it's crazy to think you'll have all of a sudden a nickel or a dime or a penny in your hand, and it's worth usually quarter, because they're bigger and people love quarters or $half when they see them. So you're very rarely going to get a quarter or $half that's rare. It's usually going to be a penny, a dime, or a nickel, and you'll maybe run across them when you get it from your local convenience store, when you get some change back, and you're going, wow, this nickel or penny just turned into 5, 10, maybe 20,000. I say 20,000, but maybe $20, maybe $100. Very rarely you get the super rare ones that turn into $1,000 or $2,000, but still, even if you have a penny that turns into $5, $10, that's pretty darn cool. Even if you don't want it, you're like, I don't care about this thing. I want $10 instead of having a penny. Then go find you someone to go sell it to. Of course, the main thing, team, when you want to get into this is having patience and don't overlook anything. Always have patience and don't overlook anything when you get into these. Whatever you're doing, whether you're getting into crypto, you're finding those areas. Wait for that dip buy. You'll find a pure high resistance area. Just wait for it to purely break. And kind of get over these real quickly, just so you can see kind of the most expensive coins there are out there, and maybe you'll run across them. I doubt maybe you'll run across any of these, but we'll kind of go through them real quickly so you can see what they look like. But this is a 1969 S Lincoln Cent with the double die observe. One of the main things you'll see with a lot of these is just kind of, there's different things within that happen, say in this penny for whatever reason, and you're going to see when we scroll through these of why it's a little bit differently. Like here, and I love these to kind of give stories. In May 2014, a mother in Texas found one while going through a roll of coins. You see what I'm saying? You'll have a roll of coins, like pennies, right? Just a roll of pennies or whatever it may be. May get some change somewhere, and you'll stumble across one of these, and that's why you have to look for them off the start. You can't just go, oh, wow, I know what this is. There's certain things you may want to be looking for, but like right here, how to detect. Look for a clear doubling over the entire observe. You can see how this looks a little bit differently, more so than most pennies, except for the mint mark. If the mint mark is doubled, it's probably a case of strike doubling. But point being, there's not going to be many of these around. I think there's literally probably maybe a few hundred maybe or so. I doubt. I mean, it approximately cost $24,000 if you found one. This is actually one of the ones that I have right here. Is the double die Lincoln penny that I'll go over a couple times a day. This is one that you're going to be looking for. They made a few of these in a few different years. This is the 1971 here, for example. They made, I think there's maybe 4 or 5 of these. I can't remember exactly which different years they did. The main thing to how to detect these, which it's really hard to do, honestly. You have to have your magnifying glass. As you can tell right here, the Liberty right here, see the Liberty's a little bit different right there. There's a different style in it. It's large. It's a lot larger than if you look at most pennies. That Liberty sign is a lot bigger. And it says the double die obverse is best demonstrated by doubling in lib in God. We get my point. So it's I'd have to show you almost in person what you're looking for versus a regular penny. But if you had a regular penny versus any of these, they don't look anything like this. And so that's how you kind of tell when you're going through. You'll be like, oh, you'll notice right off the bat, why does this penny, you'll almost look fake. It almost looks like it's a fake penny because it's so different than the rest of them, or the nickel, or whatever we're going over. It's always going to look a little bit different. Here's one that I love, and this is definitely one that's super cool. I have never seen one of these before, but I'd love to. Would be one of these ones you can see how it's literally looks like it has like almost like a shadow, essentially, figure to it. And this is one I love a lot. This is really cool. I've never actually seen one of these, but it almost has a shadow. You can see it's double stamped. It got messed up right there. Those are pretty cool. And so you're going to run through a lot of these. I just want to kind of show you what, anyone can look these up and really go through these and what to be looking for. Like I said, mostly you're going to be pennies. Sometimes you'll run across a dime that's a little bit different. You're going to run across a quarter here and there, but most likely those are always eaten up right away. And so, again, team, look for the main ones I want to go over, though. These right here. This is what you're never going to see, and just to show you how expensive some of these are, like a $10 million coin, a $3 million coin, you're never going to see those. I've never even seen one of these in person, so you're never going to see one of these in person. You're looking at stuff like this. You're looking for something that's old, like say a 1943 copperhead penny, and the main thing you're going to see it's copper. So you see what happens, how it fades over time. Think of the Statue of Liberty. If you see any coin truly made of this copperhead right here, and it's turning into green, essentially, kind of like the Statue of Liberty has, you're gonna have $5,000 to $10,000 in your pocket right away. This is the one that I actually own myself. It's the 55 double die penny, so it's very old. I love what the main thing you can tell right around the edging right here. Do you see how it turned? And that's why instantly you can tell this bronzing that happens, and it only happens for whatever reason right around that edge right there. It's really, really pretty. It's really cool. And this also, some of them have this little double, you can see the double stamp right there. So that's what I love about those, $1,800. This one costs way more. You can see the double stamping in a lot of these right here, which I love. That's what you're looking for. You're just kind of looking for certain little small things like that. I'm not going to go over this in depth like I said I was. I'm just not going to bore you guys. You're all sleeping. But it's very easy. The main thing you want to look for, have a magnifying glass. Look for, if it's a true copper penny, you're going to be looking at the green shape, the green coloring that's looking in. A lot of the other ones you're going to be looking for, whether it's the edging, it's the double stamping, which that's why it's called double die. A lot of this, if you see anything, you're like, why is there two T's, two whatever? You want to instantaneously grab this penny, put it in something safe, keep it as best condition that you can, and you're going to get some money out of it. Whatever it's even if it's not in fine condition, or even if it's in just okay condition, whatever. I forgot what the middle. There's all the different wordings. I don't remember exactly what the words are anymore. I don't really do this anymore. I did this more so probably 10, 15 years ago when I first started trying to collect these. And just running across from my friend loved to go to antiques, antique shops. For whatever reason, I'm like, still to this day, I was like, Mitchell, what was I was looking for one thing in particular. What were you looking for? You just like looking at old stuff and that smell of those antique barns. But like I said, most of these are going to be pennies. Just scroll through here if you want to ever find the websites. I have a lot of these, like I said, just recently. I mean, look how expensive some of these coins can get. And you can go through here and just go, there's more and more and more, from pennies to silver dollars. Of course, double eagle coins. I literally would love to have a double eagle one day. That was always kind of my, because there's only a few of them made, and you can tell how expensive the double eagles are. And there's a ton of them out there. I say a ton of them, but there's a few different ones to be selected from. I always wanted one of those double eagles, never ran across one or found one. That's what you're kind of hoping to do, is you really just kind of end up hopefully stumbling across one of these by accident, whether like the story up here, which you saw, the lady open it up, she was going through a package, and said, oh my gosh, what's this coin's a little different, and you see, that, I want to check in on this, and so you go check in on it, and it's worth a lot of money. So team, hopefully that helps you out with the coin crypto investment lesson. I know the coin part's a little bit more for maybe older folk. Maybe some of you younger people want to get into it. But otherwise, the crypto point, I know no one's really hit hard on that as far as where to be looking to dive in as far as buying and where to be selling at. So hopefully that helps you out on the cryptocurrency side.
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, we talk tariffs, trade war, and the IMO. I'm your host, Sal Mercogliano. Welcome to today's episode. So, President Trump announced his massive tariffs program yesterday in what he's calling Liberation Day. I want to talk not specifically about the tariffs, but what is the impact that's going to have on global trade, specifically on shipping. That's the focus of this channel. It's what's going on with shipping. That's what we're going to talk about. So we'll talk about the tariffs. We'll talk about the impending trade war. And then we're going to talk about a tariff coming out, not from the United States, but from the International Maritime Organization that no one is paying attention to, but you all really should. If you're new to the channel, hey, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell so you'll be alerted about new videos as they come out. Here's a story over at G Captain. This is Mike Schuller's. Trump drops tariff bomb on all U.S. imports and higher reciprocal rates. If you are in the stock market, God, I am, you saw a precipitous fall, I mean off the cliff fall this morning based on these statements and what this means. So President Trump is initiating a series of tariffs. I can give you a whole batch of analysts, what they're saying. Let's go right over to President Trump's statement, what he says in this from the executive order. So this is his executive order regulating imports with a reciprocal tariff to rectify trade practices that contribute to large and persistent annual United States goods trade deficit. If you look at the tariffs he's imposing, they don't correlate with tariffs from other countries. They're using a formula that I am not going to put up there because it'll just confuse everyone, but they're using a very distinct formula to determine this. What I want to highlight is two things. One, the authority. He is using his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act, EPA, and the National Emergencies Act, that's Section 604 of the Trade Act of 1974, and Section 301 of Title III of the U.S. Code. Section 301, that is the one that we're seeing with the U.S. Trade Representative right now. This is the statement by President Trump. He's saying that I, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States, find that underlying conditions, including a lack of reciprocity in our bilateral trade relationships, disparate tariff rates and non-tariff barriers, and U.S. trading partners' economic policies that suppress domestic wages and consumption as indicated by large and persistent annual U.S. goods trade deficits constitute an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and economy of the United States. That threat has its source in whole or substantial part outside the United States in the domestic economic policies of key trading partners and structural imbalances in the global trading system. I hereby declare a national emergency with respect to this threat. I am not endorsing this action. I want to be 100% clear. I am just reading it to you. This is what the president is saying, the action, and I am talking about the impact it's going to have on global shipping. Do not construe this to be an endorsement. If this was President Biden doing this, if it was President Harris doing this, if it was any president doing it, I would be telling you exactly what it is. So don't for a minute sit there and say that this is Sal being pro-Trump. I am not pro-Trump. I'm not pro-anything, to tell you the truth. I am pro-New York Yankees. That's what I am. If you're going to nail me on something, it's pro-New York Yankees. This is just one of the charts that was provided that lists the reciprocal tariffs that have been implemented. And I should say not yet implemented. They are going to be implemented. Right now, you have until about April 5th and 9th, depending on the state, to load cargo. Any cargo loaded before those dates will not have this tariff on them. So expect to see a big surge of cargo coming across right now as everybody front loads their cargo. I think if you look at the numbers that are out there, we're going to see that as reflective in early 2025 numbers, big spikes in cargo coming into the United States. And remember, if you're loading right now cargo onto ships in Asia, it'll be here in about a month or so. So we're going to see this kind of delayed. You're not going to see the impact of the tariffs, if there are any, in terms of shipping until a little bit later. This is marine traffic showing all the ships heading to the United States. You'll notice they haven't turned around yet. They are still heading to the United States. So we're not seeing that massive disruption yet. But remember, this is all being piled on top of a variety of issues that are coming at us. It is not just the tariffs that are being done. We've got the port fee issues that are on top of that. So we can expect to start seeing changes in ships coming in. We've already talked about this idea that what we could potentially see is fewer port visits into the United States on much larger ships. So I grabbed these off of Lloyd's List, about 5 headlines from their major stories. Thermonuclear port fee tariff combo, shipping disaster or rates will go ballistic. So they're talking about several issues kind of converging here. Tariffs seen as a long-term negative for shipping rates due to demand destruction, although there could be positives from trade rerouting. So talking about, again, we may see cargo shifting perhaps into Mexico and Canada, trying to get through a loophole into the United States, but that's going to be closed come May. The U.S. Trade Representative port fee plan expected to cause disruptions, but opinions diverge on whether this is a short-term positive or negative for shipping rates. I had Ross Kennedy on the other day, created a lot of interesting comments on the YouTube channel. I will also note that he talked about the fact how the shipping firms may take advantage of this. This may actually be a positive for them. You see both potentials, negatives and positives. And then the disincentive for Chinese yard orders, widely seen as a long-term positive for rates, but upside would take years to materialize. We're already seeing orders being placed in Japan and Korea. We have this story over at Lloyd's. Trump 2.0 trade policies curb ship deals for now, but could spur more later. Tariffs are depressing the broader stock market, pulling shipping equities lower, increasing discounts to net asset values, and rendering shipping shares less viable as mergers and acquisition currency. Goes on, as they wait out uncertainty, owners focus on improving balance sheets and exploring strategic opportunities for the future. The U.S. trade reps port fees could spur significant Standard & Poor activity for second-hand China-built tonnage, as well as restructuring of vessels, holding companies to limit exposure. Then we see this trade impact on the dry bulk limited, but worse could be to come. So the dry bulk sector, we're talking about grain and ore. Retaliatory tariffs are likely to hurt the sector more than those announced at the White House yesterday. That is the fear for American grain exporters, and particularly is that the world will go get grain from other places. Doesn't matter where your corn comes from. You don't care if it's American corn, if it's coming from Australia, Brazil. You just want it. And so they may go look other places. Cement and steel are going to be the most affected commodities, and grain exports are hung in the balance. This story, tariffs threaten further upheaval for embattled container shipping sector. Just did a video yesterday on container ships and container lines in the first 25 years of the 21st century. Upcoming U.S. tariffs and their blow to global trade growth threaten to push 2025 container volume growth into negative territory. Freight rates have rebounded slightly, but oversupply and uneven capacity cuts between carriers put them at risk. The Red Sea volatility, again, the renewed strikes in the Red Sea and new U.S. port fees add greater uncertainty to the market outlook. And then finally, this story, carbon levy on life support at IMO as Pacific's vow to fight on. I want to talk at the very end here about the IMO. There is a global tariff coming out that most of us don't know about, and I think it's going to be critical to understand it. So talked about those port volumes. Let's go over to the Port of LA here. This is the Port of LA announcement mid-March for February tonnage. And you'll note after a record start to 2025, the Port of Los Angeles cargo volume remained strong in February. The port processed 801,398 20-foot equivalent units TEUs last month, with 2.5 more than last year. Marked the port's second busiest February on record. For 17 of the last 19 months, the Port of LA has experienced year-over-year cargo growth, all without ship delays or backups on our docks. That's from LA's Port Executive Director Gene Soroka. So while we're talking about issues, what we've seen is record cargo coming in, and that is going to continue until the tariffs take hold. Remember, shipping lags. It's not an immediate impact. So we can expect to see these impacts about a month or two out, having an impact on the docks. And when you add the U.S. Trade Representative Section 301, along with the tariffs, we can expect to see substantial changes take place in the arrival of vessels in the United States. Add to it if the Red Sea opens back up, if we have further disruptions in global shipping, all of this adds on. But the one that's not being talked about that we really need to be talking about, we're distracting away from the global tariff that's about to be done, is this story by Mike Schuller over at GCAP. The IMO prepares to finalize decarbonization framework that could reshape global shipping. What are we talking about? This from the IMO's homepage. Further progress on IMO, quote, net zero framework in working group. So while we're talking about tariffs in the United States, over in London, the Intersessional Working Group on the Reduction of Greenhouse Gas Emissions met for its 19th session from 31 March to 1 April, chaired by Mr. Svein Offendal of Norway. I know I killed that in my Norwegian. I know I got that 100% correct. The meeting was attended by some 1,000 delegates. The 2023 IMO GHG strategy commits member states to adopting new midterm measures to reduce emissions from ships in late 2025, including a technical element, namely a goal-based marine fuel standard regulating the phase reduction of marine gas, greenhouse gas intensity, and an economic element on the basis of a maritime GHG emission pricing mechanism. If you don't understand that last phrase, that's a tax. That's a global tariff on the emission of cargo. We just saw the implementation of a environmental control zone in the Mediterranean. That's going to go into effect in May. That has led to shipping lines adding surcharges for ships sailing through the Mediterranean